Jeremy Lee in the building and every guest that you ever needed. Sports cards after hours keep the hobby heated. Updates, hobby talk like you never seen it. Sports cards live and none could ever beat it. Sports cards is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Welcome to another episode of Sports Cards Live with your host, Jeremy Lee.
Hello, everybody. I am not Jeremy Lee. As the Jeremy Lee is normally our host here, and he does an awesome job every month for us. Jeremy is currently leading a dinner at the Toronto Sports Expo. So for the first little bit, and hope my internet stays with us and is good enough for us to really to be able to have a good show here. If not, then we'll take a break while we can't talk to you. But in the meantime, while it is still good, I want to welcome everybody who's joining today, and really excited to have again the show where we're going to talk about almost 300 big time cards and other items and collectibles that'll be ending as part of today's PWCC Premier Auction. Again, Jeremy will be on probably in the next hour or so from his hotel in Toronto. But until then, it's just me. So we'll hit all the hockey cards before he hops on, just to keep you hockey guys happy. Before we go any further, just want to welcome everybody else who's joining in again, and it'll be probably about an hour before we get Jeremy on the show. Since it is just me and you for the next hour, and I'm way less entertaining and also way less knowledgeable than having both me and Jeremy on here, please feel like you have to, or like you can share questions, or if you have anything that you want to hit, please share those in the comments, because I would love to, I'd love to have some help here, especially for the next hour while it's just me. But thank you guys for joining, and I think we're gonna have a really good time tonight. All right, let me make sure there's no other notes that I want to really hit here, and then we will get started. All right, so let's begin. So let's make sure that I can do some of these things right. First off, I want to thank any of you guys again who are leaving comments. First up, Ladazaman 217. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for joining. The Deep Value Investor 1. Hey man, big auction tonight. Yes, it should be a lot of fun. Thank you again for joining, and it was good chatting with you earlier. Next up, the Diamond Card Collector, regular here, a viewer of the show. Thank you for joining. Grateful for it. Larry Morris, hey, thank you for. Let me click you here. Thank you for joining. Glad to have you guys. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. Anonymous Facebook user, please log in. Go on YouTube and log in. We'll be able to see who you are. As far as a Canadian hub goes, we're always innovating and always sort of doing things, trying to further both our company and the business. As a reminder, I do work for PWCC. I'm not a part of all of those types of conversations, but PWCC is certainly growing in huge ways, and grateful to be here. And again, thank you for the comments. Vintage Card Collector, hey, welcome to the show. And Jeff Morris, yes, welcome to you as well. All right, guys, the way I thought we could start off today, again, we've probably got an hour where it's just us. We're going to do three things. Okay, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go through the 10 biggest items in the auction currently. That means the 10 items that have the highest bids on them. So I'm going to go over to the PWCC site here in a second, show you how you can look at the top 10, and we're going to look at each of those 10 cards and talk about why they're as big as they are. The next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to look at the bottom 10, the 10 cards that are the lowest currently in the auction. And then the last thing that we're going to do is we're going to hit any questions that you guys have. So if there's anything in the auction that you want to have covered or discussed, I'd love to talk about it. Although I haven't seen all of the cards in hand, or all the items in hand, I've seen most of them. In fact, if you go to each of the auctions, click on the auction, you'll see somebody holding the card. Typically, if you're looking at a card, the majority of those videos are me sort of talking about the card, the rarity of the card, why the card's significant. And so definitely go check those out. But let me know if you have any questions. I'd love to address anything that you guys have any questions on. All right. So without further ado, let's go ahead and let's share this right here. This is, of course, the view of the auction, of the auction itself. You can obviously just go to PWCCmarketplace.com. In fact, I'm going to just show you guys real quick. So let's just so we can all get in the same place if you start by going to PWCC Marketplace.com, and then you go to the browse button, you can hit the, oh, sorry about this. You can go to the browse button and you can hit the Premier button right here on the left. That's going to take you to, again, almost 300 items that are all ending tonight in extended bidding. The other thing that you'll notice here down on the side, and I think this is important, for the first time ever today, we have 2 Premier auctions running concurrently. We have the April Premier Auction, that's what we're covering right now, and then the TCG Premier Auction. It's our first ever TCG Premier Auction, and that will end in a couple of weeks from today. But for the purposes of tonight, I'm going to click this April Premier Auction button so that we don't see any of the stuff that's ending in a couple of weeks. And so we'll start there. The other thing that I'll point out here is if you look in the top right, there's this sort feature which allows you to see, how the cards are being sorted. In this case, it automatically sort of defaults to the featured items, right? And so if you look down here, you can see that this is lot number 1, lot number 2, lot number 3. They're just in order of the lot number. What we're going to do that's going to be a little bit different is we're going to actually come up here and we're going to look at the highest first. And we're just going to go through the top 10 right now. We're going to fly through them. We're not going to take a ton of time. And then, after we go through the top 10, we'll go through the bottom 10 as well. Before I do that, though, I want to hit just the couple other comments that have come in since I hit you guys. So Scott Pope, favorite Thursday. Me too, man. Like, the only thing that's hard about this Thursday is it's me flying alone, which is way, way less cool than with Jeremy. It's obviously a lot easier when it's the two of us. And he's super knowledgeable, so we'll miss him for this first hour. But yes, my favorite Thursday of the month too. And then this comment here from Vintage Card Collector who says, "Where's the vintage? So odd, a measly 11 vintage cards, 4 of which are 86 Jordans, or 4% of the total. Why is no one selling vintage?" Well, the thing that I'll tell you right on that one, good question, great job noticing. You know how we have that TCG Premier Auction that is starting today? Well, in a few weeks, we will have the Vintage Premier Auction. So we're going to have a whole auction that's just vintage, right? So I don't know if I said that right, but we're going to have a Vintage Premier Auction, dozens, but possibly over 100 vintage items. I've seen a preview of it. It is a huge, huge auction, my friend. So definitely take time to look at that when it comes out. But some sellers opted to sort of have their cards featured still in this auction, which is totally fine by us. But if you're into just the vintage stuff, you're going to want to check out the premiere here in a couple of weeks. All right, let's go. Let's go check these items out. Okay, so these are the highest items as of right now. The first up at $180,000 out the door is the Michael Jordan PSA 10 rookie card. This is a card that we've seen fluctuate really between like 140 and 200 and a little bit over 200 for higher end copies over the course of the last couple of months. As far as I know, there's still no shortage of people really looking for the Jordan Fleer rookie card. It's a card that in the world of basketball, people are always eager and excited to be able to see. And so not shocking that it's sitting currently at 150. It's one of those cards that often gets bid up to close to what we know it's going to sell for early on because we just know. Then we get to extend it and maybe we'll see another bid or two. But pretty typically it gets to sort of this price, and then we might see a little bit of action at the end, but usually it gets pretty close to the end at this point. The next card up is a card that I'm going to look at a little bit closer, and it's a card that I think a lot of people in the world of TCG get really excited about every time it pops up, and that's the Black Lotus from the Alpha series. It's not only a card that is, I think, highly sort of recognized in the world of TCG, but it's a card that made our iconic 100 listing, our countdown, and is recognized throughout all of the world of collectibles. It's really the card that started TCG. And so, it's a card that definitely wanted to highlight here. It's not shocking that it's the second highest currently. And I think it might have just gotten a bid as we were talking about it. It's at 130 now, pre-buyers premium. You're looking at a card that's almost $160,000 at this point. So Just a huge card. I want to go check out the comments real quick just to make sure that we don't miss anything. And so first up, we have Deep Value Investor again, who says no shortage of people selling vintage. So it's interesting. Vintage Card Collector was pointing out maybe we're not seeing as much vintage, and then Deep Value Investor saying, no shortage of people selling vintage. I think, some of the world of vintage, sometimes we don't see any of itself for a long time. I'm interested to hear what you guys think, though. Are you seeing less people sell vintage right now than normal? I'd love to hear your comments in the chat. Benjamin Diamond said, this auction keeps going until no one bids on anything, right? Yes. A little different than weekly yes. So let's talk about that real quick, Benjamin. So in the Premier Auction, basically what you have is you have a situation where all of the items end together, right? And so right now you can see up here at the top that there's 18 minutes until we get to extended bidding. Now, what that used to mean is you had to have your bids in before extended bidding began. That's not what it means anymore. Now, as long as you want to bid on an item and you're registered to bid on an item, you can bid at any time. But to your point, in this auction, none of the items end until they all end. And so as we get into extended bidding, you'll see this clock up here on the right sort of continue to count down until the point where the increments are only 1 minute at a time. So every new bid will restart the whole auction by 1 minute. And then all at once, everything is going to end. So Ben, good question. The weekly is different. It's on a lot by lot basis where you've got, at this point, guys, the weekly auction is just unbelievable. 10,000 plus items every week. And so it is definitely different. All right, I wanted to get to this comment. I knew this one was coming. GM Oz. Hi, Adam. What did you do with Jeremy? Came in late. I did not do anything with Jeremy. Jeremy is at the Toronto Expo. He will be here in the next hour, maybe the next 45 minutes. So we'll look forward to having them. Until then, sorry, it's just me, but we'll make it through a ton of cards in the meantime. D-Value Investor, I was referring him to his comment. Yes, Ben, you are welcome. Mickey Mantle must be flipping around in his grave if Black Lotus sells for more for this rookie. Well, the Black Lotus, Jeff, the Black Lotus is such a rare card, right? If you go look at the population report, you compare those two things that you just talked about, man, the Black Lotus is just an incredibly difficult card to find in any grade. In fact, our friend Kiki, Croatian twins, told me that as he tried to put together like a group of all of the best cards in a PSA 1, that was the only card that he felt like needed to be in his collection that he was never able to find. And it makes sense. It's such a rare card in any grade. So I love the comments, guys. Love the comments. Keep them coming. Let me know if you have anything that you want to look at. Let me know if there's anything specific that you want me to drill into further. But let's keep going. So yes, the Mickey Mantle is a bit away from hitting 6 figures. Huge card. And excited to see how that one does today. It's not often we see a mantle that nice from the early 50s hit open auction. Okay, one of my favorite cards in the whole auction is right here. Let me slow down a little bit, catch my breath. So 2003 Exquisite is, I think some people would argue, the greatest basketball product of all time. I probably wouldn't put it at number 1, but I think it's unquestionably top 5. And the reason is that it's LeBron's rookie year, along with several other really important athletes. It's the beginning of the Exquisite era, and it's also the beginning of several of the most important inserts of all time. My favorite of all of the Exquisite inserts, again, this is just sort of my thoughts on this. My favorite is this insert, which is the number pieces set. Some years it's just called the numbers set, and some it's called the number pieces. We're gonna look at the image here. By the way, the reason that I just look at the image rather than clicking in on the item is that my bandwidth is not totally 100% reliable, and since I'm now running this at the same time, there's a chance that it'll just slow down a lot. And so let's go take a look at this LeBron. Let me get rid of the Black Lotus. This is one of the prettiest cards that you're ever going to find. And let's talk about why. This classic like rip on the side of the dark design, it just screams 2003 Exquisite. You got this incredible patch window, which I would check it out on the actual auction. It's entirely sort of covered by holofoil. like a very thick line of hollow foil. And it's gorgeous, guys. It's just an absolutely gorgeous set. Just beautiful. The great thing about the LeBron is, and like all the cards in the set, it's numbered to his jersey number. And that's why it's called number pieces, right? It's serial numbered to the player's jersey number. So you get a beautiful autograph, you get an incredible patch, and this design. And then the thing that I love is, from an aesthetics perspective, it's really like, I think you'd take this card. I think you'd take this card over the rookie, serial number to 99. And I think a lot of people would. I think I would, but you're getting it. The thing is, this card never, like, very rarely hits open auction. So to see it up tonight, it's kind of a big deal. I know there's several big guys that are looking at this one. Just an absolutely. So, one of my favorites of the night. Again, a bit away from six figures. Let's keep going. Let me come back actually to the comments real quick. A lot of comments coming in. Just want to make sure that I don't miss any. All right. So Jeff Morris again. Thank you for the comments, my friend. I know it's rare, but it's not Mickey Mantle. I love it. Yes, Black Lotus, not one of the greatest baseball players of all time. You're absolutely right. Newt says, goats respect one another. Mickey would respect the Black Lotus for what it is. Yes, I'm with you, Newt. I love it. Ben says, Black Lotus wouldn't touch a high-grade Mickey, though, especially with 52. You're right. Except for, I would say this. We sold the PSA 10 Black Lotus with the signature of the artist on the outside of the case. The outside of the case, which is a little bit different. We sold that 2 months ago for over $500,000. Still wouldn't touch like a PSA 8 or 9 or 10 of the 52, but it would touch pretty much anything else. The world of TCG, I'm not a collector of TCG. I'm a basketball guy through and through, sports guy for sure. I will tell you, having like conversed with a lot of big time TCG collectors, guys, their passion is unbelievable. And so, if you ever get a chance to talk to somebody who's like big time into TCG, do it, because it'll give you sort of a different appreciation for it. I think that's kind of a cool thing to think about. Like, sometimes we sort of don't love stuff because it's not what we collect, but if you ever sort of like walk in somebody else's shoes, like you like learn from them as far as what they like, sometimes that really like helps you to adopt this, sort of understand them, and then you sort of look at it with a different appreciation. That's where I'm at with TCG right now. All right, Andrew Marks, I'm going to agree with exactly what you're saying. 1997 is the greatest year of basketball cards of all time. Hail to the king. It is. I agree. I 100% agree. Deep Value Investor says, love that LeBron. I need a number grade though. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder sometimes when people elect to get a card graded authentic, if they harm themselves. Whenever I do the videos with the cards in hand, I always try to walk through the condition on the cards that are graded authentic a little bit closer, so that you guys can sort of sense maybe if there's some reason why it was graded just as authentic. I will tell you though that one of the things that we see sometimes is that PSA will notice that a card is cut shorter than it ought to be, which can either mean that the card is trimmed, or what's far, far more likely is that the card at the manufacturer was cut short. And in those cases, they're not willing to put a numeric grade on it. So when a card shows up with an 8 and an authentic holder, it's either that it didn't meet a minimum grade, which I think is the vast majority of the time, or that the card, for whatever reason, wasn't able to receive a numeric grade. I have a Wilt Chamberlain autograph in my collection from the 99 Legends set that PSA was unwilling to put a grade on. Again, that's not related to it being trimmed, though. It's just that every one of those cards is cut short. And so if you're getting one of those cards cut in 2023, you're just probably not going to be able to get a numeric grade on it, unfortunately, at this point. That's just how they operate. All right, let's keep going through these comments. Grady, design style is actually called grunge, perfect for the early 2000s. I love it. That's cool. I didn't know that. A little known fact about it: no Dylan Brooks card will ever sell for 1/10 of this. I love it. Grailed Society loves it too. Jeff Morris says, Andrew Marks, I was the brand manager at Pinnacle in 97. We produced WWE cards, but I guess that isn't what you're referring to, right? Jeremy is joining from Toronto. Grailed. He will be here probably in the next 40 minutes. All right. So the hobby with Cage. Hey, I know that guy. He says, let's get cracking. The Iverson refractor is a beauty. Even in an old slab, there are some sick dual exquisite logo, man. Yes, I agree. Cage, I'll come back to that Iverson here in a little bit after we go through some of these other ones. All right. If you read the details on PSA Authentic, it will scare you. Yeah, I think here's the thing is I'm very much like a collector of the card. I want to have the rare card first. So my Wilt Chamberlain autograph is a perfect example, right? It's a beauty. Looks exactly like I want it to. The thing I cared most about with that one is the autograph. But it's short, right? It's short of what the specs were supposed to be. Again, like most of those cards are. And so to me, getting a deal on it because, you know, they were like, hey, it's not big enough. To me, that was awesome, right? And I think that's the way that a lot of collectors think too. All right. Truth. TCG Magic, the Gathering, Lord of the Pit sold for 105 just a few months ago. That's right. D-Value Investor, doing my best, brother. Thank you so much. And the hobby with Cage, I'll take that anytime. Thank you, brother. And really excited for your new for all the new things going on with you. And thanks again for hopping in and commenting. All right, let's go ahead and one more. Grailed says, is Klay Thompson a top 50 NBA player of all time? I would say no. He just barely missed the NBA at 75 list. People call him Mr. 76. I would say Klay Thompson is about the 76th best player of all time. But the thing is, he still has time, right? He's not done yet. So, all right, let's keep going. The LeBron we talked about, the Mahomes, right? We've seen several of these big-time Mahomes cards hit open auction. And what I think that's done is it's created an opportunity for anybody looking to buy the best of the best. I have seen, over the course of the last year, maybe 20 Patrick Mahomes NT rookies in hand. This is my personal take. Again, just take it from me. When I see these ones that are numbered to 10 or to 25, and they have the holofoil around the window and throughout the card, they hit different than the ones that are just like I don't want to say just because they're still huge cards, but the number down to 99, the way that the holofoil sort of brings that whole thing together is really, I think, really impressive. And so aesthetically, this is one of the best cards that you're ever going to see. And, you know, the fact that we've seen so many of them sell recently, I think gives buyers who otherwise wouldn't have had an opportunity a chance to grab one. The Kobe Chrome Rookie in place number 6 right now. We're talking about the refractor. It's a PSA 10. Every time one of these sells, it's a big deal. It's not super low pop, but it's low enough that for key Kobe collectors, it's just tough to find. I have a 7 of this card. For me, that's all I need. But I will tell you, to have a PSA 10 and to see this one in hand was really cool too. Okay, the Mahomes Cracked Ice. I'll always go on and on about aesthetics of cards that really strike me. This one is one of them. The Cracked Ice Contenders Mahomes is just freaking gorgeous, guys. It is beautiful. It's one of those cards, especially in a PSA holder, where you get that card and you tip it side to side, and the way that that thing shines is just incredible. Take a look at this auction, click on it, go in, like actually tip the card side to side, look at the card in hand. Just gorgeous. Okay, card number 8, a guy that I don't know that we've seen in the top 10 too many times at this stage in the auction. And especially for a card that's not a national treasure. You're looking at the Flawless Vertical RPA. It's the green, the emerald version, serial numbered out of 5. Huge, huge, huge card. Game used patch, 2 colors. And what I love about it is, although the green for a lot of cards kind of ruins it for me, just speaking honestly, in this case, it's a color match, right? So it matches the Celtic green. You get this great image of Tatum just like raising up. And in this case, you get a PSA 10 grade and 10 auto. And when you add all that together, you got a card that's almost 6 figures. I don't know if we've seen too many Tatums sell for 6 figures, especially like in the last year. This one might get there. That'll be interesting to watch. All right, card number 9, a card that I've had several requests on to sort of know what I think about it. I learned something about this week from our friend Grant Slayton, actually. So this I have always called UD3. And Grant sent, he put on his Instagram something this week that showed an ad from Upper Deck that this set was supposed to be called UD Cubed. I've been in this hobby for 30 years. I've known about this set for 25 years. I have never heard that until this week, which is kind of cool. As far as early Jordan autographs go, there's not a lot to choose from. 1997 is really the year where you start getting, there's a couple early ones that are a little bit sort of lesser known, but 97, you get the game jersey autograph, you get this one, you get a couple of other ones. And aesthetically, this is the nicest one. The way that you can't see it on this image, I'm gonna show you guys the image here real quick. You can't see it here, but this whole area refracts. So this is another one where, seeing the flat image is great because you can evaluate the autograph and things like that. But go into the actual item, go onto the 360 and look at how the card refracts, and it'll make you think about it differently. Again, it's only a couple of bids away from the six-figure range. And then card number 10 is, I was hoping it'd be this Mahomes because I just love this card so much, but it's the Luka Green, the Luka Emerald, the second rarest of the NT RPAs. Only the Logo Man, which sold for $3.5 million here with us just a few months ago, only the Logo Man is rarer than this one. So just a huge card. Guys, I've got to go look at the comments. There's a ton of them. Let's go hit these, and then we'll hit the bottom 10 cards here in just a minute, and we'll go from there. Okay, so if I can figure out how to use my mouse. Here we go. So wow, guys, I don't know if he's still here, but he was a few minutes ago. The one and only Jesse Craig. Jesse, it's wonderful to have you here on the show. Please leave any comments or any questions. Jeremy, our friend, will be here just in a few moments, probably in about a half an hour from right now. Grailed says, why? Lots of rings and a top 5 shooter of all time. Because there's a lot of great players, man. Look, I love Clay. I do love Clay. I don't think he's top 50, and that's not a knock on him. That's just, I think there's a lot of guys throughout the history of the game that should show up ahead of him. But 76 is nothing to scoff at. I mean, that's huge. So that's my take on it. The Hobby with Cage says, I like how Adam is currently sitting in Jeremy's head. Yes, that was totally planned. Is Jesse Craig a top 3 dude of all time? Yes, he is. No question about that. Jay Mollico, welcome. I love seeing you here, man. Let's go. Good evening to you, Hockey Collector. Again, Jeremy will be with us in a little bit. I know especially those of you guys who are hockey guys are waiting on him. He'll be back in a little bit. The Mahomes is a beauty. And to me, I'm just being real, if there were 2 big Mahomes cards that I would want, other than the crazy one of ones, it's the Prism Gold and it's the National Treasures Gold, the gold holofoil, number 10. They're both in this auction. And so it's kind of a huge deal. Grailed Society. I think cracked ice, it will eventually be worth more than NTRPAs. With the sort of manufactured patches. I will tell you from an aesthetics perspective, it's not close. The cracked ice is just fantastic. Adam, did your eyes bleed having to look at the 86? We're going to talk about the BeFriends cards. I got some flack for creating some content around that, but I will tell you, there's some people who are really excited about that lot. And, it's definitely our job to take the items that maybe might get overlooked and say, hey, look at this. This is significant. It's almost 10% of the PSA population. So, but yes, definitely not something that I collect. Yep, holding up the fort as much as I can, dude. And thank you for joining. Really appreciate you being here. If you've got any questions, please leave them. Deep Value Investor, Adam, give us some spicy takes. Well, I told you what I told you about Clay. I'll tell you whatever I think. The Hobby with Cage, you have a 2-liter on hand for this show. Of course he does. Jay Mollico, Brady Flawless is hiding. We'll have to get there. Okay, 2 jambalayas counting down. Lakers for all. I don't know what that's about. Ben Diamond, I have absolutely no idea how that Jerry Rice masterpiece is still under 10K. I highlighted it way before the show, Ben. This, that Jerry Rice, one of the nicest Jerry Rice cards out there. In fact, I'll come back to that one. Fun conversation between Cage and Jesse. Clay isn't in the Pareto, in the pyramid probably. Paul Santos says, Adam, quick question unrelated to the auction. Have any of the Michael Jordan autograph Hanes underwear? I don't know about that, Paul. I remember back in the day when those came out, that was sort of big time sort of chase. I never saw them. And I think if we would have seen them, we would have heard, but I don't know. Zach Randolph is awesome. Definitely not top 50. Michael Jordan, greatest basketball player of all time. No question, Jake Dahl. All right. Max from Mets pitchers throws. Everyone under the bus gets caught with 67. Oh, 10-day suspension. Clay is a potato. Clay, I don't know where we're going. We're going crazy. I don't know about Clay being a potato. Hobby with Cage. Will the cards suffer value based on the suspension? Yeah, that happens all the time. We see it all the time. Sometimes it doesn't. All right. And actually, let's go to Grail Society. Why does the hobby hate green select? In hard hand, and I went, gosh, this thing is unbelievable, and it's just worth a small percentage of the other cards that are like it. Okay. Jeff Morris, an update on hockey, which you guys all need. You know what we really need too is like some basketball updates today. If somebody can hit me with some basketball updates, I think everybody would appreciate that. There's 3 huge games going on all tonight. Don't go watch them. Definitely watch this. Ben says, sorry, what time does the auction go to the 1-minute extender? Take a look down here in the banner, Ben. It sort of describes some of those details that you might be interested in. You guys are absolutely crushing this. Hobby with Cage. I'm trying to be the best. Sixers win, Paul says. That makes them 3-0. Kind of all knew that was going to happen. I heard that Embiid had a bad flagrant foul earlier in the game. Hopefully it's not one that gets him suspended for game 1 of the next series. Bad calls down the stretch. Man, I watched the Denver game last night, and I'm kind of a Minnesota fan, so I was going for Minnesota. The officiating was awful. I mean, it was just terrible. It's like one of the worst officiated playoff games I've ever seen. All right, let's keep going. Now we're going to come back to here, and we're going to sort this. So if you want to follow along with me, click on this sort price and come down here to lowest first. And what we're going to look at is the 10 best deals as of right now. I shouldn't say 10 best deals. The 10 things that are sort of the most affordable. And there's obviously some big time items that are still available. This is one that I'd love a comment on if there's anybody who's from PWCC in the chat. This item, this is something that I'm unaware of. It says unsold underneath it. It's also the only card in the auction that didn't receive an initial bid prior to extended bidding. My guess is, and I didn't know about this, my guess is that items that don't receive at least an initial bid, that they just immediately end before extended bidding really gets going. If that's the case, that's something I didn't know. If somebody could let me know, that would be great. And then we have card number 2, the Max Verstappen Superfractor. This one surprises me that it's as low as it is. I know it's not the set that everybody loves, right? It's a little bit later. It's 2022. But we're talking about a 1-of-1 Superfractor of one of the 2 most recognizable names in all of F1. So to see that card at open auction, not something you're going to see every day, and then it's sitting just at $1,500 surprised me a little bit. Having said that, I'm not a big F1 guy. There's a lot of things I don't know about it, but I kind of thought that this card would be a bigger deal than this. This duel with Jordan LeBron is an interesting card because, and this is, I think, what the big selling point is. Notice the color on the Jordan jersey. That's because this is from an All-Star game. So when I look at a card like this, it sort of makes me shake my head a little bit because you're talking about the second year of Exquisite, which I think most people who loved Exquisite would argue is, like, I would argue it's the best aesthetically. It's the best. This is the best year of Exquisite, far superior to 03. You might make an argument for 05, but this is just a gorgeous card. It's numbered to 10. It's got the 2 most popular players, or at least 2 of the most popular players of the last 30, 40 years on the card. And it's graded a 9.5, and it's at $2,500. It's the sort of card that if it had an autograph on it, if I had autographs on it too, it'd be like, I don't know, 20 times that or 30 times that. To me, as a card collector, I look at that and kind of go, that's just a sweet card for the price. This is a card that I would invite you, this Carmelo, I invite you to click on this one and then do the 360. I actually did it earlier. The holofoil around the window on this specific insert set, this is called the Noble nameplate set. It's a lot thicker than what you usually see on a patch window, and it really like presents really like it's really pretty. The rainbow foil that pops off, it's just a card that pops. That's what most people would say. It's rated 9.5. It's from his rookie year, big time card. Then a card that I wanted to highlight this one. I love this card. Okay. I really do love this card. So open image, new tab. Okay. I want to know what you guys think about this card. Okay. So before you laugh too much at Robert Swift, hear me out. So Logo Man auto of Ray Allen. Up until Steph Curry, I think universally this guy was thought of as the greatest shooter of all time. Not a lot of Logo Man autographs. The very first year of Logo Man autographs, sorry, dual Logo Man autographs. 03 was the first year of dual Logo Man, right? But 04 was the first year of dual Logo Man autographs. Now, most people would say it's unfortunate that he was placed with Robert Swift. And I get that. This is a guy who didn't end up having some like gangbusters NBA career. But what Swift did have was like a connection to those the end of the Sonics teams. It was just a few years after this in 08 when Seattle's team, the Sonics, was taken by Clay Bennett, and now is in Oklahoma City, and sort of the rest is history. But in this card, what you get is one of the final like big moments in the history of the Sonics prior to the Durant era. Obviously, there's only one of them, the greatest shooter of all time. And again, it's sitting at the very bottom of this auction. So, when I look at that, I think if I was a fan of Seattle, or if I was a big time Exquisite fan, like this would be a really cool card to have. Again, it's got Robert Swift on it, a guy who didn't end up having some huge NBA career, but he was a lottery pick. I think memory serves he was the number 12 pick in 2004. It's just a great card. So definitely check that out if you're a Sonics fan. I hope we didn't lose too many people as I just talked about Robert Swift for 10 minutes. Okay. And then card number 6 in the top 10, one of the best RJ Barrett rookie cards in existence. Look at that patch. Just crazy. PSA 9, 10 autograph, 2750 buyer's premium. This is the out of 10, the gold variation. Really one of the nicest cards that you could find of him. And look, the Knicks are good, man. Who's going to win, the Knicks or the Cavs? I want to hear what you guys think about that. That, to me, is the most interesting series that's happening right now. Jalen Brunson is just a dog. I mean, that guy it's just tough. And him and Hart in the backcourt, man, I love that team. I love that team. The only problem with Barrett is that he sort of is competing with some of these guys for time, but you look at his per game numbers, like, and how old he is, that guy's got a chance to be good. And the thing that I like about that is the Knicks are good, guys. The Knicks are really good. So see some comments coming in on Cavs versus Knicks. Let me know what you guys think. Okay, card number 7. I think I could be wrong about this, but I remember for sure that Card Collector 2, Ryan Johnson, pulled a copy of this card. I think this is the card. I'm not 100% sure, but when it was pulled, it was one of the biggest cards that he had ever pulled, I think is what he said at the time. And you sort of, if you remember what Zion Mania was like, this was a huge card when it came out, and it's still a huge card. The gold out of 10, I always talk about this with Immaculate. The gold out of 10, the holofoil on this card is as nice as you will see. It's as nice of a design element as you'll see on any modern day cards. The autograph's perfect. The patch is fantastic. And again, Zion has fallen out of favor for a lot of fans. But the interesting thing about that is he's still who we sort of always knew that he was. He's dominant when he plays. Now, the question of whether he can ever be a guy who stays healthy, that's a really good question. We don't really know. But if he can ever get healthy, he's a guy who can either go win at multiple NBA championships or totally flame out because he can't get healthy. But at $27.50, I think the price is right at this point. Okay, card number 8, the Julio Rodriguez Bowman Chrome rookie auto. We're talking about a 1-of-1 here. Is this a superfractor? It looks like a superfractor to me. I don't know if that's what it's called. I don't see that name on the flip, but it's a 10-10, a great card. The young Julio Rodriguez. Card number 9, we've got the Kevin Durant Gold XRC. One thing that I always feel like we have to remind ourselves when we look at Kevin Durant Gold rookies is he does not have a gold chrome rookie card. For some crazy reason in 2007, Topps decided not to do gold refractors. Huge mistake, right? It's like one of the most popular things of the era. They just didn't do it. In 2006, they made gold refractors number 25. And then in 2007, they were like, nah, we're not going to do anything anymore. And then they came back and they did them again in 2008, I think, when collectors weren't happy about it. But what that means is that for key gold refractor rookies for Durant, this is actually really high on the list. There's only 50 of them. It's a BGS 9.5. And again, it's at 32.50. This is a guy who has a chance to win a championship this year. So I think it's a huge card. And I think as far as pricing goes, this is something that would have been 10 times as much, a couple of years ago. Right now, the price is right on it. All right, and card number 10, another really interesting dual logo man auto. I'm going to open up the image in the new tab. Rashad McCants had some big moments in college, fewer in the NBA, but obviously the sell here, guys. A top 20 player in the history of the NBA, Kevin Garnett, Logo Man autograph, second year of Logo Man autographs for Exquisite. Both autographs are in the same color, which you like to see. The Logo Man is well sort of placed. You'd like to see holofoil, just being real. I think that's one thing that the card is lacking. I think the 1 of 1 might be in holofoil. Hold on, we have an update from our man. Jeremy says, I'm on my way back to the hotel. Should be on in 10 minutes. So we're going to survive, maybe. I might pass out. We'll see. But guys, I love this card. I do because I'm a Garnett fan. And if I want to buy a big Garnett Logo Man auto, I'd rather not pay $50,000 to $100,000 for it. If I can avoid that. In some ways, you look at this and go, this is the way that somebody who is a big Garnett collector can get a Logo Man auto. I don't know. That's sort of, obviously that's me putting my salesman hat on, but that's one way to look at it. And those are the bottom 10 cards in the PWCC April Premier Auction as of right now. Let's go look at comments. All right. Oh man. It's been a while. Okay. So Ray says, but the Verstappen is not the main chase portrait. It's basically an insert 1 of 1. Kind of explains why it's sitting so low, right? I think that those types of things maybe provide us more opportunities. The big time 1 of 1 of the main card, a lot of times so far out of reach, the closest thing you can get to it is like a 1 of 1 insert. But it makes sense why it's cheaper. I appreciate that detail, Ray. Grailed says, I played against Swift in some runs. He was unbelievable. What I remember about him, correct me if I'm wrong, Grailed, he was like an elite passer, like one of the great big man passers that we ever saw. And that was why he went so high in a draft. It was a good draft. Like that 2004 draft, if I'm not mistaken, right after him, you had Al Jefferson went right after him. Chris Humphreys, who had a decent NBA career, came right after him. He was in the same sort of range as Josh Smith and J.R. Smith. And so, Swift was meant to be a big time player. I remember he got all tatted up and he's got super long hair and stuff. And he didn't look like, I think, kind of like a Birdman, kind of didn't look like most NBA players. And so sometimes people who stand out sort of get picked on a little bit. Maybe that's what happened to him, but supreme talent for sure. Ended up being a huge stoner. Yeah. Jay Mollico says Cavs. Yeah, I thought that we'd get split on this. Rosario says Knicks. We've got Ben says Cavs. Spida is going to rally them. Yeah, I'm a big Donovan Mitchell guy. I'm based out of Salt Lake and huge Dads fan. Would love to see him do well. The thing that I keep reminding people of is how much Jalen Brunson caused him issues last year. Remember that the Mavs didn't even have Luka for several games that they were able to win because Brunson was so good. Like that series is just going to be pure joy. Go watch it if you're not watching it already. Deep Value says, Adam, that's some gold knowledge on the no Durant gold. Yeah, it's true, man. It is. Like, I look at that and I go, like, with every other main rookie, like look at LeBron. You say, what are the two biggest LeBron rookies? You're going to say Exquisite. You're going to say the Gold Chrome, right? But with Durant and with every other rookie, for every other rookie during that era, that's what you're going to say. And then with Durant, it's like you're going to say Exquisite, which a lot of people like. A lot of people love that card. Some people don't like it as much. But then what's your best shiny card, Durant? It's like the Chrome White Refractor or one of the other golds, like Finest, or in this case, the Finest XRC. Yes, thank you, my friend. Jesse says, give this guy a mic and he can talk all night. Who needs a co-host? Well, I definitely can talk all night, Jesse. Appreciate it, man. So Deep Value says, Adam, love when you say what a card is lacking or share your personal experience. I love to do it too, man. I love to do it. I've enjoyed doing that. Probably not getting much of it now that we've sort of broken into the different auctions, but every chance that I get to do it for PWCC, I'll take, because guys, I don't take those opportunities for granted. Hold the cards in hand is really a cool experience that I've been really grateful for over the last year. Jay Mollico says Garnett is very underrated in the hobby. Amen, man. Like his biggest stuff though, sells really well. So I have two big Garnets. I've got his PMG Championship at 50, and I've got probably his best card from the Prism era. I've got his 2012 gold, and it's the number 5 of 10. It's his jersey number, which is kind of cool. It was his only Celtics Prism card. He went to the Nets the next year. I've had some serious offers on both of those, and I don't tell you that to brag. I tell you that because his big market, like there are some guys that really love big time Garnets. But I agree, for how good he was, probably not as much as he should. Jesse says, I hate Garnett. I've heard you say this before. I knew this was true. I think you had some Garnett story, Jesse, if I remember right, that really turned you off to him. Lakers fan. Ben says he hates him too. Ben says, dude talks too much. Minnesota Garnett was more fun than Boston Garnett. I'll give you that. But the anything is possible moment against the Lakers, against Kobe's Lakers, to me, it's an all-time moment in NBA history, right? That Celtics team didn't go out and sign a bunch of free agents. That Celtics team organically created the team through trades, and in 1 year became one of the most memorable teams of all time. And I get it. There's some elements to him that I don't love either, but that team was so much fun. The best part of Garnett was Marbury. Good evening, new friend here, Sports Cards Live. Well, John Hill, I will only be here alone this one time. This is the only time it's ever going to happen. And the other thing I want to say about that real quick, right before Jeremy jumps on, we've done this show now for literally 2 years. This is the first time either one of us has ever missed a moment of the show. So we both love doing this show, like so much. Both Jeremy and I are guys that I've been in the hobby over 30 years, 34 years. Jeremy's been in the hobby even longer. Neither of us have ever left. We've both just loved it forever. And so just getting together and talking about cards is like, it's amazing that we get to do this. And that this is like part of my job is incredible. All right. Grailed says, great. We're back to Robert Swift. Great passer, good athlete, poor shooter. Yeah, good call. The hobby is alive, Boston Authentic. Welcome, my friend. The one and only Adam Rip says, I want a Jesse Brock 1-of-1 dual auto. Maybe we'll put it out in BCF, Adam. You never know. How is it that everybody started doing these 1-of-1 or these cards for hobby content creators after we did it with BCF? I don't know. I'm not going to take any credit, but that's what happened. All right. D Value says, when you give the video reviews, I like how you share how important it is to have the very best card of a player. Yeah, I think people really care about that, right? And so understanding, this is what I think a lot of people don't understand, is that cards have an importance. They tell a story in terms of like their sort of like their importance in the hobby. Sometimes people look at a card, they're like maybe a little bit like they've been in the hobby a little bit less, and they'll say, oh, this card's cool because it's a patch auto, or this card is cool because it's old, or it looks a certain way. But you have to understand like more than that, like why it's important to the hobby, where it like sits in the pantheon of importance, how critically important it is to representing that player's career. And to me, those are the parts that like as people mature in the hobby, they start to really understand. And frankly, we need to get to that point where we as a hobby understand those things more And so whenever I get the chance to sort of talk about how I feel about that, I always try to. The Celtics did not LeBron it. The Celtics did not LeBron it. You have to clarify that one for me, Jay Monaco. Okay, Jeremy's just a few minutes away. While he's just checking in, we're going to go away from the sort price lowest, and we're going to go back to featured items. And we're going to just start hitting just the first few. And maybe when Jeremy gets here, we'll do what we normally do, which is sort of the first two rows. So a card that I've received, I think, 4 messages on in the last 3 days is this Michael Jordan 03 emblems of endorsement. And I tell you guys that I've gotten all those messages because I think it's interesting that we went through in 2020 and 2021 this huge, crazy spike in the hobby, right? This card would have been several $100,000 just a year or two ago. And now we've gotten back to the point where normal people or more normal people can sort of look at a card and say, hey, I might be able to afford that. This Jordan, I think, fits in this world. You know, the story on this is from 2003, so from the year of Exquisite. Oh, let me take Jay Malaco's comment off. Sorry about that, guys. It's from the set. It is a gorgeous dual patch autograph. The autograph on this is just, in fact, let me bring this up. The autograph on this card just looks exactly like you want it to, guys. Extends like 80% of the length of the card. The left patch here is as nice as you'll find. The right patch is obviously just, uniform, but that's not jersey material. That's patch material, right? You can tell it's not mesh. It's like off of the lettering or the numbering. But, the real sell here is you're looking at a card that, like, out of 15 is one of the rarest inserts from one of the most important basketball sets that's ever come out. And so, when you look at a card like that, it's like that's the sort of card that I think a lot of people would like to have as like a pillar or foundational piece of their collection. And I get it. If I was allowed to bid, this is the sort of card that I would be looking at in this auction, because a lot of Jordan's autograph patches and autographs, a lot of them have come down to the point where they're more sort of like there might be a way to get into that card. There might be a way to acquire it. And so I think that's why so many people are looking at it, is because it could fill a real huge gap in their collection. The other thing that I'll say is people, I think, in the hobby view this card and cards like it as like a really supreme autograph patch card. I have, over the course of the last 5 years, have really like shifted to like this is not an autograph patch card. This is an elite Jordan insert card. And when you think about it like that, it's like Jordan has no key inserts that are numbered to 15. It's so rare, right? You got this at 15. You've got the number pieces to 23. In 2003, you also have the limited logos to 75, the autograph patches to 100, and then the noble nameplates to 25. I think that's it. I might have missed one. There's not a lot of them, and most of them are really rare. So it's just an unbelievable card. And I think that's why it got the number 1 spot here in our auction this month, because I think there's several people who are interested in a card like that. We already talked about the Mickey Mantle. We already talked about the Patrick Mahomes in spot number 3, and the LeBron. We actually talked about each of these as well. And I'm very pleased to say, as I'm watching the bottom left right now, that a grayed out image. There we go. He's here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sound great. Never looked better than you do in this moment, my friend.
I apologize, but I'm happy to be here, and thank you, Adam. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. I am in my hotel room at the Toronto Expo. I apologize. I don't know what you've been saying. I don't know how my connection is, but I'm glad to be here, Adam. Thank you for carrying the show.
Well, what I'll just add real quick is I'll get you up to date, but easily the most common comment over the course of the last hour has been, what did you do with Jeremy Lee? Bring him back immediately, because we don't want to just listen to you. And I don't blame those guys. You do an amazing job on the show, and I'm just grateful to be your right-hand man here for it. But here's what we've done, Jeremy. We've gone through the top 10 most expensive items as of half an hour ago, and we've gone through the bottom 10 items in terms of price. And then we just sort of started over just about 5 minutes ago and started like back, with the number one spot, and we're sort of making our way through now. Now that you're back on, I think I might, because you don't have your extra screen with you, I might pull this over and make this window a little bit larger so that we can cover the 2 rows at a time. Do you want to do that? Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me. Yeah.
Okay.
And I was just at a dinner event, and we had a crew from PWCC there. So I said, I said, as I was saying goodnight to everybody, I said, I'm going back to my hotel to do the PWCC Premier show. And when I look at it, we're going back to the PA show, the Premier Auction show. And they were very grateful, even though I had to be the first one to leave the event that I was organizing, but it's all good. It's all good. I had a good time. And
what was your sense at the show? Is the hobby just hopping right now? That's what I'm getting from everybody at a show who's going to shows right now, is that shows are packed. People are having a blast.
Well, so it is Thursday night. It was the VIP night. It was only open from 4 till 8 Eastern, the Expo. But yeah, people, I mean, I had a great day personally at the show, and all the vendors that I spoke to I said, I did better than I expected today from a selling and trading perspective. And the guys that I talked to all said the exact same thing. People were having sort of low expectations. It's in Toronto. The Toronto Maple Leafs are playing game 2 of their playoff match tonight. And I think when I left the Jack Astor's tonight, which was the kind of the restaurant bar we were at, the Leafs were up 7-2 against Tampa. So that's really good for tomorrow at the show, because we're in Toronto, and the better the show is doing, the better that the moods that everyone will be in tomorrow at the show. Today, it's not everyone was in a great mood. They were nervous. There was a nervous energy, but it had nothing to do with the hobby. It had to do with the local hockey team. And so I'm really excited for the rest of the weekend now.
Man, I love how you guys love your hockey. And we've had 3 or 4 comments within the chat tonight, and that's despite the fact that we've got all the basketball going on, 3 huge basketball games tonight. I think the next couple hours might be a little bit weird for us because I am going to be forced to sort of like focus in on the going through the items, which is normally your thing. Do you want me to do the comments too, or do you want to do the comments? We didn't really talk about that.
Yeah, I can do the comments. I'm seeing them right now. I just want, again, hi everybody. I'm Adam, grateful for you. Have you been having a good time in my absence?
It's a lot better now that you're here. No, we've had I think we've had a good time. We've had really good conversation so far, and the comments in the chat.
Jesse, Craig. Awesome. Yeah. So let me just do it. I just want to do, so first of all, Justin Vick is correct. I just got to say that this event that I organized tonight, we had 80 people come to it. I made the reservation for 75. We had 80 people show up, and it was a cross section of the hobby. It was wonderful. And yes, I am beaming. It was just a great day and evening overall tonight. Jeff Morris, hi Jeff, is right. When the Leafs are winning in the playoffs, it's going to be better for the Expo. I don't know about what percent spike it is, but yeah, it was tomorrow and the rest of the weekend is going to be great. And Jesse, so I got in. I do not drink a lot, okay? But when I'm at these things, I had a Coors Light, and then someone bought me a second one, and yeah, it's all I'm saying is it was a fun evening. So thank you, Diamond Card Collector. Hello to you, Jeff. What is Jeff saying? At least Adam should be collecting Seth Jones hockey cards. I don't know why he makes that comment, Jeff, but Seth Jones is a bona fide defenseman for sure. So yeah. You want to bring up what you want on the screen, Adam, and I'm happy to, opine on the cards.
Well, you caught it. You caught up right in where we were on the comments. I just want to make sure we don't miss any. Yeah, let's go straight to that one. I know you love a lot of the 90s Jordan cards. What do you think? What was your first thought when you saw this one?
On the Thunder and Lightning, I got to tell you, I think it's a prettier card than the Scoring Kings. And the Scoring Kings is the one that everybody seems to go crazy for. I don't remember the Scoring Kings being a major card when I was, in the 90s for me. But I know that those, you basketball collectors who collected the 90s inserts at the time, Scoring Kings was like the first important insert. I feel like this is a similar looking card. I think the Thunder and Lightning is just a nicer card overall. Scoring Kings, it's got that, it almost, it's got like a tempered sort of look to it where the lightning and the background doesn't pop off the card. This one, it pops off the card. And I can't see it very big right now. I'm on my laptop right now, so I can't even see it, but I do know what it looks like. And I think the Thunder and Lightning, yeah, like that card, I think it's just a more well-produced image and overall execution than the Scoring Kings, if that's fair, Adam.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment. I think your point about the Scoring Kings being so important, as a card that came out early for all inserts. I think that's true. I agree with you also that where I lived, it wasn't like subly important card at the time, but I think it was for some people where they lived. The Scoring Kings was. This card came out 4 years later. It's way rare, but the sell to me on this one, Jeremy, is that the front and the back both refract. And like you think about like all the cards historically that like have this beautiful refracting front and back. There's very few. And so I think aesthetically, this one sort of wins the day. And as a Pop 24 and a PSA 10, it's also a card that you just don't see come up very often because there aren't that many of them.
Agreed. I just have to, Adam Rips. I mean, you're half right, Adam Rips. I hope I'm not slurring Adam Gray, but I did have two beers, but I feel like I'm okay. I like Jeff Morris clarifies. Thank you, Jeff Morris. Michael Ham in the house. Good to see you, Ham. What's going on? See, this is important too. What Benjamin says here, Adam, is that a lot more copies of Scoring Kings printed than the Thunder and Lightning. And I don't know. Yes, I have no idea what those print runs are or the populations. But to me, there was a post on Instagram the other day where somebody, I guess, was very excited about some 90s inserts. This is related to hockey, but it would apply to anything. And someone else made a post saying, kind of like he was frustrated with how some people are trying to say what cards were important from the 90s. Kind of a leave it to us who were there to tell you what's important. And my thought was, no, these things are fluid. They can change. No one is right. And just because something was more important back then doesn't mean it's going to always be important. Now, I'm not saying that that's not the case in every instance, but it is often the case that some cards gain notoriety as time goes on. And for me, who wasn't collecting 90s basketball inserts in the 90s, I would much prefer a Thunder and Lightning to a Scoring Kings. And I know that a lot of pure basketball collectors would say, you're crazy, but that's okay. That's how I want. That's what I like better. So I'm not going to worry about what you felt was important 25 years ago. I'm going to go with what I feel is important today.
I love that comment. And I think the only thing I'd add to it is if there's anybody in the chat who can go verify this, I'll bet you that if you look at the PSA total pop for the Scoring Kings and you compare it to this, I'll bet there's 20x the Scoring Kings that have been graded, 10 to 20x, somewhere in there. Maybe I'm way off, but that was a 1 per box insert, right? And this is, I think this is like 1 in 192 from a product that was a lot less produced. I'll bet it's 20x. It's going to be a huge difference. So if anybody can go check that out, let us know. I'll take this one off the screen now, and we'll go back to the main rows, and we'll sort of like take off where we left off. Do you want to do comments real quick?
I'd love to. First of all, Mikey, thank you for commenting on my smile. Molico says Scoring Kings was big in the Northeast. Like, that's interesting what the different regions were feeling back in the day. David Owen says that it glows in the dark. So is that right? That's really, really cool. So very cool. Jesse Craig, I've been in and out. I'm not sure if you've talked about it yet, but the emblems Jordan is amazing. That is the best insert from 2003. Exquisite. That is sitting crazy cheap right now. I mean, crazy. Big. Is that the one on the screen right now at the top left? It is.
Yeah. And Jesse, we talked about that one for probably close to 10 minutes. I was telling the chat, like I had 4 different people reach out in the last 2 days, specifically on this card to say, tell me about it, right? Like, tell me what you think about this card. Tell me about specifically what you think about this copy. It's sitting very cheap right now. And Jesse's right. It's the rarest of all of the MJ inserts from 03 Exquisite.
Awesome. And vintage card collector. I'm going to say it now, vintage. If Jeremy says Jekyll Morden, then we're in trouble. I that's the only time I will say it tonight. Good comment, vintage. I like that. Andrew says the only cap to the Scoring Kings is the high pop. The only cap to the Scoring Kings is the high. Oh, I guess he's saying like a price cap maybe, or is he saying, I'm not really sure what he means by that. Do you?
I'm not 100% sure either, but I know Andrew's a smart guy. I'd love to hear him clarify there what he's thinking.
So these cards here that I see on the screen right now, these 6 cards, like I love the 53 Topps Mickey Mantle. I think it's an absolute stunner of a card. I saw one today at the Expo. It was a PSA authentic, altered, and it was a really nice copy. And I always kind of wonder. I was actually looking at it with somebody who was interested in the card, and they said, I'd rather pay $500 more for an authentic copy in a low grade. And so, what is the? It's my screen is really small. Is that a PSA 6?
It's a PSA 8.
8. Yeah, I mean that. I absolutely. Here, I'm gonna see if I can zoom in.
I'll make it. Sorry, I'm doing my job poorly. You'll have to forgive me, but thank you for the hint to make it big here. This will help you, Jeremy. One sec.
Yeah, like I love this card. Listen, I've grown to love the 52 Topps Mantle just for how it looks and its iconicism, but I think that the 53 is, it's no less beautiful than the 52. It might be slightly less iconic, maybe even majorly less iconic, but this is a beautiful, beautiful card in its own right. And I mean, look at the red edge on the bottom left. The bottom left edge and the bottom left of the bottom edge. I'm trying to exclude where it goes white, but the red edging is very nice for this card. But obviously it is. It's a near mint to mint card. So Jesse Craig says here, I like 53 more than 52 personally. I think a lot of people hold that opinion for sure. And I just want to thank Deep Value Investor for letting me know that Adam did great. I knew he would. And Adam, I got to tell everybody, Adam took it very seriously, wanted to make sure that he, was able to carry the show. And I had Adam, as I told you last, leading up to today, I have zero concerns that you would do it. So thank you again for holding down the fort while I was gone.
Dude, you're so welcome. Just back to the mantle real quick. For the Iconic 100, we had several mantles on the list for being able to vote on them. This was one of only 3 mantles that made the list, and it was in the 30s. I think it was like around 35. Sports Card Pete, who I had on to talk about this, one of the things he said is, he's like, if you're just going to look at the image, and I think this is what Jesse was getting at, just look at the image, 52 and 53, 2 of the best looking cards of all time. A lot of people, if you just put the cards in front of your mom and say, which one looks better? I think a lot of people are going to take the 53, the colors and the background, and it's just gorgeous. And the fact that this one, is as high a grade as it is obviously what makes it so rare. You just don't see 8s move very, very often.
I think I'm of that mindset, and it's obviously going to be a lot more affordable. But no matter what, we cannot minimize the importance of the 52 Topps being that 1 year early, that first one. But this is a card that I look at as, listen, the 52 Topps Mantle it's reached levels that are just out of most people's reaches, even in like PSA 1 condition. You cannot. Someone told me today that they moved a copy of this thing that had paper loss around all 4 edges. Like it was missing like a half an inch around the whole border. Like someone put tape on it, ripped it off. It still got over $20,000. So the 53 to me is a very worthwhile alternative. What's this at right now in the auction?
It's over $100,000. I mean, it's 90 plus BP. It's 108.
But it'd be over $1 million if it was a 52.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. And again, you look at the pop. I think if I remember right, there's like around 100 of them. Somebody check that for us. Maybe 100, 150.
And I mean, look, Jeff Morris says 53 is a beautiful set. Mikey, the 53 artwork is priceless. My favorite card of maybe all vintage cards from a overall design aesthetic image perspective is the the Willie Mays from 53 Tops. I've said it before. I love that card. It's way nicer than his 52. So 53 Tops, I don't think should be overlooked by people. It's just beautiful, and the mantle being the main card is very worthy. But of these 6, I mean, you have the 2 Jordans that I'm seeing right now. On the left, the 2 Exquisites. Of course, we see the Patrick Mahomes on a regular basis. You got the Black Lotus. So yeah, a great grouping of 6 right there, Adam.
Jeff Morris says, is there a 1953 Black Lotus? And a comment from earlier, I was sharing some of the cards that were like the biggest cards of the auction. And Jeff said, how in the world can Mickey Mantle be like less than Black Lotus? Mickey's rolling over in his grave. And we talked about like the rarity and some of those things. And so I love Jeff's sort of playful comment there. That's awesome. Let's go down to the next 6. You up for that?
Oh, I am up for it.
All right. Now I wonder which one you're going to talk about here.
Yeah, I mean, another nice grouping. I like the Steph in the top middle, but of course, let's just go to the Exquisite RPA Connor McDavid out of 97. Looks like it's a 10. Is that a PSA 10 on the card and the autograph? Oh, gem 10 on the card, authentic autograph. I mean, this card to me is, I believe there's a Cup RPA in this auction as well.
There is. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I actually think if you were to compare the 2 cards, and I don't want to take anything away from the Cup RPA, because no matter what I say or what we think is the Cup, I think is the more prestigious card. I think it's the card that is just the ultimate card of any hockey player for their RPA. That said, this card, I like the aesthetics better. You have a bigger patch. You just have a card that I like the design of it better personally. So yeah, this is a beautiful card. And I saw 2 Cup RPAs at the Expo today, and they're all 3 colors, all 99, except maybe 2 or 3 colors. I didn't see any Exquisite. And people asked, more than at least 2 people asked me today if I had this card, which I don't. I wish I did. And they weren't asking for the Cup card. So this is a great card. But then there were people that asked for the Cup too. And I directed one guy in particular to both of those Cup RPAs that I saw. And he said, well, I'll let you know if I make a deal. I'll tell them you sent me. I said, great. But this is an amazing card. And I just wish I would have bought one when I had a chance for, 5% of the price.
I think when I look at this card, not knowing anything about hockey, right? Like I didn't even know there was an Exquisite and the Cup version for Connor McDavid until seeing this auction. Aesthetically, I think you're right. It's pretty easily the Exquisite. And so what it comes down to is like, which variable matters most to you? We always talk about like sort of isolating different variables when comparing cards. And in this case, you've got a card that I think most people are going to agree the Exquisite's superior aesthetically, and it has the larger patch window. But then on the other side of it, you have the card that is like from the main set that everybody loves, going all the way back to Crosby and Ovechkin, right? Like you have the Cup rookie card. They both came out of the Cup, correct me if I'm wrong, but one is sort of viewed as like the base set true rookie card, and that's the Cup. Am I thinking about that the right way?
So you're right. The Exquisite did come out of the Cup. I believe you bought a tin of the Cup and you got a 1 or 2 card pack inserted within the tin of Exquisite. And if you hit this one, you just hit the big hit from it. You got very lucky. In my personal opinion, and I don't know what Beckett would say or what the overall hobby. I think the overall hobby is with me that this is a true RPA. This to me is a true rookie card. I would argue that, but I don't know what sort of technical facts I could back it up with, other than it matches the definition of most of the criteria that are required to be a rookie card. So to me, this is a true RC, just like the Cup is a true RC. The only difference is that Exquisite wasn't a standalone product. It was
Right.
inserted in other products along, as a box topper type of thing, as a bonus. And part of the reason for that is because the deal that Upper Deck made with the NHL and the NHLPA, maybe just, I don't know if it was one or both of those groups, was that the cup would always be the highest end product in hockey under that licensing agreement. So while Exquisite is on the same level as the cup is in general, they need to ensure that the cup is the most important, highest end product in hockey. So I think Upper Deck just found a way to include Exquisite and put it out there and make it, it's like a 1A and 1B. But for a lot of people, Exquisite is preferred from an aesthetics perspective, and deservedly so, just like 52 top, 53 over 52. And if I can just touch on that back for one moment, where Jeff Morris says, love the Jackie Robinson from 53, which I agree. The only difference there, I think the 52 Jackie is a beautiful card too, if that's a discussion. But sorry, to come back, yeah, Mikey, just wow on the McDavid. Ray says this one is sitting at half the price, but a superior card. And he's comparing it to the cup. This is half the price. There's 2 fewer copies produced compared to the cup. And again, I think it's a nicer copy overall. Ray, it goes on to say this is a PSA 10. That's very important. So am I heading to the landing? I am not. It's right across the street. I am not Dave Snyder. I am not. So yeah, that's he's talking about a venue called the Landing Strip, if you want to use your imagination.
Got you. Hey, before we jump off of this card, is his jersey number is 97? Is it, that's right? And so is this like his jersey numbered parallel this year, or does he also have and I shouldn't say parallel, sorry, but like does he have a parallel in the cup that's also serial numbered out of 97?
So he doesn't. In the up until 2015, 16, it must have been 15 or 14. Upper Deck in the cup, they would do the main RPA, and then they would do a jersey numbered gold parallel. And
Right.
at a certain point in time, I don't know if it was 15 or 14, they did away with the jersey numbered, and they replaced it with a gold RPA parallel numbered out of 24 or 12. So the McDavid, I believe, would be out of 12.
Okay.
In Exquisite, the only RPA they did was the jersey numbered.
Got
So if you wore, like, listen, if Connor McDavid wore a much lower number, like 20 or under type of thing, this would be a more valuable card than the cup. But it's only 2 fewer, so the cup still reigns supreme.
Awesome. Great details on this. I'm going to close this window down when we come back to these 6. Jeremy, if there's one guy that we've seen over the course of the last couple of months who I think has seen a pretty significant fall in some of his values, it's this guy right here. It's Luka. I believe we saw this card sell for over $1 million. This is the Emerald version, number 5 out of 5, featuring an incredible patch, autographs perfect on it, and then a 9 grade. One of the things that I like to talk to people about a lot is like, when is the right time to buy? And so, what that doesn't mean is, hey, this card's definitely going to go up right away. But I think it's fair to say that like it's a lot better idea to buy a Luka card today than it would have been 12 months ago or 24 months ago, because of the huge, decrease we've seen in a lot of his different cards. To me, like I consider myself sort of a value guy. Like I want to buy things when they're lower rather than when they've, already skyrocketed. To me, I look at a card like this and I kind of go, again, it's still a lot of money. I can't afford this card, but now it's sort of manageable. And it wasn't 6 months ago. It wasn't a year ago or 2 years ago. And so, the best Luka, you can make the case that outside of the Prism Black and the Logo Man RPAs, this is the best Luka card in existence. And it's at, what's it right now? 90 grand after buyer's premium.
If this card was truly $1 million, like, yeah.
I think it was. I think it sold for over $1 million. Somebody in the chat, like, go check that if you can. Like, I think it sold for $1 million.
Well, then now if it's at 90K right now, and we'll see what it ends at, but you cannot logically say that now is not a better time to buy this card than any time over the last couple of years. And that goes for lots of cards. I think the question that people ask themselves is, will it go down any further? And we'll find out tonight what this card ends at. The risk you run there is, it may, but it also may go in the other direction. Now, if he was in the playoffs, which, he isn't, that doesn't help the card. And that might be why tonight might be and right now on the calendar year is probably when people are most down on Luka. Yep. In the greater scheme of things, he's a great player. He's going to have a great career, but over the period from 2021 up until 2020, at least up until the just before next season starts, this is probably the best time to buy this card, because as soon as next season is on the horizon, that's when every player has all the potential in the world to do great things. So values could start to go back as far as the cycle goes. And yeah, this might be a great time to buy this particular card.
It's what's so great about cards as assets is there's this huge amount of variance that can come in for something as simple as the playoffs, right? It literally was 3 months ago where everybody and their brother was like, Luka Doncic is the next LeBron, Kobe, Jordan, he's the next guy. And now it's well, actually, I know he's still putting up all those stats, but he's not on a good enough team, so we're not going to buy him. Well, who knows though, right? Who knows what the Mavericks do? Who knows if he stays with the Mavs? Who's to say this guy isn't a Laker in a few years? I hate to say that because I know we've got some big Mavs fans on here, and I don't wish that on them. But when I think about his talent and I think about how people perceive him as a great player and where he has the chance to go, I just can't help but thinking timing wise, this isn't the best time to be moving a card like this, but the seller's loss might be somebody else's gain. And
I agree with all that. Matt Clark, look at this comment here. I mean, this exact card sold for $900,000 6 months ago. It's at 10% of that right now.
10%, Jeremy.
Now that, what, it's funny. I say that, and I say that with with a big kind of element of surprise. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what it sold for 6 months ago. It's a data point. It's something to take into consideration. But the question is, what is that card worth today? Because we're only moving forward in time. We are not moving backward. So, but it's hard to ignore that. And, when you look at it, it's this card. I'd love to be the buyer of this card right now versus being the seller. That's for sure.
I feel the same way. Let's jump back to these six. Do you want to hit some of the comments while we scroll down?
Yeah, well, Vintage makes the comment, I'm not sure Luka will easily go back up. There was a lot baked into his prices. Right. So if there was a lot baked in at 900 grand or whatever the card was at whatever value, and he hasn't, the baked in elements are usually championships and MVPs. If he hasn't had an MVP or a championship yet and he gets one, I would expect the prices to move towards those all-time highs. Towards might be 5% towards them. It might not, I'm not saying 100% all the way back up to them, but it might be towards them. I would expect that to be the case. So again, yeah, now might be the best time ever to buy that card, but it might not. I'm not saying it might not. We don't know. I don't know what the future is going to hold.
Yeah, it's still 90 grand, right? It's easy to get lost in this. $90,000 is obviously still a ton of money. And think about in hobby dollars, what $90,000 gets you. It's still a lot, but you sort of think about its potential as far as how people think about Luka and what he has the chance to be. And it's obviously, like you said earlier, I think you put it really well. It's a lot more intriguing today than it was 12 months ago, or in this case, 6 months ago to a lot of us.
And two more comments. Ben Diamond says he's not a GOAT or even close. No, I think that's obvious. He's not yet. It's like Connor McDavid in hockey. He's got all the skill, but he doesn't have, he does have some personal accolades, but he doesn't have Stanley Cups. Luka doesn't have championships. I mean, it seems like Jokic has all the MVPs lately. So does Luka have an MVP on his resume yet? No. So he's certainly not a GOAT yet. But when I think to myself, what I know about the history of basketball, and I've said this before, Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, who Steph Curry, and then who? I think those guys are all, you can say those names together. And I'm not saying Steph is a Jordan, but he's an all-timer. He's a very important player. And then you've got like Giannis, who's a great player. Some people would say Kevin Durant. And then who after Giannis? Is it Luka? I feel like that's what everyone is telling me is going to happen. That's what I'm seeing. I'm picking up what they're all putting down. And if that's the case, yeah, he's not a GOAT or even close yet, but he might be on his way. Matt also says at 900K, 3 chips and 3 MVPs were built in. How old's Luka now? Is he 23?
Maybe 23, 24.
So is he ever going to get to this 3 and 3? Who knows? Is he going to get to 1 and 1, 1 and 2? Maybe. I mean, it depends what the Mavs do. It depends if he stays or goes. But yeah, it's no matter what, to buy this card for 10% of what it went for in the past is an intriguing way to look at it. Even though, as I said before, we're only moving forward.
Awesome. Let's look at the next 6. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, these are really, and it's not on you just because I'm on a small monitor. These are very small for me. Is that Tatum on the bottom right?
Yeah, I thought you might take that one.
Yeah, I love Tatum's play. I'm not a Celtics fan, but I like the green. I think Tatum is a great player, and I love the looks of that card. It reminds me of the Mahomes card, of the flawless Mahomes, just in the layout. And yeah, again, everybody please understand, and this is not on you, Adam. I am running blind. I don't know what this card is at right now. I don't have the auction open on I only have this one screen right now. But that is what is that at, Adam?
It's 84,000 after BP.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a beautiful card, and I believe in Tatum personally. I would be personally buying Tatum over many other players right now, but again, please don't take that as advice because I'm not an expert in basketball. But I like the card, and I like the player.
Well, they're dispatching of the Hawks relatively very quickly here. They've dealt with a lot of adversity over the last year. They lost their coach to sort of a big time scandal, and that always rocks a team when something like that happens. So I think Tatum has really seen this roller coaster the last 12 months. He's handled it exceptionally well, though. A lot of people have him as like a top 5, 6 sort of guy in the NBA. He's a guy who, from a measurables perspective and runway perspective, just has a chance to be like in that next real group. So it's interesting. We're just talking about Luka, right? If you look at Luka and you look at Tatum, you don't have to squint too much to sort of think that maybe Tatum is the it guy instead of Luka. And the reason that I say that is he's got this great team around him. He's already he's already been to the finals. Measurables, just elite, and work and work ethic. Just he's the guy in a lot of different ways. Came out just a year ahead of Luka. Didn't have sort of the same international craze, but in this case, what we have is a card that's getting close to 6 figures, and we haven't seen too many 6 figures Tatum sells here. Like this is a big sell, and especially for a card that's not it's not a national treasures. It's we've seen flawless and national treasures sort of coming together over the course of the last year. This is another one of these moments where you look at it and you go, oh wow, a Jason Tatum flawless card that's not even 1 of 1 is sitting at 84,000. But I get it, like. Go compare this RPA aesthetically to an NT. You're probably going to pick this one. And then consider the fact that it's game used as well. Beautiful autograph and serial number to 5. And then again, the foil around it is also matching the Celtics. It's an appetizing card with a 10 grade and 10 auto. It checks all of the boxes. So I like that you pointed out that one. I'll move over to this one real quick, Jeremy, because we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence in this card, right? We saw it get down into that 140 and 150 range pretty regularly. Well, here we are today. It's 160 pre-BP. It's almost 200 grand right now, man. Yeah. And I think that speaks to how often we saw it, and now we're not seeing it as much these days. Do you think that maybe is some of the reason why we're seeing it sort of tick back up a little bit?
I mean, if in fact we are seeing it less frequently in the last couple of months than we were in like the 6 months leading up to the last couple of months, then yes, I think that does make sense. So, and not all tens are the same. It depends how the centering is. This one looks to be really nice. Again, I'm looking at it very small. It might be slightly off to the left I think slightly off to the left, but still a very nice copy from this angle. And yeah, that does make sense to me.
Awesome.
I want to go to Adam Rip's comment here. Would you be buying someone like Tatum over upcoming superstars like Dylan Brooks? This is where I will kind of share how I approach it. And yes, I would. You may be paying more because Tatum is more established and maybe has a better resume than an upcoming superstar, but it depends on your level of risk and how much prospecting you want to do. And it's like that's a risk sort of thing. And so really you got to look at what you enjoy in the hobby. Do you enjoy prospecting more, or do you enjoy putting your money into a player who is more established and you have more confidence is going to be a superstar? Personally, I go with the more established superstar. I'd rather spend a little bit more money and get the established player versus taking the risk on the unestablished player. But if you know something special about a player like Dylan Brooks in that you think he's like a guarantee or as close to a guarantee as you can get, then you have to make that decision. But to Adam Rips's comment, yeah, I personally would be going with someone like Tatum over an upcoming superstar.
Well, Dylan Brooks is Adam Rips's job of sort of trying to troll us, and our friend David Owens is recognizing that too. Dylan Brooks is having himself a moment in the NBA, mostly because he's good at trolling other players, right? Last night he said in the post game with LeBron, he said, I don't respect anybody until he gives me 40, and I don't think LeBron's who he was when he was with Miami or Cleveland. Those things, that might be true, but Dylan Brooks is insane, right? He is just an insane human being. I personally love it, though, because I want to see these guys compete and get after each other, but that's neither here nor there. Tatum is one of the faces of the NBA now, and I would say he likely will be for the next 10 years. And so I'm with you on that one, Jeremy. I just scrolled down to the next 6. You want to take another one?
Yeah, but before, I just have to say I did do some research into Tatum the other day, a few days ago, and he was 6 overall in the NBA as far as scoring went, I believe. Mm-hmm. I think that's a telling sign. And he's being successful in the playoffs so far this year. So Mikey says has not even reached his prime. That's an exciting thing to consider right there. So yeah, Ben Diamond says put money into who you like, collectibles, not investments. So I think they're collectibles, but when you're putting $90K or $30K, that's an investment as well. There's been a lot of talk about this lately. No one's gonna get me off of the fact that it's up to the individual to decide if they are investing in a card. It's not up to anyone else to tell you this. It's not up to Ben Diamond to tell you it's investment or not. It's not up to P. Ryan to tell you it's investment or not. It's up to you as a hobbyist to decide if you are investing in a card or if you are collecting the card. And please don't let anybody tell you either way. You make that decision. I just had to get that off my chest, Adam.
On that note, this is sort of a personal question, but so don't answer obviously if you don't want to, but when you think about your investments that you've made in your life, like as a whole, like stocks, right? Public equities, other types of investments, and you look at your cards, where do cards fall in terms of how well they've done as investments compared to those other things?
I mean, it's not even close for me personally. I'm fortunate to have purchased a lot of my cards, pre-2010, like way pre-pandemic. So for me, when I purchased them, if I spent what it was significant dollars to me in a card, I considered the investment potential, and I was very interested in what I would be able to eventually sell them for when I'm going to eventually sell them when I'm 75 years old. That's kind of my horizon, my timeline. So much better. In Canada, we have something called the RRSP. It's kind of like your 401k in the US. It's a retirement savings plan. I contribute to it, but I don't enjoy it. And it's done paltry compared to how my personal collection is done in value. I've lost money on cards, of course, but overall, the unrealized returns of my personal deployment of capital into cardboard is way better than if I had than the investments I've made into my retirement fund and my cash investment account. So it's not even close for me. And maybe that's partially why, because just because the overall indices of the hobby are down in the last couple of years, this is a blip on the radar in the whole scheme of things in a 40-year period, let's say. It's a blip. It's a big blip, but it's a blip over time. And so to me, the talk that, that cards aren't investments, that's fine and dandy if you're talking about yourself. And I'm not saying you have to go tell everyone they are investments. It's up to you. And not all cards are worthy. Not all cards are worthy. But some are. Some are. And they may not always be, but they are. And for the past, I've been doing this hobby for 42 years, and I've thank God I have, because my net worth has benefited greatly because of it. So that, that's where I'm coming from.
I think, if you want to clip that last couple of minutes and throw it into an Instagram reel, you'll get quite the response. Because
can I do another topic here, another comment, Adam, if you don't
mind? Of course, yeah. I just wanted to say real quick that I love that answer. Thanks, Jeremy.
LT says, how do you prep for taxes with the card business? Well, if you are in the business of buying and selling cards, you need to keep accounting records, and you need to know your income, which is going to be your revenue minus your expenses, and your expenses include the amount of money that you have in the card. If you sell a card for $1,000 that you paid $500 for, you have $500 of taxable income, gross, minus your expenses, travel, setup fees, banking fees, eBay fees, PayPal fees, PWCC fees. All these fees are going to come off the top. Depends on where you show setup fees. So you just have to having an accountant is probably the best way to do it. But I want to also say, I saw somebody say recently, are you going to report your profits when the card you bought for $10 went up to $1,000? Well, no, you don't need to report, only if you realize it. Your cards can go up in value infinitely. You don't have to pay taxes on that unrealized gain. Just to make that I think most people understand that. I was a little shocked that I saw somebody make that comment in the first place. And then Ben says, for me, I just enjoy card, just a hobby, escape, not thinking about future value. Yeah. And that is more than fair. I support that, Ben. I encourage it for you, but that's your approach, and you're more than welcome to. I love this hobby. Everybody can approach it differently. But I have to say, Ben, if your net worth is $1 million and you're going to put 10% of that into a card, are you not thinking about the future value? And I'm not saying you're going to do that, but if you did, would you not think about the future value? Because that's like, I always use the terminology significant money. If you are putting what is significant to you into a card, if you're not thinking about the future value, I think you're being irresponsible. That's my personal take on it. And you don't have to agree with it. No one has to.
I think we're pretty aligned. Same as you. What percentage of my net worth is because I've been pretty good at buying cards. Like it's a big percentage of it. It really is.
It is.
So to say like and what's interesting about this, Jeremy, you always point out like sometimes you have to zoom out. I love this phrase. You have to zoom out. People are too reactionary. They look at the short sort of window of a year or 6 months or a couple of months. They look at these things way too much. Again, I know what I've paid for my collection. When I think about what I've paid for my collection, what my collection's worth today, even after, it's clearly worth less today than it was, a year ago or 18 months ago. I think you're probably the same, right, Jeremy? Like not all of our stuff has continued to go up through the last couple of years. That's been pretty difficult. But you zoom out, and holy smokes, Jeremy, like my basis compared to what I have in terms of value is incredible. And so to think of it like it's not an investment to me seems a little bit crazy. But having said that, like the best part of our hobby is that you're investing in something that you actually really enjoy. You really love it. It's tangible. It's fun. It's why there's this great appeal to what we do, because it's all fun. It's all good. Whereas, you go buy a stock or a bond or something else. And look, you and I are both CPAs. We both know a thing or two about investing. I worked in the world of, I was a controller for a private equity fund here in Utah for 7 years, right? I know a fair amount about investments. This is way more fun. And in some cases it can be even a lot better, but you do have to be pretty smart. You can't go into it blind. And then also, if you were buying 6 months ago or a year ago, you probably lost money, but that's how every market is, right? So
yeah, couple things to say to this. So first of all, the beautiful thing about this hobby is that you can buy some cards and consider the investment value, consider the future value, consider the fact that if you put significant money into a card and that card goes to zero or close to it, you are taking money out of your family's cash reserves long term. And are you willing to do that? At the same time, you can buy cards for whatever you're comfortable. And I look like this, Adam. If you know anything about finance, and I know you do, if you know anything about financial statements, you have a balance sheet and you have an income statement. To me, some cards go onto my balance sheet as an asset and they sit there. Some cards go onto my income statement and I consider them an expense because they're fun cards. I love buying them. I love collecting the set, but I don't care if they go down to zero. Therefore, I expense them in the current period, in the period in which I purchase them. Other cards go onto my balance sheet as a long-term asset. And it's up to us individually to decide which ones go where they go. Ben Diamond, they're all going on his income statement because once the money is spent, he doesn't care what they sell for later. And that's more than fair. But that is one person's approach, and that is his approach, and many other people take that approach too. So that I just wanted to say that right there. I like Mikey's comment. If you thought about future value, you could have fun and make money. You can, but you can lose money too. So the fact that Ben says here, some people have done well on cards. The vocal minority, most probably losing. Survivorship. I don't understand the most probably losing, but on this comment here, people have done well in cards. Some people have made millions of dollars on cards. They bought the right cards at the right time. That is harder to do right now because there's a lot of concern. People are concerned, and and we just experience this huge spike and then a reset, if you will. So the people who have done well, the vocal minority, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot more vocal people about people that have lost money than making money. And you have to, as Adam just said, zoom out. If you're only listening to people who came into the hobby, at the time of the pandemic,
right?
I feel bad for those people because whoever bought that Luca for 900 is about to take a beating, and that's unfortunate. But that's just the reality of the situation. So, just because we're in it's a tough time right now, and I think some people that are that have platforms and are saying these are not investments, I think that their intention is noble. They're trying to warn people that not all cards are investments, and of course that's the fact. That's the case. You have to have some savvy. You have to know. And so for me, I'm a conservative investor in anything I do. So I will buy cards of players that I'm very confident. That's why I said, and when I was talking to Adam Ripp's comment earlier, I will buy the Tatum over that other player whose name I don't even remember right now because I don't know who he is. I thought he was a legitimate prospect. Maybe he is. I will always go that way. So that's been my approach. And it's worked out long term. But I also came into the hobby way before the pandemic. So I got lucky in a lot of ways. But even when I was buying cards in the late 80s through the 90s and the 2000s, I always thought about the future value. But I'm also a collector. So I love what I'm collecting, but I also love that they have value and that sports have only become more culturally relevant over time. And the hobby has grown. So yeah,
Great thoughts. You and I mean, we just did probably 20 minutes on this topic, and I think we could go for a lot longer, right? The last thing I'll say, just my last parting shot, is that volatility creates opportunity. It's the same in every financial market. When you see ups and downs, that provides a lot of opportunities. And what we've seen over the course, again, of the last year is we've seen a lot of a big down arrow, right? Sharp drop for a lot of different cards. Not all cards, but for a lot of cards. And the thing that is very clear to me is that these prices at some point will dip. And I don't know if we're there yet. Like you just said, I have no idea. Maybe we're already there. Maybe we'll be there in 6. I have no idea. But at some point, they're going to dip too far. And somebody who jumps in at the right moment, it's going to be the best decision they ever made, right? You talked about your cards that you bought pre-2010. Same with me, man. Like I bought my house in 2010 and sold my collection to be able to put the down payment on my house. And at that point, I took $1,000 and $1,000 that I had left in my collection. That's all I had left. And I said, I'm going to build what I have, like what I can, right? And that's where my collections come from, was that original $2,000. Like everything I have is from that original $2,000. So am I glad that I spent that original $2,000 on cards? Holy smokes, Jeremy. It's the best decision that I've ever made, right? Yeah, it was such a great decision. And it was good timing. We might be in that moment right now and not even know it, but we'll know it in years from now. And that's how every financial market exists. You don't know in the moment what's going to happen because everybody's trying to figure these things out. And so, but having said all that, we've given it more than 20 minutes. You ready to?
Well, I want to leave it on one comment here. This is important. Mikey makes the comment here. Adam and Jeremy, could you help educate us on knowing when to sell? Unfortunately, Mikey, I cannot. If I was that good, I would have sold my whole collection in March or April of 2021 and bought it back now. I did not do that, just like a lot of people who didn't. So no, I cannot help educate you on knowing when to sell. What I can tell you, there are 2 times in a professional sports league season that I think are the best times to sell, and those are right leading into the playoffs when all 16 or so teams have the potential to win their championship, and the other time is leading into the season starting, like a week or two, or between like 2 weeks leading into the season and 2 weeks after the season starts, when all the players have the chance to have a great season. Those are the historically, and I've been watching this hobby closely, ever since the internet became a thing, and even before, but especially since the internet became a thing. And those are historically every single year, I believe, to be the best times to sell.
And you would recognize immediately, though, that that's great general advice. When it comes to a specific card, it might not be right.
No, exactly. Yeah, 100%. It's a general comment. Thank you for that qualification, Adam. I completely agree with that. To Cage, yes, my professional CPA advice, Cage, is you can deduct the cost of your soda while you are learning about the hobby here with us today, even though you could, and you do a great job of teaching about it yourself, for sure.
If we could have Cage on, we could have 2 CPAs and a lawyer, and we could just call that, we could make that the new title of the show. What do you think?
And we'd have to make sure we didn't put the audience to sleep.
We might have already done that. Done it. I know we've got 1 million comments. Do you want to go hit them, or do you want to just keep moving?
I mean, it depends. Like, I'm enjoying this discussion with the comments, but I want to make sure we're giving proper attention to the items up at auction.
Well, especially Jeremy, because we're 18 minutes into the 1 minute increments. Like, this is theoretically the moment now where like the auction could end at any given moment. I want to just point out one quick thing. Somebody, and there's so many comments that I've lost it, but somebody mentioned that we don't have the ticker at the top anymore on PWCC. I agree with you. I think there's some thoughts intentionally that we would like to have that ticker come back with the most recent bids. With the refresh of the site, that was one thing that we weren't sort of able to get ready in time. But I know, like I've heard a lot of people sort of say the same thing. They want to see the cards that have the most recent bids, and so we're going to endeavor to have that for subsequent months. I can't make any promises, but I think what might be good to do, Jeremy, is to just go back to the top and sort of hit the highest first, and then go back to where we were. Do you feel good about that? Does that sound good to you?
I do. While you're setting that up, I will CC's comment here. Do you ever think about buying multiple copies of a card, one for the balance sheet and one for short-term selling? So those to me are both balance sheet items, because They just are. The one for short-term selling is a short-term asset. It's inventory. The one for the long-term hold is a long-term asset, but both classes of assets live on the balance sheet. So just to clarify that, CC.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I had a card like that very recently that I spent a ton of money on, Jeremy. I won't talk about what it is, but I had a chance at a second one, and I looked at it and I was like, at some point, I think this is what he's getting after. Like at some point, I want to sell one of them because I think from a value perspective, I think it's just going to explode in value. But I want to keep the card too. So I want to both experience the realization event that I think will happen in years to come, and I want to keep it. I think that's what he's getting at with that comment.
And the answer for me is yes. I actually do that all the time because I also set up at shows and buy and sell cards. So if I have I'll pick a hockey. If I have a Connor McDavid SP Authentic Future Watch Auto and I'm going to hold one for 25 years, but I can buy another one, I'm going to sell the extra. I don't need two in my long-term hold class. I will sell one, earn a profit, and use that to buy a card for my personal collection or whatever it is. So the answer is yes. I think that's a good strategy. And then Mikey says wars make oil prices go up and stocks down, but Kobe's stats will never change. I mean, that's why collectibles, at the beginning of the pandemic, when some people thought that the world was going to go who knows where, collectibles did really well because they bring people happiness and comfort. So
Jeremy, quick refresh here. Some big things have happened since we looked at the leaderboard about an hour ago. The Black Lotus is having a moment here for sure. 185 pre-BP. We're well over 200 grand now for a BGS 9 Black Lotus. Jordan's still sitting just below 200,000. And that Luca that we spent quite a bit of time talking about has jumped really significantly. Out the door now, it's 150. It's almost doubled in price since we last talked about it. Still a far cry from the 900,000 that sold 6 months ago, but a lot closer than it was. The Mahomes Gold Prism up well over 100,000 now. Mantle's over 100 grand. So is the Mahomes Cracked Ice. Both Mahomes are over 100 grand. And then one that I wanted to get to for you, you maybe know the history of this, but Connor McDavid now has officially over $100,000 bid in this auction.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And just again, I cannot, those numbers are too small for me to see, but that's okay. So there's two copies of that at the expo here. One guy has a price tag of 250,000. I don't think he's going to get that price for it. And I think the other person is asking 150. That's Canadian. If this price here, 100,000 US is about 130 Canadian right now. If this card tonight outsells 150 Canadian, I'm certain that the price is going to go up on that second card that's actually here physically at the show.
What's the one graded at the show?
So I was hoping you wouldn't ask because I don't remember if they are graded even at all.
Strike that question from the record. Let's keep going. A lot of cards getting close to 100 grand right now though too. This Jordan is, since we talked about it being one of the best deals in the auction, it was at 55 then. It's at 75 now, up 24 grand, including the VP. This LeBron, sorry, I passed it. It's almost under $100,000. To me, that still feels like, man, this card, this is one of the LeBron cards. And out of 23, the first number pieces set. I'll keep going.
Let me, I want to go to Will's comment here. He says, I have 3 items watching. Bidding is annoying. It's way too drawn out. I guess you hope for attrition and people to drop out. I just want to respond to that, Will. And I hear what you're saying, but this is probably the most efficient auction in the business because of a traditional auction house, because of the 1 minute extended bidding windows that we're down to. Up until very recently, you'd have to stay up till 3-4 in the morning to win cards on some of the competing auction houses. So yeah, but the trick for you, Will, you got to wait for people to fall asleep maybe or get tired of waiting. But that's where you get rewarded. So I think that's important.
Yeah, let me comment on that too. I've been in auctions before, Jeremy, that are lot by lot enders, and like our weekly is, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a great format. The problem is with that format is that once you've sort of lost out on an item that, like, if you've got 2 different items that you want to bid on, one might end and you're going for the other one, and then that one goes too high and you think, man, I'm sure mad I missed out on that other item. I would have gone higher if I would have known that this one was going to go so high. And so my take, I personally like how this auction is done more than any other, more than the weekly too, because you get to make decisions down to the very end. Buyers get to make a decision down to the very end. So if they lose out on one, they can go move to another one.
So Will does to that. He says, my time is valuable to me. And I mean, Will, I think all of us here think that our time is valuable to us. So what you can do, Will, is you can put in a bid that is the most you want to pay and go to sleep and see if you win. And wake up, you'll have a nice surprise. Maybe you won the card. You can put in a proxy bid and let people, people might chip away at it and decide that, hey, this guy's bid, who knows, it's so high, and they can actually just stop bidding. So you can save all your valuable time by just putting in your max bid and go to sleep. And if you win the card, you do, and we'll wish you luck. But I mean, I think we all feel our time is valuable. And I, like Diamond Card Collectors, I've lost so many items by falling asleep. I mean, how many times have I just forgotten to put in a bid or whatever, and you don't win the card. But as I like to say, there's always more cards, and we're gonna have a PWCC Premier next month too. So yeah, that's Will says, I don't trust the auction houses. Then why are you watching the show, Will? Why are you watching the show? And listen, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, the auction house software is not, I can't even respond to that. Actually, I'm just going to leave that one alone.
Let me respond to it really, really quick, Jeremy. I think it's a fair question by Will. It's the question is, how do I know that if I put in a higher bid that the auction house is not coming in and doing something? So I asked Jesse about this prior to working at PWCC when I had him on for BCF, and because I was curious about that. Like, how do I know that somebody's not out there placing additional bids to bid something up? If I place a higher bid, can they see that? And so one of the things that we've done is we've had like external, I believe, auditing firm come in and test some of those things to ensure that our encryption, because there's encryption on this data when somebody places a bid, like a higher bid, that we can't go in and see that. And we've passed all of those things. So I think having said that, Will, I think Will recognizes like that's true of any auction platform, right? Like that same thing could be happening at any place you can place a bid in the world. And so we've taken that really seriously and been open about those types of things. And so there's not really anything else you can do. There's not anything else that PWCC can do in that sort of situation. And the other thing that I can tell you is I've heard people say multiple times, man, I bid so much more on that, and I'm glad it only went for what it went for. You'll see that sort of commentary all the time. And so anyway, those are my comments on that. We can move on.
And yeah, I mean, I also understand the comment that how do you know unless you do know? And the only people that I guess really know are those third-party auditors. When I found out that PWCC was engaging a third-party auditing firm to come in and audit the system, that gave me great confidence. And so, but how else can you get confidence? I don't know. The answer might be you can't, in which case you have to be comfortable with what you bid. You just have to be comfortable. Don't bid more than you're comfortable with. And if in fact there is anything nefarious going on and they're going to bid you up to your max, then at least you're not paying more than you want to pay. But I personally do not believe that to be the case. I do not see a company. I'm not going to speak to any other company because this is a PWCC show. I personally do not think that PWCC would risk their business to do that personally. So, and the fact again that they do publish that audit report on the website gives me great confidence. So, but the concern again, I do understand that, and I think that it's that Will's concern. But if you don't trust them, then just don't do business with them. Really, I mean, I don't do business with people I don't trust. I buy from PWCC all the time because I personally trust PWCC. But if you don't, then don't do business. Simple.
Dave Snyder says, why hasn't that info not hit mainstream? I would market that way more. Sorry, I meant to click on the button, but it sort of moved on me. There's so many things, Dave. Like we get asked. I got asked questions today about elements of the vault and other things that we're doing from a technological aspect. Like PWCC is a straight up tech company. Like we are. It's a very, very valuable tech company at this point with close to $1 billion in assets in the vault, always growing vault, and we have, processes and things that are really elite, guys. And so there's a lot of things that we do that we don't publicize. And it's not just this, like there's dozens of things. And again, I can say that as somebody who represents, I don't want to say represents the company because my job isn't to go out there and be like a spokesman for the company, but as somebody who's like, I've been to the office many times. I've talked to everybody in the company. I understand a lot of things that are going on, not everything, but like it has given me sort of confidence around processes and why things happen the way they do and stuff. And just know there's a lot of controls and a lot of things in place to ensure that the business is run the right way, but also that sort of keep people safe and that aren't talked about. And I think if the whole public could see all those things, they go, wow. Hopefully we can sort of continue to create content that sort of supports some of those things, but we're never going to hit them all because there's thousands of things to talk about.
Especially tonight, it seems.
Especially tonight. Yeah. Okay, Jeremy, what's next?
Oh my gosh. Let's see. I think I started a couple of comments that were in the past here. I'll just quickly, LT, what do you do at the Expo when you're low on spending money? You got to move cards, or you got to, that's all you can do. Move cards to buy more cards. Ben Diamond's lame accounting joke. I buy cards for my balance sheet and always end up screwed when I have to mark to market. Yeah, and that's an interesting thing. But the thing is that everything is cyclical. Even sports cards are cyclical. So Ben, you might be screwed marking to market, in 1 year and one season, and then if you're going to mark back the other way, which in many accounting rules, you can not only mark to market downwards, you can't mark upwards. So it depends which regulations or which accounting policies you're following.
Hey, real quick, the Luca has gone crazy. It's now up to 155 pre-BP. So we're way past even 2x where we were. And the other card that I wanted to point out, Jeremy, I've been talking about this card with a lot of different people I'm a 90s collector, right? This Rodman right here was the story of the auction for me. And I don't know what the most expensive Rodman card is ever. This has got to be pretty close to that at this point. 52.5 pre-BP. 60, it's over 60 grand right now, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, that the best Dennis Rodman card in existence?
Well, so I asked a couple really well-known 90s collectors. I don't want to say their names here because I didn't ask them if I could, but like two guys that everybody knows. And I said, where would you put this card in terms of like the best ever? And both of them and we all had the exact same top five. The top five Dennis Rodman cards in existence are the PMG Green. This isn't in any order. It's PMG Green to 10. It's the Essential Credentials now to 5. It's the Gem Masters from 98. It's the PMG 1 of 1. It's the Ultra Masterpiece from 97, the year before this. So it's older than this, but it looks very similar to the Platinum. It looks basically identical to Platinum, except for the 1 of 1 on the back and this card. So these are like, it's a top 5 Dennis Rodman card in existence. And to see it, this one, when it showed up in hand in the box, as I was making videos, like my jaw dropped on this one. Just because Jeremy, you never see big Rodman cards come up for auction. You never do, because like his I don't know what the equivalent would be in hockey, obviously, but like he's just one of those guys that his base is so passionate. So I know I'm sounding super hypey right now, but like I love this card, and I think it's really cool that Rodman's having a moment right now.
You're a passionate basketball fan and collector, so have your moment for sure. I want to another comment that Christian Johnson says here, when he basically says, that certain people bring credibility to this questionable auction process. In the world of the internet and technology, is there any other process versus in-person paddle type bidding? I think if we are going to evolve as society and have technology, that it's so important. Someone also said you just have to bid. CC says you just have to bid with what you're comfortable with, because the use of the audit firm is awesome, but can't eliminate shill bidding. Now, shill bidding means that when someone consigns a card to an auction house, that they are bidding up their own card anonymously, and the auction house might not be able to detect that. And yes, I think that goes on in every auction, in every industry, it happens, I'm sure, but that's why it's so important to bid what you're comfortable bidding. And I don't know if there's any way around that. So if we're gonna continue to evolve as a society using technology, and we're not all gonna gather in a gymnasium somewhere with paddles to bid in person, then we have to. And I think listen, I commend PWCC for taking the steps that they've taken to make the process as trustworthy as possible by employing a third party and by having the tenants and everything that they do to monitor and try to make sure that people aren't bidding on their own items. But at the end of the day, it's going to be impossible to eliminate 100%. And
so let me comment on this real quick, because I had, like, again, before I joined PWCC, I had lots of questions on this. I got to talk to Jesse. I don't think Jesse's in the chat anymore. I haven't seen him in a bit, but like there's a lot of things that a company can do to negate, bad actors. And when PWCC was on the eBay platform, the hands were tied. There was not anything that you could do really to prevent that action. You can't prevent somebody who has zero feedback from coming in and bidding, right? The great thing about having our own platform now is there's a ton of things that we can do that are all done behind the scenes. We've got almost 200 people in our company right now. Like, there's a lot of people who sort of work on these types of things, but some things that people need to know: when somebody doesn't pay for their items, they're not let back on the platform. Like, that doesn't exist on eBay. On eBay, you can be somebody who has, goes and gets a new credit card. You can just sign up as many different times as you want to. There's things that prevent that make that process very difficult. That's why the percentage of people who actually win items and then pay for them with us is significantly higher than you'll see in a place that doesn't have those same controls, because people are utilizing fake accounts to try to increase values and things on cards that we don't. I mean, we're not perfect. We have cards that don't get paid for. Don't get me wrong, but like, by saying, hey, you didn't pay for your auctions, you can't bid anymore, like, you actually remove a lot of the issues. Other platforms, I'm not saying every other platform, but like eBay, like, they don't have that ability. And so there's a ton that we can do, and we are doing those things. And that sometimes people will say, well, I see that this sold for more in another place, and part of me always says, but do you know that it got paid for? There's a higher likelihood with us that it actually did get paid for, and I think that really matters.
I agree. Mikey says, I've heard of people getting banned by their trust team. They are on it. That's in reference to PWCC. I mean, they have to be. You have to do that as an auction house nowadays, an online auction house. Kevin says, I love the idea of an in-person card auction similar to, I don't know how you say it, Mecum Classic car auctions, etc. The only issue I have with in-person auctions is that trust me, I'll never put a card into one, because I believe that the bidder pool is just too small. Unless they're also accepting telephone or internet bids, in which case you haven't skirted the issue. So I will never put a card into an in-person auction. I mean, I personally would not do that. So yeah. Okay, let's look at these cards. So you talked about the Rodman.
Which is up another $5,000 too, by the way. That let me just say two more words on this. To the big Rodman collectors out there, I don't know if you're watching the show. Like, it's the biggest Rodman card to come up for auction in my memory in 20 years. And so from that perspective, like, I don't collect Dennis Rodman. I have in the past. I've collected a lot of his stuff. Like, it's really a significant moment for Rodman, and there's a good chance you're not going to see as big of a Rodman at open auction for another decade. And I mean that. Like, it's not me just blowing smoke. It really is true. And as I say that, it's another moment. I'm not trying to get people to bid, but I want people to understand it really is an important moment for Dennis Rodman right now.
Adam, a few minutes ago, you were talking about how the ticker at the top isn't there. We'd like to have it back, but I keep seeing these little windows pop up at the bottom left of the screen. Are those recent bids? There's nothing there right now, but are those the recent bids?
Good eyes. Yes. They're only there for a second. And so they pop up and they say, like, just right here, the Net Pro Serena Williams got a bid, and the 1-of-1 Tom Brady got a bid, and the Flawless Joss. So now they're coming in fast. It just doesn't stay there. again, who am I to comment on these things? I don't know about like how these things are supposed to be displayed, but I like it more when it's there for a second, that you can actually sort of like view all of them together and they're not just on the screen for just a blip and then off. That's my personal take.
Yeah, Ben Diamond, it looks like somebody did clone you. Says, don't trust the one with the black circle. It's not me. Okay, we're going to block that user so they are not able to comment anymore, Ben, because I can tell that's not you. They've been blocked. They will not be able to comment anymore.
Very strange. Very strange. Okay, where do you want me to head now?
Let's go down to the next 6. I'd like to see some more cards.
So I'm currently in order from highest to lowest.
Okay.
Let me go back to the first page and let's see if there's some area that we haven't hit.
I can't even see the cards I had favorited, because I did see several in this auction that I really liked. I think this is a great auction this month.
Dude, this auction is, I've been telling people, this auction's like the last 2 Premier auctions combined. It's an unreal auction. Okay, let's come down to here. We've hit some of these cards, but now that we're in order from highest to lowest, we haven't hit all of them. Is there anything here that you want to talk about?
Nope.
Just mention this Steph Curry. The Steph Curry, the last time that was up, we spent a good amount of time talking about it. It's because obviously it's the iconic image, the chrome refractor. The selling point here is that it's one of 3 BGS 10s. We were talking about timing earlier with Luka. Steph's an interesting one right now. I think as we speak, the Warriors are trying to come out of their 2-0 deficit or 0-2 deficit against the Kings. But you said it earlier, Steph is really on that Mount Rushmore along with the big 3, right? LeBron, Kobe, and Jordan. 4th is probably Steph in that group. And when you think about his recognizable and important cards, it's this and it's the national treasures. And so, the fact that there's only 3 of these is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay,
that card has grown on me over time. The Steph Topps Chrome rookie.
I'd love a gold refractor, Jeremy. It might be sort of the moment for some of these bigger cards. I'm not a big buy the card because of the condition guy, and I know there are a lot of people are. There's probably more that are than aren't. I'm more of like a buy the card in its rarest form, and obviously there's a super refractor that we've never seen, but I'd love to get a gold refractor of that card. To me, that's like one of the highest end Stephs. Okay, next group.
Same here. I mean, I when I look at a group of 6, I always ask myself, where do my eyes get drawn to the most? On this group of 6, it's that mantle, the bottom middle. Is that 69, 68? What year is that?
Gonna make it big for you. It's the 1969 and a PSA 8.
Yeah. I love the card. This one, now that you've blown it up for me, it's off-centered. It's low. It's to the left. Probably, a weaker 8. So bid accordingly. But at the same time, if you are somebody who's working on the mantle run on the set registry, you're working on a 68 set, and you are very into how, competing on the set registry, this should be a more affordable copy than a better centered 8. And you're still going to get those same points for that competition. But if it were me, I'm going to look for I'd look for a very well centered 7 or or this, and just kind of, but hey, the other thing, Adam, that's really important is that not everybody is super into centering still today. Not everybody cares as much about centering as a lot of people do. So pick what you like. If you're a corners and edges guy, this might be the card for you. Despite all that, that's where my eyes went, was to this card. So I wanted to talk about it. CC makes the comment, the mantle is white letters, which is rarer than the yellow letter version. This is something that to me is, it's rarer. I'm not a master set person. I would just want one. I just need one copy in my personal collection. If I'm in, and this isn't a card that I'm chasing or that I need for my collection, but which is nicer? The one, and which do you want? Do you want the one the way it was intended to be? And I don't know, I'm guessing this was intended to be yellow letters, like the word Yankees at the bottom, but I might be wrong. I don't know which is the intention. So, but if it's rarer, some people are going to love that.
I'm with CC here. So my memory of this set, and again, I worked at a card shop for about 7 years and got to learn a lot about vintage baseball in the process. It was never like my passion, but got to learn a lot about it in the process. I always forget which is the rare one, so I'm glad CC mentions it. But the thing that's clear to me is when you ask the question, which one do you want? The one the way that it was intended, or I actually don't care how it was intended. What I care about is that there's two different variations, and I want the rarer one. Unquestionably, I want the rarer one. And so I don't know how much rarer this one is. It'd be interesting to know if somebody has a chance to look at the populations and know what the difference is between the white and the yellow letters. I'd love to see, how those two compare. But definitely for me, it would be the rarer one.
Yeah. And that, I understand that approach. It's not mine, but, I was recently talking to Leighton Sheldon about the T206 Ty Cobb and the different backs. And he said, go for the rarer back. It's just going to be rarer down the road. And to me, I don't know that that's what I want. So I'm not, I'm not going to say it's not great. It's not good advice. It just might not be the advice for me. Again, personal. That's the beautiful thing about this hobby. Yes, you might consider these investments, but at the same time, the best part about these cards, very important, if you do consider them investments, the best part about these cards is that it's up to you to enjoy them. So however you may want to. So that's what I'm always going to promote, is enjoy the hobby your way. That fake account has now been blocked as well. Kevin Jones says the centering on the 69 mantle is very tricky. I agree. That was that is very tricky centering. Yeah, and that's also good information. So I'm sorry, Adam. I just want to say it's also good information to know, because I wasn't really aware of that it's tricky centering, but it makes sense to me because lots of cards have tricky centering, especially in that era. And I know lots of cards from 68 O-Peachy hockey, very tricky. I don't know if tricky is the word, if it's just rare to get a well-centered card. So good to know.
So on the same page here, there's two Bowman Chrome red refractors of really significant cards, both the Acuna 2016 Bowman Chrome, the Soto from 2016 and the Acuna from 2017. One of the things that Jeremy and I talk about a lot of the shows, we kind of have this weak spot of modern baseball. It's not what either of us really collect, if we're being really honest. But one thing that we've seen clearly over the years is that there's a few guys' names that really matter. And Bowman Chrome rookies that feature these awesome on-card autographs. There are many different parallels, but are consistent year after year. It's not like Prism that has a million different parallels that sort of change from year to year, but like there are some consistencies. And the red refractor, it's always numbered out of 5. It's always like the second best card right after the superfractor. And both of these cards are very known. We recognize them. We know what the Acuna looks like. We know what the Soto looks like. Those are two big cards to have hit at auction at the same time. And, obviously they're not, as they say that the Soto gets a bid, they're not cheap. The Soto's $84,000 out the door, and the Acuna is 72 right now, Jeremy. But, the thing that I'm feeling as we look at this particular auction is it's a lot of different rarer stuff, the stuff that people really want to keep in their collection for a long time. We don't see the reds of the big guys move very often. And so it's interesting that we're seeing multiple in the same auction.
Yeah. Quick shout out. I think we have C. Blez in the house. Chad, what is going on? Good to see you. Should we look at the next?
Look at vintage card collectors numbers there too, Jeremy. Does that change your mind at all?
Adam, no. Listen, it doesn't. I want the card the way it was intended to be. 52 Topps Mickey Mantle has 2 variations. One with the full, there's a few differences. You got the missing pixel, you got the full black box around the logo underneath the nameplate. I want the one that was the way it was supposed to be, personally. And I'll pay for it. And if I can pay less money for it than the variation, that's just a bonus. So I get it. I understand the approach, but for me, what I like, I want the way it was intended by the artist.
Dude, I love it when we disagree. It's my favorite thing. Maybe
We're not disagreeing, but we're not disagreeing. We just have different approaches. We just
okay,
like.
That's fair. That's fair. Saying disagree is maybe the wrong way to say it, but like I feel like there's the mantle's an interesting one because it's only been in the last couple of years that people have really started to differentiate between the two. They're not classified differently on the flip. They've never been recognized differently in Beckett. They're sort of viewed the same way. But the 69 mantle, like the white and the yellow letters, like that's something that we've recognized for, since you and I have been collecting. It's always been a thing. One's always been far rarer. And so in this case, we're talking about 10%. Like it's a little bit like, to me, what it reminds me of? It's a little bit like the Billy Ripken. Like, which one do you want? The one that I want is the rare one. I want the rare one. And so for me, like, I get what you're saying. Like, I want it as it was supposed to be created. But if there's some lack of clarity even on that. And so I definitely, like, it's been differentiated for years. Give me the rare one every time.
Adam, and this is beautiful because you love rarity and that is so important to you. And it's become more important to me over time. But if you have the spectrum of, do you want rare? Or do you want like common? We can be somewhere different on that spectrum. You're at the extreme end. You just want the rarest of the rare. You only collect and really own rare cards. I have started to move out of some more common cards. Like for the first time, I think ever, I do not own a single Young Guns, which is, hockey's Prism or whatever. It's the everyman's card sort of thing. I don't own a single one because I can find one at this card. I could probably find 300 this weekend at the Expo if I want. Right. But some cards that are common, I still love and I want to have. So, there's different spectrum. There's different levels of collecting rarity or non-rarity, and you are extreme. And I think that's why I said we're not disagreeing. I love that you approach it the way you do. That's the beautiful thing about hobby content, is that you are exposed to so many different approaches to the hobby if you're watching content that provides that. And then you can be inspired to emulate either exactly that way or to a degree of that way. And that's why, and you've influenced me on that to a degree, inspired me to a degree.
Jeremy, I love your words. You're a CPA with the eloquent words as well, which is a rare combination. I think that the way you said that was perfect, and I feel similarly. I think each of us sort of has our variables that we really care about, and the way you described the Young Guns, you nailed it. That's exactly how I feel. If I can go out and get something at any time, it personally does not have appeal to me, but I get that it does to other people, and I respect the heck out of it. And it's not just about the rarity, but you're right, man. That's absolutely how I collect. So I love it. Love the different take.
Okay, so a couple of comments here. Jeff Morris says, I collect as a purist, not as what he says he was agreeing with me on was where he wants the card the way it was intended, because he collects as a purist, not as an investor. Again, that's a wonderful approach, and I that's great. Thank you for the comment, Jeff, who's a hobby OG, by the way, and I'm from in all ways. Ed Seat says, I believe the Tops made the errors on purpose. Maybe the case. Maybe the case. And if they did, then again, I want the card the way it was intended. So Ed Seat says, like the Frank Thomas no name. Now, this is a card that I'll tell you, I think is the biggest gimmick going in the hobby. And I know some people out there love it because it's rare, but the card doesn't have the player's name on the front. I want the player's name on the front of my card if that's the way the cards are designed in the set. So to me, that's a card that, people are like, don't you want? No, I have zero interest in the Frank Thomas no-name card. But that doesn't mean that I disrespect or judge anybody who does want it. Collect what you like, not what I like. And I'm going to do that exact same thing. I'm going to collect what I like, not what you like. That said, I am willing to be open-minded and to hear your thoughts and be inspired by other people to help curate my approach and change it and evolve it over time.
I love that perspective. You won't shock you to know I would love to own the no name. I don't even collect baseball, but I would love to own that card.
Well, and look at C. Blaz's comment here. The common stuff is just way more volatile. Well, yes, because it's trading so much more often and it's like more commoditized. They are common cards. I call them commodity cards. Commodities are volatile. Look at the price of gas. It goes up it changes many times within the period of a 24-hour day. It's a commodity. So that's why it's more volatile, because it's much more common. So C. Blaz he's right about that. Michael Stone, what rookie do I collect instead of the Young Guns? I prefer the SP Authentic Future Watch Auto. It's still at a $9.99, but it's autographed, it's numbered, and there's fewer of them, and they're beautiful. Aesthetics, very important to me.
Do you want to hit the other comments, or do you want to keep going?
Well, just Adam Crawford says, I want iconic cards the way they were meant to be. Errors and variations bug me. Doesn't matter about rarity, right? Fair approach, closer to my approach than yours, Adams, and many people. But again, Adam Crawford is in his complete rights to collect the way he wants. And again, we are talking about cards that are up for auction here tonight in, $10K and up sort of thing. But at the end of the day, whatever you're able to afford, collect what you like. I mean, that is the cardinal rule of the hobby. Unless you're not a hobbyist and you're truly in the sports card industry to make a profit, then do the hobby a service and be a good sport card dealer and just operate with integrity. Find the right homes for cards and make your profit, and I'll be thanking you for moving cards to the right place. It's funny, here at the Toronto Expo, I saw so many people that I've never seen here before that I see at the Burbank show, the Mint Collective, the National. There were some people here that I was like, wow, oh, so great to see you here. These guys are guys that buy cards in one region and sell them in another. And, that's an important service to the hobby.
Let's hit the next 6, and if you feel okay about it, let's try to fly through a bunch of these, because we've really only covered 20% of the auction at this point. You mind if we give Jeremy, what if we give 20 seconds on each group of 6?
Okay.
You want to just fly? You good with that?
I'm ready. You just keep me to the 20 seconds.
Okay. First up, this group, I'm going to show a card off that I don't think we've ever even seen in the Premier Auction before. And it is this card right here. Kobe Bryant 1996 Finest Refractor. The fact that this card is a gem mint 10 and has the peel on it is exceptionally rare. It's a card that really suffers from centering issues and surface issues, obviously, as the years pass. And so is a big time Kobe collector. I think of the Finest Refractor as sort of around the 6th or 7th best rookie card. But when you find one in high grade like this one, Jeremy, that's an elite card. And so right now it is sitting at $48,000 pre-BP.
And it doesn't seem to have any greening going on. I don't know if that was an issue with that particular year, but I mean, that looks like a beautiful copy. And if greening is an issue that year, then this card managed to escape that, and good on it. Probably very rare to find it, relatively speaking, in that condition. If you'd like me to opine on a card here, Adam,
let's each hit one in each group of 6, unless you want to do something different.
No, just the top right Jordan that looks to be an autograph copy.
Yes, and it's amazing.
What's the price at right now?
It is at 50 pre-BP, but wait till you see the auto on this. I'm interested to see. I know you're not a big auto on vintage card guy, but I wonder what you think about this one.
But and again, just because it's not for me doesn't mean that I can't. Oh wow, yeah, the silver ink, yeah. Why did the autograph get an 8?
Because Beckett is rough on a lot of this stuff, man. They are rough. I have a Karl Malone that is the best autograph I've ever seen on an 86 card. They gave it an 8. It's like, what are you guys looking at here? This Jordan, it's got a little bit of streaking, as paint pens usually do, but an 8 on this feels like it's insane. It's well centered. It doesn't go off card. It's a paint pen. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. We see Jordan rookies all the time. Well, not regularly, let's just say. Maybe the frequency has come down a little bit in recent months, but I see some white corner at the top left, a little bit at the top right, a little bit at the bottom right. a little bit of the bottom left, but this is about having a Michael Jordan autographed 86 Fleer rookie card. And I mean, I don't know how many of these exist outside of the 23 that Fleer put out back in the day, but this is a unique card. That's why I asked about it. That's why I wanted to talk about it, because we just don't see these Lee 27. Same question I have. Wonder what year. I was wondering the same thing. What year did he sign this? I don't know, but I like this one. I like that it's a different color ink than we're used to seeing.
We've talked about the color ink on the Jordan rookies a couple of times, and one of the conversations that we had is I pointed out to you that I like black, and I asked you, what you said or what you thought about it, and your response was, I just like blue on cards. And I said, yeah, I do too, but in this case, the blue can get a little bit lost in the background. This case, though, like, especially once you blow it up and you look at that, like, there's no missing that autograph. It really stands out. It's one of the finer Jordan autograph rookies that I've seen.
Yeah, your comments about colors, I agree with those comments. So yeah, this is pretty cool. Very quickly to Jeff Morris. I did not notice any European dealers or collectors today, but I also didn't get to walk the floor very much. I was pretty much at my booth after the show opened the whole time, Jeff. Are we on the next 6 now?
Yeah, we're on the next 6. I'll go first if you're okay with it. The rock card here, I saw some people talking to media. I think a lot of people feel like you don't like saying things like this, but I think a lot of people feel like it's maybe the best wrestling card in existence. And so seeing it hit open auctions is always going to be a big deal. Talking about the initial Prism wrestling brand, the one of the guy that's sort of the most collected guy, or at least really toward the top of that list. I think some people look at it and they see that it's a PSA 7, but I just don't really care about that. The fact that it is, from that first year of Prism, that it's the one of one, the black. You've got the Rock slamming down. I don't know, is that Goldberg? I don't know who that is, but I think it might be Goldberg. It's a great image, and you know me, Jeremy. I love first years of things, right?
Yeah.
Like, I love firsts, and so it's the first year of Prism WWE. It's the one of the guy, and so it's fun to see a couple people duking it out for this one right now.
Yeah, I agree. I like the firsts as well. Diamond says it's Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Of course it is. Yeah.
So I just, this is a cool card. It's, golds are just prettier to me. Nothing to take nothing away from this card. Golds are just prettier than black one of ones for me. So, and they should be cheaper because there's more of them. I don't know if they are or not. If they're not, then that just tells me that the hobby is putting money into what it likes, and it likes gold. But yeah, cool card. No doubt. The McDavid Exquisite RPA, what's it at now?
42.
Yeah, 42.
Half of the cup.
Very nice card. I don't really have any more comments on that group of 6. This next group of 6, is that the LeBron out of 50 in the top middle?
Good eyes, brother.
Yeah. And what's that logo, man, right beneath it?
It's LeBron.
Wow. And what's that? Can you tell us a bit about that card? Is it special? I mean, it
obviously
is if it's in the premiere.
We'll go look at him real quick. The logo man's at 38, and the SP Limited. And I'm glad you saw that. If anybody's like watching any of the videos that are on the auctions, like, go listen to me talk about this one and watch the sort of like back and forth on the SP Authentic. Jeremy, that card is fantastic. I'm not a huge fan of the SP Authentic LeBron because he's got a little bit of a shortened autograph, and the regular 1/500. I mean, I love it. I would love to own that card. I would love it, but I don't think it compares well with like the Ultimate Collection. This one here though, man, like that is, it's all about the holofoil, man. Like it just
beautiful.
It just sings. It's just beautiful. And this one was graded forever ago too in the 3s. But the serial numbers in holofoil, the whole card it's just a fantastic image.
Yeah, I do love that card, and an SP Authentic. I mean, what a great brand. Tons of brand equity in there. What can you comment, and Adam, on Moliko's question here. How is that logo man that low while his flawless was 1.5 million?
So the flawless is the triple, the one that had 3 different LeBron images that sort of got lots of lots of hype inside and outside of the hobby. That's the one where the who was it? Who was after? I forget what the guy's name is. I should know this. Who really wanted to buy the card? He was opening a ton of cases of stuff. Yeah, Drake. Thank you. Yeah, and so that's a great card, and anybody would love that. It features all 3 of his teams, and really a neat card of LeBron. This card is not that card because it's only one. But what it is like it's older, right? It's from the UD era.
Way older,
like 15 years older. It's from the UD era. You guys know I've already talked about holofoil like 12 times on the show. Like, this is the sort of card that you get in hand that makes you really appreciate who Upper Deck was, because they just knocked out of the park all of their really high-end stuff that, like, out of Exquisite and SP Game Use and Ultimate Collection, that had this beautiful holofoil around the window and in the serial number and stuff. Like, to me, when I had this card in hand, I'll tell you guys, like, I would love to have a LeBron logo man. And we've talked about the pros and cons of logo men, Jeremy, but we're talking about the player of the era. To have the best piece of the uniform of him, of a 1-of-1 from the Upper Deck era, his 4th year in the league, like, it's really cool. It's a really cool card.
Can you address Jared's question here? Can you look at the back and see what it says about, because Upper Deck does a great job of telling you the source of the logo of the memorabilia itself?
Yeah, I covered it in the video. I actually don't remember what it is though. Let's look at it real quick. I think he's right that it is. If I remember right. Yeah, event worn memorabilia, which typically means it was from some sort of photo shoot. And so yeah, it's likely not game worn. That's likely what event worn means.
Not NBA official league game worn. Could be
Correct.
From one of many different, and that's going to be another reason why it's not going to sell for as much. What's the price on? Oh, $38K plus BP. Yeah. Now that does make, I agree with Mollico. That makes more sense for sure.
We'll remind everybody that the reason we don't click on the individual items is that we lose some bandwidth there. And so we try not to do that while we're doing the live show, but I think he's right. That was a time where it was a good
yeah. And encourage the viewers of this show to open up another window and look at the back of the cards that we're talking about, because we might be missing something, especially if we're talking about the condition and really opining on, why a card might be a certain grade. So make sure you're doing your due diligence as well as listening to us, which I'm sure you all are.
Let's hit the next 6 real quick.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is where, because we're sorting
by value,
it changes the orders a little bit. But I'll talk about the Ohtani. In my research of this card, when I was doing the video of it, the thing that, and I'll go get the image ready too right now. The thing that was, I couldn't actually find. I've heard people say that the first 10 are all signed in kanji, and everybody wants the kanji autograph because it's sick. It's just such a sick autograph. I've heard people say it's the first 10 exquisites were signed in kanji. I couldn't find anything to verify that, but I didn't find any copies of the card after number 10 that were signed in kanji. And so I think that's probably right. Either way, it's a huge card, and it's, I don't know that you like to see a guy in a suit. You'd rather see him playing, but the fact that it's the exquisite design that has that history behind it, that branding behind it, and then that it's as rare as it is, and then that it's that really cool autograph. I see the appeal here to this one. What do you think about it?
Yeah, this is interesting, because this is an instance where what I was saying earlier about I want the card the way it's intended to be, and this is sort of a variation within a print run, where if the first 10 are kanji and the second 89 are English, this is where I can totally understand, and even myself would be like, well, this is a cooler card you know, because it is intended to be this way. It's a variation within a print run, but it's still intended to be this way. So I think it's really cool. Yeah, I just think it's a really cool card. If there's only 10 of these to satisfy the hobby, that's just not enough of that card. Just with Ohtani and how important he is and what great of a player he is. I mean, just dominates everything he does. That's a really cool card. Yeah.
Anything in this next group you want to hit?
We've talked about a couple of these already. Who's the Nike swoosh RPA? Zion?
That's Zion, yeah.
Yeah. That's a pretty cool variation on his NT RPA. I'll give it that.
Check this out. Check out the full image. It is a gorgeous card, man.
Yeah, and is it acetate surface? It is. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, that's nice because NTs aren't usually acetate surfaces. So is that because this is the Stars and Stripes?
Yeah, they've done it a few times in the last like 3 years with both football and basketball. But when I started to see it in NT, I was like, because I'm with you. You when you see acetate, you think immaculate, right? Like the acetate RPAs, but it maybe doesn't have the same sort of heritage that like the Immaculates do. It doesn't have the same heritage as the Immaculates do, but aesthetically, man, I'm with you. Like,
but it's still NT. I mean, like that's awesome. And the Nike swoosh, yeah, that's a great card. Now the question is Zion. I mean, the question is Zion. So proceed accordingly.
Let's go back to the first page just to sort of see like how things have changed over the course. It's been 15 or 20 minutes since the Black Lotus still just on top.
What's the McDavid Cup RPA at?
It's still sitting at 85. It hasn't moved. Most of the stuff at the top looks like it. I don't think anything's really changed from the last time that we looked at it. I keep trying to look over here. Oh, the Rock just got another bid. It's at 60 now. So two people are really duking it out for the Rock at this point. It'll be interesting to see how. That's one of those cards, you made the comment on gold and black. I'm kind of with you aesthetically. I think I take the gold too. Although I think the black's really nice looking. But for sure, if the black goes away, you might not see it again.
The black has what the black has going for it is that it's a 1 of 1. And because gold was already taken, black was the next, like almost the obvious choice to go with for the color. But if you're putting those two cards beside each other, man, give me the gold all day long. But rarity, if you want the one, and let's face it, it's, in this hobby and others, the 1 of 1 is a very important card to have. So, to me, it's a balance. Do you love the looks of it? If you do, then it's a bonus that it's or that it's a bonus. It's a bonus that it's a 1 of 1. And on the flip side, if you love that it's a 1 of 1 and you like that it's black, then that's a bonus as well. Like if the ultimate scarcity or rarity is important to you, it's a bonus that it's a 1 of 1, or that you like the black as well, I should say. Ben Diamond says, how late do these episodes usually go for about 3.5 hours? We're about 45 minutes away from that.
Yeah. And it could, but to we could see it end anytime. We've seen the clock get down towards 10 seconds a few times. I don't, I'm not sure. Who knows when people will stop bidding, but this next group of 6 though, Jeremy, actually has one of my very favorite cards in the whole auction. I want to show it here real quick. I actually don't know how you'll feel about this card, but part of it has to do with nostalgia. I remember this product, which we at the time didn't know how it was pronounced. It's HOLOGRFX, and our manager at the card shop I was working at said that it was called HoloGurFX, and so we called it that as which obviously is wrong. It's super wrong. But whenever any shoe card came out, I think shoe cards were 1 per case. And it was one of those situations where you'd open the packs, you'd open the box, you'd put the packs all together, and you'd see this one pack that was like 3 times the size of the packs that were around it, and you'd be like, okay, and then you'd see that it was completely stiff, and you'd be like, well, shoot, that's where the shoe card is, and then you'd open the pack, and the or whoever would bought the box would open the pack, and it would be somebody that was like Joe Smith or Latrell Sprewell or somebody who was good, but we saw a Jordan unsigned come out of our shop, and it was one of the biggest cards that we ever saw pulled. To see the Jordan autograph, Jeremy, like the very first shoe card, the Hollow Gur FX shoe auto of Michael Jordan to 23, like I'm more of an insert guy than I am an autograph guy from this specific era, but like this extends back into the 90s. It's just on the heels of Jordan being active in the league. It's got a really cool piece of the shoe that's not like just consistent throughout, but has a little bit going on. And the autograph presents exceptionally well. When you drill into the autograph a little bit and zoom in, you'll notice there's a little bit of bubbling here at the end of the M, which yielded Beckett to give it a 9 grade. But like, this is one of those that when I got in hand and I was doing the videos, I saw, and I was just like, oh man, like I love this card. I love this card.
You started by saying, I don't know how you're going to feel about it, Jeremy, as if you were worried. Maybe, I love this card. Now,
yeah, okay.
I love it. I love it not for me. It's not a card for me. It's out of my range, but I think it's really cool. It's out of 23 on card auto. And, I'm thinking about it compared to the Jordan jersey auto from 97, is it? With the piece of white mesh jersey. This to me is a step up, because in basketball, shoes are way more important than the jersey, and I haven't seen, I don't know how many autographed shoe cards MJ has, but this is from the 90s. This is a 1999 card. I've never seen it before. This is news to me that this thing exists, Adam. And also look at the picture of Michael Jordan. Like he's going in for a dunk.
Yeah. Like
he's got that fierce competitive look on his face. Like, yeah, to me, I think this is an awesome card. I would be again, the jersey auto is a very important card. It's a first ever sort of thing, but to me, this is way cooler. And it's a Hollow Gur FX. So I mean,
if I was allowed to bid, it's at 35 grand right now. I would bid on this card right now. I would.
Yeah.
Like I would figure out what I needed to liquidate, because I don't have 42 grand sitting around to go buy it, but I'd figure out which cards I needed to liquidate to go get it. It's also a 9, which is a great grade on that individual card. Jeremy, I would go as far as to say this, and I probably shouldn't say this in front of the 100 people that are watching right now, but like, this is a card that I actually like reached out to somebody recently who has this on Instagram, and I was like just poking around a little bit, like, hey, I really like that Hollow Gur FX. I really like that Jordan Shoe Time card. What do you think? Is there any chance? And it was just an immediate no.
I'm actually thinking more about the fact that shoes in basketball and Michael Jordan and Nike and Air Jordans and Jordan 1s, and I mean, like, that card to me should be way more enticing than the jersey card, which often are just, as we are now calling, napkin patches. Yeah. It's white, but it has those 2 eyelets, I think I saw on them, or whatever you call those holes. To me, that card is amazing, actually. Like to me, that's that would impress me if someone came to my booth tomorrow at Expo and 2 people came. One person showed me the jersey card, the other person showed me this card. The jersey card I'm going to look at for about 15 seconds. This card I'm going to probably just look at for about 3 minutes before I pass it back to the person, and they're going to wonder if they're ever going to get it back. To me, this is a far superior card. Now, I understand it's 2 years later, and it's not the first autograph mem card, so it has that against it compared to that. But what's the price on this right now?
35.
Well, I mean, that's what 1/7 of what the jersey auto sells for.
No less. The jersey, even the worst jersey autograph that you're going to find of that card, even still today after the dip, is still going to be well over $500,000.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, this card, again, I keep thinking this comment that I made is influencing myself right now as far as the first, I mean, I'm guessing it's the first autograph shoe card.
it
They
is.
don't
It is.
and they don't like every other Michael Jordan autograph mem card I've seen is a patch or a jersey card. I don't know if he has any, I just don't know. Does he have any other autograph shoe cards?
He does have one that came out of like one of these MJ only type brands, but nothing is like recognizable as the holographic set.
Like
Like,
this is pack pulled. Yeah, this card to me is a beast. I mean, to me, that's Michael. If he wasn't as well known for shoes and Nike, and that's what makes him a worldwide brand is Nike. Like, let's face it. Yeah, he was in the Looney Tunes movie and he's been in all sorts of commercials. But if it wasn't for the Jordan brand, he wouldn't be the iconic, the worldwide icon that he is that transcends sport that he is today. He'd still be great, but he wouldn't be at the level he is. And to me, there's a connection between that and this card, especially if that's a Nike shoe in there.
dude, it's you hearing you talk about it just makes me sit here thinking like, how can I get into one of these?
Well, I think,
Again,
yeah, I hope the person that has one that you might get it from isn't watching then, because if the, I'm convincing myself, maybe I'd be convincing them too.
well, I know that when you have a card like that you want to get into, that there's a chance you're just gonna have to pay a ton for it. But again, I would figure out a way to like move other stuff and maybe find one that's not got as nice of an autograph. Maybe find one that is not as nice of a piece of a shoe. But I'm with you. The significance is there. So any other ones on this page that you want to look at, man?
No, I just want to. Michael Stone makes a good comment. Where would Nike be without MJ? And that's why they pay him $300 million a year. That's the reason.
Unbelievable. That Thunder and Lightning got another bid, by the way, 36. Looking at over 40 grand for a Thunder and Lightning. I have to think that's it.
Jeff Morris says, can't believe Jordan did an Oscar for Space Jam.
Jeff's got all the jokes tonight.
Yeah.
We had somebody earlier mention the Brady Flawless. There it is. It's at 36. Your favorite Mahomes Flawless is at 36. My card on here, there's not a lot of Kobe's in this auction. We're seeing fewer and fewer Kobe's in the Premier. I think big collectors are tired of seeing this big stuff decrease in value, but it's a one-of-one showcase. It's not the row that everybody wants. It's not row 0, right? It's row 2. So it's probably, it's of the one-of-ones from the set, it may be the least desirable, if we're being honest, but like it's the second year of one-of-ones ever made, and it's Kobe Bryant, right? Like, I just can't believe it's sitting here in the auction and nobody's talking about it and it's sitting at 32 grand. Like, I would have thought some huge Kobe collector would have gone nuts for it, but here it is at 32 grand.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've said everything on that card. I have nothing to add. But that flawless Tom Brady, as you said, that Mahomes, that is my favorite Mahomes card design. This particular card, I obviously, like everybody else, I prefer that it had a symmetrical 3-color patch. Still a great card, of course. But that Tom Brady is probably my favorite Brady card. And I know it comes in a few different parallels. I just think that the design of this, the layout of this card, I think is like they have everything there. You've got the serial number. You've got a nice big patch window. You've got the word flawless is elegant in any color. You got the nice picture of Brady. You got the nice on-card autograph. It on a nice white, like this white background. This card to me, I'll probably say this every time we see this card in any of its parallel forms, Adam, but it's just so beautiful. What's the price of this one out right now?
This one is at 30. Come down a lot, man. It's coming down a lot.
Yeah, another card. I mean, and listen, Brady, someone said it earlier about Kobe. Brady's stats aren't changing either now, and I mean, maybe they could change for the better if he came out of retirement again. But at the end of the day, he doesn't need to come out of retirement. He's got 7 championships. Boy. And that to me is his prettiest card.
he has 7 championships, and he doesn't have a lot of patch autographs, and he certainly doesn't have more that are recognizable in this one. Like, it's become his most recognizable autograph patch card. It has. And with how things have dipped, you know, you look at that card, and I get it, 36 grand is still a ton of money, but I mean, seems it's just more reasonable now. Let's go down to the next group. the anniversary Pikachu is obviously the one that jumps out there. You got that. You've got a hockey card, a Lemieux, OPT 10. Which one do you want to choose here?
I mean, I gotta do the hockey. I gotta do the Mario Lemieux PSA 10 O-Pee-Chee. I think the population of that is like 40, low 40s, and that to me is the best. It's obviously the best hockey card of the 1980s. And Mario Lemieux, if you're not aware, is the second best player to play the game outside of, and many will argue he was better than Mario Lemieux, but he had injuries. He didn't play as many games as he would have if he wasn't hurt, if he didn't have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, take a year and change off and then come back. This guy was elected to the Hall of Fame and then came back and played again. And now he owns the team. You know, this guy is an all-timer. He's not on the like official hockey card Mount Rushmore, but he's on the Mount Rushmore of 1984, even 1970 forward. He's on the Mount Rushmore. 1967 forward, he's on the Mount Rushmore. And I love this card, Adam. I've told the story 100 times already. I bought a copy of this for 25 cents in 1986 when I would go to my LCS as a young teenager. And I love this card. I have a painting of this card hanging in my house. I love it. Absolutely love it. PSA 10, gem mint. Awesome.
Yeah, I've told you the story before that Mario Lemieux was like the main guy in the hockey game that I used to play with my cousin on NES, or maybe it was SNES. I don't remember, but I always thought Mario Lemieux was like better than Gretzky. Like those were the two names in hockey that I always remember growing up. And
read this.
And even as a non-hockey collector, like I see this and think it's this and it's the Gretzky from that era, and then like a divide between that and the Waugh and the other ones that
yeah. You call out Waugh, and you got Steve Yzerman, and even Brett Hull could be in that discussion, Mark Messier, but yeah, it's Yzerman, Lemieux. Sorry, it's Gretzky, Lemieux. And remember before how you got Jordan, you've got Kobe, you've got LeBron. Then who in hockey? It's Gretzky, Lemieux, and then there's a big gap until you get to Sidney Crosby. Like in terms of rookie years, it's literally 20 years before you get to Crosby, and then you have McDavid 10 years after that, and maybe we have Connor Bedard who's going to be drafted in a couple months. So Lemieux is he's amazing. Oh, sorry, read. I like Kevin Walsh's comment. I met Wayne Gretzky once, and he told me Lemieux would have gone down as the greatest, and that's something we'll just never know. But listen, the all-time record for most points in a season is held by Wayne Gretzky with 215. He had over 200 points 4 times in his career. Mario Lemieux never hit 200, but he had 199 one time, and that's the 5th highest points total in the history of the NHL.
I love to hear you geek out about hockey. You feel a passion like coming through the screen, thinking about your childhood and some of the players that you sort of watched, and like I just love that. It's where your collecting comes from. I think it's super cool. Let me show you this one real quick. I think you probably know about this, Jeremy, but a lot of people don't. We actually did some content around a card from last Premier Auction, a Kobe Bryant that was from one of these boxes. Just imagine opening a box of cards back in, I forget when this comes out, 2007, 2008, and you slide the initial layer off the box, and the next layer you see Michael Jordan's autograph on the outside of the box. The box in gold pen is serial numbered to 23, and then on the inside of the box, you've got 5 cards, 3 or 4 of which are all Jordan, including 2 autographs, one of which has this sweet 3-color sort of trim patch. And like, I mean, just this was the high point of the hobby back 15 years ago. It was innovative then. It's kind of crazy to think that they did it now. Imagine Jordan like looking at these boxes like, I'm signing the box. You want me to sign the cards and the box? And obviously, a lot of the boxes through the years have just gotten damaged because it's a lot harder sort of store a box than it is to store a card. So that set right there, Jeremy.
Very cool. I
sitting at
remember
29 grand. 29 grand.
Oh,
It seems low.
that's way too cheap. What's the Lemieux at? Someone was asking that. I think T-Dot was asking, what's the Lemieux at?
28.
Yeah, I remember back to the Jordans. I remember spending time with Carvin probably in whenever that came out. So what year was that? 07, 08?
07. 07.
I remember him telling me that they were doing that, and I thought that's pretty cool. But I was also like, I signed in the box. But now what, 15 years have gone by, and it's like, yeah, that's very cool. Very cool.
You don't want to talk about the Pikachu fragment crystal?
I don't know what. Oh, is that a statue? Is that an actual statue, or is that a
Yeah,
card?
it's huge too. It's like a huge statue.
Yeah, I saw one of those once. I think didn't who's that guy in the hobby that a lot of people talk about? I can't. His name's escaping right now. He wears glasses. He's bald like me. He's very well known, Adam, in the hobby. He's got a crazy collection. He hangs out with Kent with what's his name? Shine. I think Shine showed one of those on somewhere one time.
Oh, okay.
And that's the only time I've seen that. But that's a pretty cool piece. What's it at? What's it worth?
28.5.
Yeah, that's a cool piece. It's not a card, but it's still a pretty cool piece. Makes it a nice display piece for sure.
Man, look at this LeBron right here. This I clicked the wrong way. I'd do that eventually. No, I didn't. Rookie year, not a great patch, right? Just two colors, but like number to 25, rookie year from 03 exquisite, right? And it's at 26. Feels really low to me. Man.
That's a great, the patch is what it is. It's a weak two color nonetheless. Maybe it's 3 if there's something else hidden there, but yeah, that's a cool card. Is it a sticker auto?
No, it's not. It's on the card.
Okay.
Oh,
are you sure?
Exquisite has, to my knowledge, one card ever between 03 and 09 that was a sticker. I'll give you a prize if you know it off the top of your head.
I don't.
It's the 09 limited logos Kevin Durant.
Okay.
I think that's it. I don't think there's another sticker autograph from all those years of Exquisite. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong, but
it's that card looks like it's on a sticker. Like from what I see, I would be, oh, that's a sticker auto, but that's just the design. I guess. Yeah, it's a nice card. I like how you have the full body shot of a young LeBron 2000. Yeah, I mean that's an awesome card.
You've told me before, we were looking at one of these other ones on the 3D and the foil around this. I remember you were like, "Oh, I love the foil on this card."
Well, I love how thick the foil border is.
Yeah.
That's why and I remember liking that. Yeah, I do like the foil. That's where my eyes I can look at LeBron, I can look at the auto, my eyes go back to that foil.
The one and only Tristan Lee coming in with his first comment of the night to correct me. I don't know about this card, Tristan. He says there is a sticker Pippen limited logo. I did not know that. So well done.
Nice when we can learn more things. The chat is always very educational. They know, that's the thing. There's so much information out there. Thank you to the chat for adding to that and helping educate everybody.
He says, so this question from Mikey is that white dot on the patch on the actual patch?
I thought that was dust on my monitor, but I can't rub it off.
It's one of those things where it's like, it's clearly not a stitch, right? But like the way I can tell you the process that we have for like making sure that the cards appear the right way. It's not on the outside of the slab. I'd be willing to sort of state that that's true. It's got to be on the inside. And so the question is it like lint from the jersey? What is it? And I think it's in the slab. So I don't know if that's helpful. But that's what I know.
Let's look at the next grouping, if we may.
Oh yeah, let's go real quick. So that's the end of page 3. We're doing a little bit better now, but just real quick, see if there's any movement up top. Oh, look at the Kobe Chrome, Jeremy. Wow, that jumped a lot.
I can't see prices. What's it at?
It's at 115. Last time we looked at it, I think it was 80. So it's, with buyer's premium, it's right there around 140 now. That's a big, what it's at right now. It's pretty big. And then the LeBron is now up to 97.5. So we're seeing some movement here at the top. Your Connor McDavid's still at 85. Man, the Rock though, holy smokes, the Rock's $100,000.
Wow. Just to be clear, it's not my Connor McDavid. It's just that I'm a hockey fan. So
yeah, I was excited when I was going through and doing the auctions this month because I was like, holy crap, Jeremy's gonna love all of the big hockey stuff this month.
9 hockey cards in this auction. That's I think there was one auction recently where there were one premiere recently where there was 0. So yeah, nice to. Oh, what's that, Jackie? Look at, I love that. My eyes go straight to Jackie. Also the gold Steph, but that Jackie, what is that? What's the grade on that?
I'll open a couple of these up real quick. One sec.
Sure.
Open. So yeah, I know this is like outside of the Gretzky, this has got to be the card that you like looking at the most.
I do. And that's almost exactly like the copy I own. I have a 6 and it's off center to the left, just like that. I think mine is better centering top to bottom, but yeah. And now, because I own, I'm very curious what's the price of this one at, just so I can have a comp on a card that mine is very similar to one of mine.
So 25.5, just over 30 out the door. 30,600, I guess, out the door. Registration on this. Give me a registration grade on this.
It looks amazing. I noticed that right away. It looks amazing. Amazing.
I got to shout out BCF real quick. Your article, it's gonna we printed so that they'll probably hit early next week, maybe mid next week in your mailbox. Your article on registration this month and BCF, dude, was fantastic, and I think we did a really good job of designing it. You're gonna really like that. But it made me think more, and again, seeing things through your lens. Like I look at that Jackie now, and we've seen dozens of these through the last couple of years. I saw that and I went, ooh, that hits right. That's what you want that card to look like, other than the center.
I don't know if Deep Value Investor is still watching, but he's made some really nice posts lately. One, I think today or yesterday, about low grade vintage and how it just seems like there's so much of it out there and it's so valuable. And I think he has a valid point there. I'm talking about like 52 tops Willie Mays and not the Mantle, because that's a very special. He's still here. So yeah, so Deep Value. Brent, I'm just talking to you. I read those comments and I think you're right, but there's a nuance to that whole discussion, which is that not all PSA 2s, PSA 3s, PSA 4s are the same. There's going to be differences within, and I know you know this, but I just want to make sure that we're thinking about this at the same time. So that increases the rarity of these cards in the grade. So yes, there might be 2,000 graded 53 tops Jackie Robinsons, but how many of them are actually nice for the grade? And that's where I think you're going to see that it's a lot lower, a much smaller number, because the collectors that want these, that are discerning, are going to really gravitate towards the higher, the better eye appeal, the better quality within the grade. The technical grade is only one descriptor of a card, and it's a very general description, because there aren't only 10 points on the grading scale. Well, there are with half points, so 19. But in essence, there's an infinite amount of conditions that a card can be in, and I just wanted to add that to what I thought was a good post and a good thought. But I just wanted to maybe develop a little bit more with that comment.
Your education here, dude, is fantastic, and and I said this already, but it really has influenced me, because like there are really clear differences between a card that's not great registration and a card that's amazing. We've seen so many 6s on the Jackie cards. Sorry, I shouldn't say so many 6s. We've seen so many of them, and a 6 with great registration compared to a 6 without great registration, it's night and day. It's not even close. And so I'm thinking about these things way more like that than I used to. I used to look at the grade. I used to look at sort of like, then I felt like I was like looking at the centering and the edges and the corners and all those things. But like now my eyes are going more to the registration. And I feel like it almost should be like, you maybe have said this before, it almost should be like another subgrade.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree with those comments. And to further my own from before, just again developing this thought is that, you know, this Jackie, it's off-centered, badly off-centered. And a lot of people aren't going to like that. But the registration is unbelievable for the card. They just don't. The population of Jackies with this registration is very low, as is the population of a well-centered Jackie. Now, if you can find a well-centered Jackie with great registration that has rounded corners and some edge wear, like, talk to me. That's what you want. If you could find one of those in like a PSA 2, 3, or 4, you're not going to get that for PSA 2, 3, or 4 money, and those are going to come at a premium. And I feel that those cards they escape. And when Deep Value made that comment, he said his comment was that the way that the low grade vintage is really the values are trending upwards lately reminds him of when he first came back. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Deep Value said that reminds him of how when he came back in the hobby and it was all about Zion and Trey and all these, and now their populations are huge. But there's no difference between those Zions and those. They're all manufactured the same. So big, important nuance. And I think for Deep Value investor and anyone else, you know, if you are going to continue down the path of that, of assessing where you are putting your money based on comparing vintage low grade to modern, you know, Prism as an example, really make sure that you're considering everything so that you're not going to make a mistake. And I think if you leave it at your original post, you're missing some of the very, very important nuance that will help you understand why some of the low grade vintage is selling for what it does.
Gosh, I think it almost makes me realize, Jeremy, it's like two different hobbies. Like,
yeah,
we're all card collectors here. I think most of us are. Maybe there's some people who are into some of the other things that the Premier hits, but like most of us here are card collectors, and like collecting a modern card and collecting a vintage, there's a lot of like there's not a lot of overlap. There's so many differences. And so great teaching. I want to jump to the Slam Bams MJ because one, because like the Jackie for you as a card I own one of the 100 copies of this Slam Bams Jordan. It's one of my best cards in my collection. We didn't see one of these, Jeremy. We didn't see one hit the market for years. There was one that sold a couple of years ago. It was in a PSA 9 holder, and it was believed to be trimmed, unfortunately. And then we saw a couple hit. It's been almost a year. It was last July. And they both hit at the same time, which I think really hurt the value. You know, when two cards both hit at the same time, one was through us, one was through another major auction house. And I think that influenced the value. Seeing this one sit here at 25, like, oh, it's just a shock to me because there's the big, I always say there's the big 4 MJ inserts. Sorry, I've got my 4 up and I'm not putting on the camera here, but there's the Jambalaya, there's the Gold Fusion, there's the Slam Bams, and there's the Playmakers Theater. And those are the 4. You can say, well, the Gold Star one should be there too. Like, maybe, but I don't think so. I think the other 4 are way higher than anything else that sort of that can approach that. Some people say, what about Star Quest Gold? Maybe. I think that these 4 are pretty clearly head and shoulders above the rest, and you just don't see the Slam Bams ever pop up. And so seeing this one sit here at 25, given how other MJ stuff has really done pretty well. It's fared pretty well during the down. This right here feels like as good of a Jordan deal as I've seen on an insert card in the last, like, since 2019. I think it's pretty staggering. It's only at 25 right now. I would have honestly guessed that this was going to sell for twice this price. So if it stays here, congrats to whoever the winner is, because I think you're getting a fantastic deal. I can tell you, I've been offered a lot more than this for mine. Mine's an 8.5, but anyway, just some thoughts there.
Yeah, great comments.
How about you?
In terms of what? That card or
next card?
In this grouping, is that just a regular Topps gold, Steph, or is that a chrome?
Regular Topps.
Yeah. No, I'm good on this grouping.
I like the Tatum. It's the first off the line, so it gets the holofoil. Different image of Tatum than the normal NT, but man, that price is not bad. 24.5 for that card out of 15. I think it's a pretty cool card.
I so prefer the looks of the other one, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
You mean the regular? You mean the regular image one?
Yeah. McDavid Shield right there. What's that priced at right now?
24.
Ooh, wow. That sounds like seems. What year is the card from? Sorry, I just can't see. 2020. Okay. Yeah, that I understand that. Still seems like a nice deal. And is it? I just can't see. Is it autographed?
No, it's not. Well, no, it is. Sorry, I should take your hit here. I clicked the wrong button. I probably broke everything in the process. Let me just open image, new tab. Let me give you a better image here, Jeremy.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I see the auto now. 101. Oh, that's from the set that just came out. Yeah, there are not a lot of autographed Connor McDavid Shields out there. So that's I'm guessing it's game worn. That's a sweet card. Sweet
card. Is that? I'm looking close. I can't tell if that autograph's on card. I think it is.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is. Yeah, it is.
Let's get out of that one and out of the Slam Bams. MJ. I love.
While you're sorry, are you kind of organizing the screen right now?
What'd you say?
I just asked, were you organizing the screen right now?
Yeah, I was just getting rid of some of the things. Sorry. So the Zion Williamson down here. We talked a lot about Zion tonight.
Can't see you.
Am I gone?
Well, we hear you,
That's
but
super weird. I don't know why.
Check your camera setting. While you try and find yourself. I'm
back.
You're back.
I'm back. I don't know why I didn't click that button. I don't know what just happened there, but what were you going to say? I was going to take
I was just going to go to Deep Value responded. I was just going to address his response.
Okay.
So says, I don't think modern and vintage are similar. It's more I recognize the flight to safety in vintage where people who lost their bottom in modern and are now hiding in low grade, high pop vintage. I think some people are. I agree with Mollico. Not everyone did, and that's for sure. Not everyone did, but some people did, and I think it's almost a natural place to go because vintage is vintage. But I think that there's nothing inherently wrong with what you're saying, Deep Value Investor. I think just the way I read your post was there's more. It's not. You can hide in low grade, high pop vintage and do it with a lot of savvy if you're doing it with the right cards. But yeah, if people are just buying the cards blindly based on the slab, then yeah, I mean then they're buying, they're not buying cards that I think are going to be that as desirable as some others down the road. So it comes down to, again, buy the card, not the grade. And that's great advice that I will give and take, along with collect what you like.
Let's talk about this Zion real quick. So we've already identified with Zion, the interesting thing is he's like this guy who has really all world talent. Every time he plays, he's dominant. He's like top 1% offensive player the moment he steps on the court. He's incredible. He's missed so many games. There's sort of a worry that he doesn't have the passion for it that you'd like him to have. But like he has this real like pendulum potential career ahead of him. Would it shock me if he ended up being a multi-MVP? Like he's amazing. He's one of the most talented basketball players that has ever lived. He's incredible. His size, he's like Shaq in some ways, but he has athleticism for days. And when I think about his rookie year, I know a lot of people will immediately look at the NT and they'll look at some of these other things. I have always felt since the cards came out that the 1-in-1 rookie of Zion was the rookie card. The base card is numbered out of 99. And it's like a refracting, it's not chrome, but it has like this refracting finish on it. And it's just a great card. I've actually tried to get a couple of them over the years, but I always get sheepish about who Zion is.
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
I was gonna say the one of the image on the card is first year that they did 1-1, and they've done it since then. The image on the Zion with him raising up, ready to throw down this like windmill or this one that you see the strength in his arm, the foot that goes outside of the frame. I just freaking love this card, man. I love it. I love this card, and this is the best version of it, right? This is the 1/1 black, and so I look at a card like this and I hate it because I just feel like if I had the chance to buy it, I'd feel like, crap, I want that card. I got to have that card. I really want to have it. But I would never do it because I'm so worried about his injuries. But I feel like if I don't buy something like this, he's going to go on to be like this generational player. And I feel like if I do buy it, he's going to end up getting hurt. I don't know. I love this card though so much, man. It's awesome.
It's funny. Like, listen, I personally I want to see Zion be successful and have a great career. I think he's got a ton of potential. But you were saying all these things. I'm like, you were taking words out of my mouth. My comments were going to be and they will be as follows. I like the simplicity. We are looking at so many autographs and patches and foils, and I love the simplicity of this card from a cool high-end brand. You mentioned his shoe comes out of the frame. I was going to make that exact same comment. I like that. I think this is a beautiful card. I think this card aesthetically, the design is simple and elegant. The picture of him is awesome. Like, is he in mid? I can't tell. Is his left foot off the ground? Like, he's in midair.
This is classic Zion in flight, ready to like kill the hoop. Like,
yeah, of course he's a foot and a half in the air at least, right? Like that is. I think it's a gorgeous card. So yeah, I mean, I think he's a risky purchase. So risky. But if you love Zion and then go for it. But I think this is a beautiful looking card. The RC logo is on there. So yeah, really pretty card overall. And then you just have to be able to handle the risk that comes along with Zion Williamson right now.
Jay Monaco says he doesn't give a SH like you need in order to be all time. That's probably true. I think that's probably true. But like the comp here is Embiid. Like, Embiid didn't play hardly at all his first few years, and then he was amazing. And
let's look at the comment above from Ben Diamond. Like that he said that is just like, I'm healthy. I just don't like it's like me, Adam. If I were to say to you I wasn't going to do the show tonight, Adam, I'm fine. I just don't feel like Jeremy tonight. I'm not going to do the show with you. Like,
it's infuriating because, again, like, let's say next year he comes out and he's like ripped and ready to fly, and it's like they rip off 20 straight victories. Like, is it going to shock me? No, not at all. And that's why. But I hate cards like this, Jeremy. That's why I've sold almost all of my modern cards because I can't get over it. Like, I can't have a card like that where I'm just living and dying with it. I just collect the greats, and people have retired because I just don't want to deal with it. But I'm telling you, man, if there's this, and I know I've hyped it up plenty already. If there was a single Zion Williamson card, I'm not lying. There's one Zion card in the world that I would want. We're looking at it right here. And so whoever goes for it, I'm hoping for you and jealous of you and nervous for you all at the same time.
Yeah, and nervous for you. What's the price on this right now?
24.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool card. You have to have some gamble in you, I think, to purchase a card like this. There's many cards I would purchase ahead of it, but as far as the aesthetic overall, and I'm just getting a kick out of this conversation that Ben is having here. After he says he doesn't feel like Zion, I'll try that excuse with my boss. And then what Monaco says, hey boss, I can work, but I do not feel like me. Sorry.
Hey, next group, brother. What you got?
I just thank you guys. That gave me a really good laugh. Well, I'm looking at these things. Oh, look, there's an autographed Jordan jersey card. That top right card, that Giannis, I love that design. just love it. The Jordan Prism is cool too. The dual logo, man. Who is that? Is that Zion on there? I saw one earlier. I think it was Zion and Jaw maybe earlier.
This one right here is Admiral and Hakeem.
Oh, that's a sick combo.
It is, man. I love this card.
That's a great combo. I mean, David Robinson was the next Michael Jordan for a long time. Like, and I don't mean sell.
He was.
He was that important and that highly touted and that good when he came into the league. I mean, his 89 hoops, 89 hoops, the first card. I think he had 2 cards in that, right? He has the 2 cards, the first one. God,
that's right.
I remember busting those low quality plastic pack wrappers to find that card. Oh my God.
I can still feel them in my mind's eye. Like they pull apart. You can't rip them. It wasn't until like Stadium Club where it was sort of a different feel than that. But it wasn't a wax pack. It was plastic, and it was sealed though. It wasn't like folded over like the wax packs where I can still see it too. But Admiral and Hakeem, I mean, you're looking at 2 guys each have 2 championships, 2 of the best centers of all time. And this is from the very first year of dual logo man autographs. I love this card. And when I think about what some of the other dual logo man autographs are sold for with younger players, I mean, the combination of these 2 guys, Jeremy, have like 50,000 points, right? They're other than Jordan, really the only guys from that era that won championships. And so, yeah, I love, and I know you don't even love logo man autographs, like compared to some other things, but you're even like giddy about it, which I think probably says something.
These 2 players, I mean, look at these 2 players. The players stand out themselves. So there's that. Again, if you're going to compare it to like a logo man of say Jaw and Zion, or Trey and Zion, whichever combination that would be, it just depends how risk tolerant you are. Do you want but also high risk, high reward? You know, is this card here going to explode in value? I don't know what has to happen, what they need to do, or what has to happen that is outside of them for that to occur. You know, the hobby has to have another explosion, I would think, but a nice steady conservative increase in value over time. You know, assuming just that the economy is going to, over a long period of time, let's just say. Let me leave it at that.
Sure.
Again, I'm comparing it to a similar to what you said just recently, Adam, that, you know, you like to buy cards of the established stars, retired players. I'm the same way. I don't have the risk tolerance to put a lot of money into 2 up and comers, even if they're on my favorite team. I just don't have that risk tolerance. And players are not loyal to teams anymore like they were up until even the 80s, early 90s. That's all changed. So this card to me is a nice place to store some value, store some money into a nice card of 2 guys whose statistics aren't changing and both had great Hall of Fame careers.
And both of them have like or Admiral more than Hakeem, but both of them have like a real collector base. David Robinson, I can tell you right now, there's multiple people who were on the chat and multiple people who have messaged me in the last week who are such loyal Admiral fans. I mean, he has this very passionate following, but they sort of have like a cap, right? And I'm not trying to give them disrespect here, but like there's a lot of Admiral cards that sell for like $1,000 or like $1,500, or even like some of his best patch autos that are like $2,500 or $3,000. There's not a lot of Admirals that are $30,000. And the same with Olajuwon. You know, this is for each of them one of their best cards literally in existence. And so the question that I think a lot of people would ask in this realm is like, would you rather have a standalone Olajuwon logo man auto or the duel with Admiral? And I think it's an interesting question because one guy kind of steals the show from the other a little bit. And if it was me, I would go with the duel because it's from the first year of exquisite dual logo man autographs, but 2, because I think they actually have a connection that's really cool. I think one other thing that I want to point out on this one that maybe other people haven't realized is this Akeem autograph isn't perfect. In the A in Akeem, there's like a little bit of wear going on. And to some people, that's an eyesore that they couldn't deal with. I personally knowing what most of the dual autograph big cards look like from the world of high end upper deck from the era, it doesn't really bother me. I'm glad that the autograph stays on card and that they're both really legible. But I'm like racking my brain, other than some of the really rare 90s inserts. This is like for both of these guys, like other than like the PMG green, basically, this is like the best card for both of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I would also go for the duel here because I think both of these players are worthy of being together on the card. You said one kind of outshines the other. I assume you're talking about Hakeem, but I mean, I'm not 100% certain on that. I think
Sorry, I missed that. Say that again.
You said that one player outshines the other or something like that.
The fan base, of Admiral, the fan base of Admiral is greater than Hakeem.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's interesting. I'm noticing the PSA assigned grade is a 6, so that's something, and that's not. I don't believe that has to do with the autograph that you mentioned. So it is kind of one of those lower grades, but all that really should do is maybe get you into it for a lower price, because what this card is, I think, is pretty darn amazing. And yeah, I'm not a huge fan of logo men in general, but this is an important. I understand the importance of this particular card. Do you know why? The professor here wants to know, is there a reason why there is a different size to each of the logo man patches here?
Man, I don't know. I don't have any idea. I know that logo man's changed over the years.
I think that's it.
It's really fun to look back at the ones that were in the 80s. Yeah, but that's all I know.
Okay, and then Professor here says, just going back to the 48 Leaf Jackie Robinson, I heard a vintage collector say that he switched to it as his all-time favorite Robinson card because it resembles an Andy Warhol painting effect. And I can tell you, I think that's a good comment. I agree with that. And not only is that my favorite Jackie Robinson card, it's my favorite vintage card in my collection, I believe, is my Jackie. And the only card that competes with it as far as my favorite all-time vintage baseball card is the 53 Willie Mays, which I've never owned a copy. And I just think that's such an amazingly beautiful card. Those are my two favorite vintage baseball cards, the Jackie 48 Leaf and the 53 Willie Mays tops.
It seems like maybe it's a good time to go to the comments. I just wanted to point out real quick that this card of The Rock, another poster, I can't confirm this, said that by a huge amount, this is the most money ever spent on a wrestling card, which is really cool. It's a cool moment for wrestling. Yeah, there you go. Like, it's a cool moment for wrestling fans, despite the hobby that's really like the hobby is sort of like is generally cards have decreased in value over the course of the last year. The biggest card from the original Prism wrestling set is now more than any other wrestling card, assuming this comment's right. It's more than any ever has. I think that's kind of a cool moment for wrestling collectors.
For sure. We should see some celebratory posts on Instagram tonight and tomorrow because of this. I follow a lot of the wrestling collectors, and I love their passion for their hobby.
Yeah, totally. Do you want to hit the other comments now, Jeremy, or should we?
I don't have any more to hit, actually.
Oh, you don't? Okay, my bad.
Let's go to like page 4 or something.
We were on page 4. I'm going to go to page 5.
Okay.
We just finished page 4. So first group right there. What you got?
Is that the same dual logo man we were just looking at?
Yeah, because we're sorted by highest price, so things are moving.
Let's just scroll down. Can we scroll down a bit? I feel like we've seen all these cards recently. Yeah. I'd like to see. Oh, what's that Maze? That 51 Bowman Maze. Oh, is that an autograph copy?
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I know the Maze is one that you I clicked the wrong thing. I knew I was going to do that at some point, and I've started to do it now. So did you want to see a close up?
I'd like to see the card. I'd like to see the card itself. Yeah, it's it's an autograph, which that's going to appeal to lots of people. The card, I love the centering on the card itself. It's got, I don't know if that's a crease or the print line coming down, just kind of going over the tip of his the beak of his cap there.
It's a crease. It's for sure a crease.
It's a crease, yeah. But still, I mean, for a creased card, like look at that. The centering is nice. The color still pops on it. That's a really nice. The registration's good. It's a for what it is. condition wise, it's a very nice copy. Like, what would that grade? Probably like a 2. I'm thinking right in there.
Yeah, it might even be a 1. It's a 1 or a 2.
And that autograph is very
Beautiful.
bold.
It's
So,
beautiful. What do you think about that print spot that's right, that it's like he's looking right at?
Yeah, a little sort of a fisheye right there.
Yeah, does that bug you?
Yeah, it does bug me. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I want to show you my card from this group that's interesting. I saw somebody posting about this today, and so I thought it would be worth talking about for a sec. So, in my opinion, this is one of the big 4 Kobe rookie cards. You've got the Chrome Refractor, the Credentials, which, by the way, somebody was asking what the card is over here by the PWCC hat. It's my recent mail day. It's a Kobe Credentials rookie card that I really wanted for a long time. So, Chrome Refractor, Credentials rookie, and then the Flair Legacy Row 0. There's 3 different Flair Legacy or Flair Showcase Legacy cards, but the Row 0 is easily the best of them. And then the 4th big Kobe rookie, in my opinion, is this card right here. It's the gold finest. And so at some point I'll pick up one of these, but the card's rare. Like, I think they were 1 in 288 packs to get a gold, and there were, or maybe 1 in 144, and there's like 20 players in the gold section. So they were tough to get, but not like crazy tough to get. The thing that makes this one so special is that it's a pristine copy. Mm-hmm. And if this guy who posted this on Instagram is right, and I believe that it is, it's the first time we've seen one of these in the last couple of years. And the last time it sold, it was over Jay Maliko's posting it right here. It was $206,000 back in 2021. And it shows you, like, the high-end Kobe rookie market has just gotten destroyed. I mean, things went so high and have really crashed back down. But in this case, it's the first time we've seen it move. And so it was really interesting to a lot of people tonight, I think, to see, if there were any big Kobe collectors that would jump in and really go after this card, being a card that's valued because of its high grade. Watch the timer right now, Jeremy. We're down to 8 seconds. It's the furthest I think we've been.
That's good, because I'm really tired and I want to go to sleep, so I'm hoping.
It's because you had those drinks before we started.
Well, and it's 1 a.m. where I am. Usually it's 2 hours earlier, and I got very little sleep last night. So,
but when did you leave home though?
I left home yesterday morning. My flight departed at 10:20 a.m.
See, you're still on Mountain Time. It's 11 o'clock, bro. You got like an hour to go. We're good.
I know, but I couldn't fall asleep last night. It was like 2 o'clock when I watched the Oilers win the game last night. And that was at 12:30. It ended here. I couldn't fall asleep till like 2. And then I was up at like 6. Like, I'm going on very little sleep for this guy.
Adam Rips is asking me for my opinion on V Friends cards, which is a question that I never in my wildest dreams thought we'd get as part of a show like this until
What's that lot? What's that lot at now?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it the whole night, which means it hasn't been on the leaderboard. Let's go find it real quick.
Let's have a look.
I want to hear Adam Rips' thoughts on it too. 11-5, Adam. 11-5. Jay Maliko's already pissed off. He's like, get out of here with that stuff.
He's already pissed off. That's it. I'm turning off the show.
He's like, I don't want to like go. So if anybody hasn't looked, go check out my Instagram from like a week ago. I did a post on this lot. And it's funny because I think some people get that it's like part of my job to sort of like highlight some of the things that we're selling. And some people are like, you like this, and so you're hyping it and I'm like, I don't know what to do with you guys because look, it's my job. It's what I do. This lot is a really important lot for this collector base. Now, there might not be a single person in this group that collects V-Friends cards. That's highly possible. But like thousands of dollars has been spent on this. Some people believe in it super passionately. Go look at the comments on that thing. We're talking about 86 cards. It's 9% of the total population of PSA graded V-Friends cards. Total. Like, and these are just base cards. And so that's out of all of the V-Friends cards ever graded. It's literally like 9% of that. So it's really an important moment for that collector base. And what's 11,500 divided by 86? It's like $125 a card. Like, it's a lot lower than I think a lot of the V-Friends collectors want. They thought that this would be, man, we knew it would be 5 digits, but I think it's lower than people thought. But look, they're based after the NFTs that Gary Vaynerchuk sort of like that he created. And some people are really into that stuff. Am I? No, I'm not. But a lot of people really are. And I want to tip my cap to those people and say, collect what you like.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you can't say, I'm going to go on a rant real quick. Can I go on a rant real quick? Are you good with that?
Go for it.
Yeah. You cannot say, collect what you like and, oh, that stuff's really stupid and you shouldn't collect it. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. You have to be able to collect what you like. And if somebody really likes this stuff, that's fantastic. They should go buy it. And that's the end of my rant. I'm tired of people saying, you shouldn't like this, but collect what you like. Forget those people. Don't listen to them. Go do what you go. Like, I like collecting Harry Potter cards. And if you don't like it, I don't care. You're stupid. I like it. That's how I feel. So anyway, that's my rant. I'm done. What do you think? Am I right? Am I wrong? What do you think?
Oh, no, you're 100% right. Collect what you like. And if anyone likes this, then I'm going to be okay with that. I have nothing against these cards. I have nothing against them. Are they for me? No, but like, I've asked Gary V about these cards, and I asked him if he has plans for these cards, for not these cards, but this IP to grow. Is he committed to it? And he said yes, he's committed to it. So while the sports card hobby doesn't respect these cards, and I'm okay, that's also okay. You do not have to respect these cards at all.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
Gary V has a monstrous following, and these also appeal to kids. I would think they appeal to kids. I don't know, but there's also a very cheap version of these things. So
would they appeal to your kids? Would your kids like these?
For sure they would. For sure
Mine
they would.
wouldn't. I don't think my kids would like these.
I think my kids would like the names, and they'd look at the picture, because this is like how my kids draw. So my kids are 4 and 6 years old. So my kids would look at these and they would identify with them because it's similar to their level of drawing, and they would get a laugh out of the names, and they would say them. I mean, it's just like Peppa Pig. What's Peppa Pig? You know, what's Angry Ant? Like, it sounds just like that to me. But a couple of things. First of all, as Adam said, it's 86 cards, I think, out of a set of like 235.
Yeah, 235.
So you're getting a third of the set. If you collect them, that's a lot for 11.5. Moloko says, how are those doing? I think he means value-wise. Well, now's probably a great time to buy these compared to 2 years ago when they first came out. So they're how are they doing? I mean, there's someone still putting 11.5, and there's someone's willing to put 11.5, someone's willing to put 11.4 into these, or whatever the next lower bid would be. So there's that. But here's the thing. While we don't need to like them or collect them, if Gary V Gary V is a persistent kind of person. If this IP does blow up and he makes something out of them, these are going to have value down the road. They're just going to. Maybe not to anybody watching the show or anyone that we follow on Instagram or are friends with, but there's enough people out there that are going to make these valuable down the. I think it's possible. I'm not saying for sure, but I can see these becoming. I can see especially the rare ones. I can see them being valuable down the road. If the IP becomes something significant in culture, which it might be. Gary V is. I mean, listen, some people might not like the way he approaches the sports card hobby or V Friends, but the guy's no dummy when it comes to business, and if he can build this thing out, which is his. I mean, listen, this is his ticket to buying the New York Jets. He wants to build this out, sell it, and buy the New York Jets.
I love the take. I love it. I love it when people.
I'm just being open-minded. Sorry, I'm just being open-minded. I'm considering possibilities. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
It doesn't. So I think there's like 3 different people who could buy this law. One is somebody who believes in the IP and believes in the potential of it, and is like a super big, like a speculator, right? I think there's also like a case that there's somebody who just sort of sees that it's too low right now for what you could get for the cards if you broke them up. Right. And then there's this third group of people that sort of understands that, look, there's only 22 of every base card made. This is a third of the base cards. It's probably the biggest lot of PSA graded base cards in the world, or at least one of them. And so, all three of those groups sort of look at this and they go, is this something that I should go after? And I'm with you. Like, I get that maybe down the line, the IP could not only like blow up, but it could be a huge deal. And then if you look back and say, how many base cards are there of Charming Cheetah? You said Peppa Pig. All these, you could make them up. We don't even know what they're called, but like, I could see that being historically significant and important. And a lot of times, some of the best ideas long-term are the things that people don't really collect in the moment.
Listen,
it happens over and over again.
Toy companies are always looking for new ideas. So if they could just buy this maybe, or just license it and do a cartoon and do all the merchandise that comes out of it. Like He-Man Masters of the Universe was created for one reason, to sell toys. It wasn't a story that became a toy. It was a toy that became a story. That's a big difference. These were an idea he had, his doodles or whatever drawings that Gary V made. Didn't I mean, listen, I'm not as good of an artist as my 4 and 6 year olds are, so I'm not going to criticize him for his art skills here either. But I mean, these things could become something. It depends if this thing gets licensed and becomes a cartoon for kids. Look out! I'm just saying, look out. You don't know what to expect.
I'm still pissed that I didn't get a free box like you did of this stuff, and that I didn't get to sell it. Did you sell it, or did you open it? What'd you do with it?
No, I still have it as I received it. I have one of those original influencer boxes, which I'm grateful to have. But
next time you talk to Gary, will you tell him that I'm mad that I got?
Yeah, next time
I know he has no idea who I am.
I will certainly let him know. I forgot I still had it, but I will let him know. Are you frozen? I'm gonna go to.
You're on. I don't know if you're losing me right now, Jeremy, but I don't know.
You're on a bit of a lag.
Maybe that's my. Adam or Jay Mollico says angry ant, and then Jay Mollico said Adam is being an angry antelope right now, which I laughed pretty hard at. So that was good.
Maybe close the window, Adam, because it's got the video going.
Oh yeah, good call. Good call. Let me do that. Let me go back.
Ben Diamond makes this comment. I mean, we spend thousands on paper pictures of men. Everyone who doesn't probably thinks the same thing about us. Some people do, but then they see the values of them and they think, oh, there's one guy at the Expo today was telling me, this guy is, I think he said he was 68 years old. And I asked him, like, what are your plans? What are your plans for your collection after, once you pass on? And he said, he started telling me about his family. He said, my whole family thought they used to kind of look at me weird that I was putting my money into cards. And now they all think I was the smartest one out of them all, between him and his. So you just never know what can happen. And you just don't know, especially if this thing becomes a cartoon with toys. Then this is going to be their first representation on cards. You just don't know.
I like this comment right here from Sports Cards. Sports card market is looking alive. Premier going past 1 a.m. Eastern time is always a good sign. Part of that's because this auction's just so darn deep. It's just fantastic. But man, the bidding has been. I mean, we haven't even gotten down past. We've gotten down to 10 seconds a few times, but Jeremy, there's a chance we're here for a while, man.
Not me, man. I'm gonna have to tap out here shortly.
You're gonna let me go solo again?
Well,
I already gave you an hour off today. What the crap, man?
I know. Well, dude, this show has never gone this long. We're 12 minutes away from 4 hours. At some point, I think we can just end it. We don't have to go till it ends. I don't think. Lapper says, "What are you doing still working from Expo?" I mean, I don't really consider this work. This is fun, but it is late. It's now 20 after 1. I'm literally going to have to make an executive decision and go to sleep very soon.
You can go to 11:30 at least, right? You got
not 11:30. It's 1:30, Adam.
No, it's 11. Your body clock tells you it's 11:30. It's 11:30 for you.
Yeah, but I have to be up. I have to be. I'm waking up in under 7 hours right now. I do not do well on like 6 hours of sleep.
Yeah, but you're a young guy. You're a young guy. You've got this.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Tom Newman says it's 4:20. Hit the pipe. I'll pass, but thanks, Tom.
You got bad examples in here for you, Jeremy.
Here's good advice from Mookie. Collect what you love. Z's. Get some sleep. Yes, I know. I'll take that advice. Thank you. Thank you, Mookie.
Oh man. The fact that people are calling people sleepy snail and sleepy salamander, like this is one of the best shows we've ever done. There might not be as many people left on it as there's still a lot of people here, but anyway, I'm glad we talked about those. What was Benjamin saying? Sorry, I didn't look.
Someone stole $20 million of gold from an airport in Canada. Are we about to see Jeremy post a ton of new cards soon?
Is this true? Is this a real story, Ben?
I don't know.
That would be pretty crazy if that happened. Part of me hopes that that's a true story. It'd be amazing.
Just quick comment to Card Porn. If you're gonna, please give us the name of the kid. If you're gonna make this comment on my show, Card Porn, please, and so that we have more information. Don't just throw that out there. Not on my show, Card Porn.
Huh.
What is $20 million in gold doing in a Canadian airport? Good question. Good question. Can we see how the $1 million Disney auctions are doing? I'm not sure. Yeah, so his father, Card Porn, you know that his father is backing that and signing for that, please.
So I think maybe.
And also one more comment. This is not a show that you come on to, whether you're Card Porn or anybody, and throw out accusations. Not on my show. Not on my show, Juan. Not on my show. You got other places to do that.
And I think maybe
you don't say anything, Adam. Don't say anything about it.
Okay. All right. I'll follow your lead there. It's your show. Okay. So let's go look at the leaderboard. You good with that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So and then we'll come back to page 5. We made it through like 2 cards on page 5 because neither one of us can stop talking. No, it's Adam Rips' fault. It's Adam's fault that we went and we talked about whatever their names were, Sleepy Salamander and those guys. That's the reason that happened, that we took so long. Okay. The leaderboard looks, the LeBron jumped a lot. This one jumped to 145, Jeremy.
What was it at before?
Last time I looked, it was 95. So that was a good healthy jump there for that one. And the Rock continues to climb, 126 grand right now.
Pre BP?
No, post. 126. I'm doing my mental math here. Proving my accounting. I don't know if that means anything, math and accounting, but I really wanted to see the Jason Tatum hit 100, and I wanted to see. I told somebody I thought the Rodman had a chance at 100, and they called me crazy. And I was like, no, I really think. And other people were like 25, 30, maybe a little bit more than that. I knew this was going to crush it. I knew it was going to. It was too big a deal, but it looks like it stalled at 67. I think it might be done there, which is too bad. I wanted to see it in 100, but anyway, you want to go back to page 5?
I want to go to sleep.
Well, you said you had 8 more minutes left in you, though.
All right, I'll go 8 more minutes, and then I gotta tap out, bro. I gotta tap out.
If I stick on for another half hour, you good with that?
I'm good. You are more than welcome to. I know you, and you. It's before midnight for you, so please. I'm happy. Listen, honestly, this has been a ton of fun. We've had some great, like you said, we've had some really good discussion tonight. The chat's been amazing tonight. By the way, I want to thank everyone in the chat for the comments that we've addressed and had some really good discussion about. It's made me do, some thinking about some things, even the way, just to develop ideas and thoughts. And so, yeah, very, very pleased with that. But this is fun, Adam. It's fun to share the pilot seat with you,
Well, I am glad to hear you say that. I felt the first hour today, I felt like a complete idiot. I felt nervous because I was like, it's hard not having somebody to ask questions. I mean, I would ask the chat a question or whatever, but if you don't have a co-host, man, it is not easy. It's a hard spot to be in, and you just feel like a tool, but it's way better having you on here. I'm glad that you made it. And thanks for making the time, because I know at one point you were sort of thinking that you couldn't make it at all. So thank you for making it happen. I'm grateful for it.
Well, I did host an event tonight. We had 81, I think, people show up to it, and it was just awesome. It was, here I want a quick story before I go. It's got nothing to do with the auction, but just so people know what occurs at the expo, and at least at this event that I organize, we had this whole indoor patio thing they have, and when I got there, they had seats for 75 people. But they had the tables kind of in sixes with like a foot or two in between them. And people started coming in, and I'm looking around, it's all disjointed. I say, I need everybody to stand up and pull your chair away. So everyone did. And I started moving the tables together, and then people kind of shifted to where their seat was now, and everyone was now together. And the whole dynamic of the room changed because people were now meeting people they didn't know before. They were interacting. I preach inclusivity, and the night I just feel like the quality of the night was so improved after I realized, let's just move the tables together so that people can not just talk to the people that they walk through the door with, but talk to the people at the next table. And it ended up being just such a great evening. So when I left, I felt like I achieved my goal, which was just to bring all these people together. And I walked out with a smile, and I walked out feeling like what a great kickoff to the Expo weekend. And I've been organizing this dinner now for 12 years, I believe, or for 11 years, twice a year. And as Sports Cards Live has, over the last 3 years evolved, it's now the group has become bigger and bigger that comes to this thing. And it was just the best one yet. So it was amazing. And I got to leave and come back to this with you, and like just made my night awesome overall.
Dude, next year, if you do it on a Thursday again, let's do it. I'll come to Toronto. I haven't been to Toronto before, but I'll come to Toronto and let's do the show. Let's do the show together. Like, let's do this show together at the show or some other cool venue afterwards. It'd be so much fun.
Yeah, I'd love it.
I would do it. I'd be up for it, man. I think that'd be a blast. Okay, I've got you for 4 more minutes. We've got to go through some of these comments. I'm dying. These are hilarious. You need to be accountable, and accountable ant is what Adam Rips is saying to you now, Jeremy.
I don't think he's saying it to me.
He's not saying it to you?
I think he's backing me.
I think he is saying it to you. Yeah, he's saying you need to be accountable. And then we have don't stir the pot. We have just this whole thing is like, the chat has been phenomenal. It's been absolutely phenomenal. No after hours tonight? I mean, come on. What is this? This is fantastic.
This is after hours.
I want to know if this comment was for me, somebody cheering me on during my long rant about Be Friends cards.
That's only 4 minutes ago. So that's that's recent.
We've got they're all coming in too fast. I don't even know. 420 Adam is a god. I'm sure they're not talking about me in 420. That doesn't make any sense. It's got to be Adam Rips. Anyway, are you gonna leave? Am I gonna do this by myself again? This is not nearly gonna be nearly as much fun without you.
Adam, I got to go to sleep, buddy. I apologize.
Go to bed. I'm gonna stick around for another half an hour until this thing. I'm not gonna go for more than that, but I'll go for another.
Okay, you go ahead. I want to thank you, Professor. Appreciate that. Thank you, Adam, for handling the first hour, and I'm sure you did great. Thank you. Oh, Todd McDonald in the house. Todd was at the event tonight. Good to see you, Todd. Well, it was good to see you tonight. Nice to see your name on the screen right now. Have fun, Adam. Thank you so much, and we'll try and chat tomorrow if we can.
Let's do it tomorrow. Go watch my hour without you at some point. You're not going to make time to do that, but if you do, hopefully you can give me some feedback on it.
I can't either, Todd. I can't either.
All right, I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, we will talk to you soon. Thank you, Adam, and thank you, everybody. Good night. And
I'll end the broadcast. I'll end the broadcast the right way. I promise.
Thank you. Those of you who are at the Expo, see you tomorrow.
Bye, Jeremy.
Good night.
Well, the chat just got a lot less fun, guys. I'm just going to be honest about it. It got a lot less fun. I love that guy. He's the best. All right. So Jay Mollico is going with cannot be an instigating insect. Everybody's congratulating Jeremy on his Jack Astor's thing. And then Adam Rip said, no, I meant Adam blame me for going off on the tangent. Yeah, it is totally your fault, Adam. I'm not going away from that. It's totally true. Jay Mollico goes with don't be lonely lizard. Ben is with tired turtle. Don't be a dozy deer. This is just the best. I'm trying to hang out on with you, Adam. Okay, we're going to make it, man. We're going to make it. Deep value investor. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Maybe the bids are still coming pretty fast. But you guys know, like a lot of people feel like the way to get the best deals is to wait, and they just wait as long as they can. And it becomes this sort of battle of attrition, right? It makes you think, do we move the auction earlier? How do we think about that? I don't know exactly. But what I do know is, we're not done yet, and we're going to go for at least another half an hour. So let's see what other comments, man. So many comments, guys. So many comments. Jeremy is at the Toronto Expo. He hosts a dinner there as well. So he was doing that. Jay Mollico, Warriors crushed. What else is going on in basketball? If you guys can post anything there, that would be awesome. I don't see anything else here that we totally need to hit. So if you guys are good with it, we're on page 5. We'll hit a couple cards here and there. As before, please leave any comments or any questions. I'm sure that most of you who are on here were not here at the beginning when I was doing the show on my own as well. But I really need you guys up here in the chat to hit all of the big stuff that you want to hit, especially because when you've got one person talking, it just doesn't feel the same. It's not as good. We all know it's not as good. But if you guys, I'll ask you questions, you ask questions, and let's still make the most of it. So Deep Value Investor says, I am leading in 5 cards right now. Man, I want to hear at the end if you're able to. Oh man, we're getting lots of, apparently our LinkedIn stream went away. Hopefully no one was watching on LinkedIn. But yeah, Deep Value Investor, I want to hear at the end, if you want to share the 5, I'd love to hear those wins if we can make that happen. Lap says, Adam, what info do you have on the Tiger card on screen? This one. Yeah. So this Tiger Woods card is kind of widely regarded as the elite, iconic, upper end, like high end Tiger Woods card. It, on the Iconic 100, we had all these different cards that were up for votes, and there's 3 Tiger cards that made the Iconic 100 list. It's the Upper Deck rookie, the SI rookie, and this card. This is the regular variation. I was going to say, there's a gold variation that's out of 100. So there's 1,000 total Tiger Woods rookie autographs from SP Authentic. I'll scroll in and show this off real quick. It's a great looking card. He has one of the nicest autographs in the whole hobby, and this one's graded a PSA 10. Number 900. Then there's a gold version that's out of 100. So there's 1,000 total rookie autographs of Tiger Woods in both variations. It's just a sweet, sweet card. Let's go back and sort of keep looking through here. Oh, Suns won too. Not calling it winning, deep value. I like that. Fox cards going back down, LOL. Man, I will tell you, I watched those first 2 games. Sacramento is legit. Like, they are legit. I think, even if the Warriors won tonight, Sacramento still got a very good chance to win the series. So, and I know that the game, I think, wasn't even close tonight, but Suns won 2, 129 to 124, putting Suns up 2-1 in that series. Some Durant people are feeling really good about that. Jared says, hours of the day are relative. If you're in Europe, you are loving the Friday breakfast bidding. That's right. I can tell you which ones. Oh, don't do that. Tell me at the end. LBJ up to 175. I assume you're talking about the number pieces. Makes sense. It just makes sense. That card, that's the card. That's the LeBron James insert card from from Exquisite. And the fact that it was selling, in the 5 figures didn't make a whole lot of sense. Jordan at 125K. So the Exquisite stuff has really started to go. Thank you, CC. I'm here for you, dude. Oops, the LeBron 175. This auction is going another half an hour. At least it might go less. We've had some times where it's just ended. It's just ended real quick. So we'll see what happens. Okay, let's keep going through this. If Jeremy was still here, I can tell you for sure he would be talking about this card right here. The Credentials LeBron James is really an interesting card. Serial numbered, out of 102. It's an acetate card, see-through cardboard that sits on top of it of LeBron in that practice jersey. If I was to ask you what is the most known Fleer LeBron rookie, would you say it's this one? Is there something else that you would put in competition? I think you'd probably say it's this one. Another dual logo man here that is a significant one from 04, Exquisite, Nash, and Amari. $24,000 it's at right now. Just a fantastic card. And, they're like, in a lot of ways, they're like the pioneers of the modern offense, right? Those original Suns teams, those early 2000s, mid 2000s Suns teams really changed the way the offense is played. The 7 seconds or less Suns, I think you guys will remember them referred to. And Steve Nash is a 2-time MVP for a reason. He changed basketball. So that card is just crazy, incredible. I personally love this card too right here. Let me show you guys this one. Let me look at the comments too while we go up on this. The 08 LeBron PMG green looks like a good deal. I thought the same thing earlier. What's it at right now, Thomas? Jambalaya, Ben Diamond says. What jambalaya are you thinking about? That Crystal Pikachu is at an interesting number, Newt. Thinking about bidding on it? Love to hear your guys' comments on this. Let's go look at this. Oh, shoot, I clicked the wrong button. Open image, new tab. I'm going to get that right at some point. So I'll tell you why I love this card. So first off, some people don't like autographs on material. They just want the autographs on the card. I get it. Totally makes sense. This card's been around for 16 years. The autographs still look fantastic. I'm not worried about the autographs fading. They're in paint pen. They look great. The card's numbered 3 out of 5, and it is from Kevin Durant's rookie year. I think you can make the case these are the 2 best offensive players over the course of since Jordan. And frankly, both of those guys have things in their game that Jordan didn't have either. Kevin Durant's one of the best offensive players I have ever seen. You might not love him, but that is an unreal card right there, guys. From his rookie season, out of 5, both of those guys on one card. And the fact is they don't have a lot of dual autographs. They don't. They have a few from KD's rookie year, and then it wasn't long after that before Upper Deck stopped, making cards. So just an unreal card. Jay Mollico says the Rodman is doing well. What is it at? Let me know. Thomas Newman, 11.5 on the LeBron PMG green. Man, it's an interesting card. I know not a lot of. In fact, let's go look at that one real quick. I'm gonna go look at that one with you guys. A lot of people don't like this card because aesthetically, it's not like. It's just not a huge. It's not like a card that a lot of people, think is great looking. Gosh, I did it again. Flip. I'm going to get used to this at some point. Sorry, guys. I clicked on the auction, and that totally slows things down. Give me just a second to search this. Okay, cool. And then, so you've got the red and the green that are both up in the same auction. This is why people don't like this card. Look at that. Look at the surface. The surface leads you to sort of just say, I don't want anything to do with that card. They didn't come out of the packs like this. They sort of deteriorated over time. That LeBron is the right player, wrong card. I think you're talking about this one. But he only has one NBA licensed PMG, guys. This is it. He's got the red that there's only 40 of, and the green that there's only 10 of. And it's at, what's it at? 11.5? I know for a fact that at one point a LeBron and a Jordan combined was 6 figures for the 2 cards. So let's go through and let's look back at some of these comments real quick. Oh, that is wacky. Yeah, Surface is not great. Card is not great looking. I'm with you. 08 PMGs were an absolute mistake as far as design goes. Yeah, but they've sold so well historically. And again, if you want a PMG LeBron that's NBA licensed, like, congratulations. This is the only one that's out there. And there's 10 greens. Literally falling apart. Yep. We want right player and right card. Yeah, that's true. This is not a LeBron collector reach for. This is not a LeBron collector reach for. Yeah. Let's go back. Thank you for the comments, guys. So let's see. We were on page 5. I want to go back to page 1 real quick because we've sort of hit, I think, all of page 5 now. I might be missing some things, but I want to go back and look at that. Oh, look at that. The LeBron's the most expensive card in the auction. Most expensive card in the auction. I'm going to tell you guys, out of these 6 cards right here, I would pick the LeBron. That's my favorite of the 6. The Rock at 105 still. Not a ton of movement out of any of these other ones. It's really jumping at me. Look at Joe Burrow, man. Joe Burrow, it's out of 5. It's a big Joe Burrow card at 85 grand, so over 100 total. Rodman hasn't moved since last time we saw it, 67.5. I wonder if that one's done. Man, I wanted to see that one hit 100. I really thought it might. Okay, back to page 6. I'm going to look at the comments real quick. M. Monty says, Adam, tell me what makes the Griffey Essential Credentials so special. The Griffey Essential Credentials is one of his best looking cards in existence. It is, as far as 90s parallels go, it is only beaten by a couple of products, namely the Credentials Now, the PMG Greens, if they exist, which in the case of baseball, they do not. The PMG, the one that's like the same as the PMG Championship, I think people would prefer that over the Griffey. But outside of those cards, I mean, like, look at this card, guys. We're going to go look it up real quick. Like, that is just freaking gorgeous, man. I just love that card. I love that card. Jeremy and I debated last time if you should leave it with a black background. You can see that this was imaged with white behind it. There are not many cards that look nicer than this one, guys. Man, just gorgeous. So then you combine that with the fact that it's numbered to, what is it, 90, 91? 91. It's one of the nicest looking cards you're ever going to see. And that's true for all of the cards from the Essential Credentials future. It's just beautiful. All right. Sports Card says, seeing Bowman Chrome Super Autos on auction is always crazy to me. I really wonder how they will age over time. Yeah, man, me too. Like, they're the players' best autographs and they're best cards. And we have several of them up this month, right? In fact, let's go look at that real quick. That's a good call. Superfractor. Like the Acuna Bowman Chrome. This is the non-autograph, right? But the Francisco Lindor, the Manny Machado. I'm actually surprised the Machado's not higher. It's like he's had such a successful career, and the card's 10 years old, but it's only at 18. I thought it'd be more than that. Verstappen's gone up quite a bit, but as we pointed out, it's kind of like an insert card. And then the Vlad, I love that card. Whenever retro, I said this today on my Instagram, whenever retro design meets Superfractor, I just think that's just so sweet. So sweet. Okay, let's see. That 03 LeBron is so nice, but being authentic means it could be altered. You know, I think most of the time that PSA feels like they're altered, they'll put the altered thing on there. Again, this is where I probably am different than most people, but like I look at that. I've looked at it 100 times tonight. I never thought about what it was graded. I just don't care. Like, that's one of the best LeBron James cards in existence. aesthetically, from a value perspective, sure pops up a lot less than the out of 99 RPA too. I think it's game used too. I'm gonna slow down here real quick, guys, but bear with me. On the front of this card is an authentic piece of a patch from a jersey worn by LeBron James in an NBA game. So all the inserts in Exquisite, I believe, are game worn from LeBron's rookie year, but his RPA is not. Out of 23, aesthetically incredible. I'm not saying it's a better card than the out of 99. The out of 99 is one of the most iconic cards ever made, but like, guys, that is just a sweet card. That's a sweet, sweet card. All right, let's go back. Okay. Comments again. Tom Brady, Daniel Busby says, what Brady are we looking at, dude? Admit people were not collecting Griffey credentials until 2021. Maybe true, man. Totally maybe true. Sports Card says, I'm surprised that Griffey isn't in Spinatron's collection. He probably already has the card. Do you think credentials will ever pass PMG as the number one brand since PMG is getting watered down every year? Appreciate the comment, Thomas. PMG is like, it defines the 90s at this point. My best card is probably a PMG. I've always said I prefer essential credentials aesthetically. I love the numbering system, but it doesn't yield easy comps to each other, right? Like with PMGs, you know what the card is limited to, right? Oh, watch the bidding right now. It's as low as it's been. 5 seconds. Is this it? Oh, it got to 0, but it's not it. I don't think so. I think aesthetically is one thing, but like in terms of how people collect it, I don't think anything will ever touch the PMGs. I don't even collect the PMGs, reds and greens. I've had a lot of reds, some big name reds too. They're great cards, but I think there's better looking cards. So, and there's rarer cards, and those are the things that matter most to me. Why don't those have grades, you think? So I talked about this a little bit earlier. When you have a card that's been graded authentic, there's a lot of different reasons for that. One is that the card wouldn't meet the minimum standard that the person who graded it requested. So somebody might say, I only want a 9 or a 10. And then if it would grade an 8, then it just comes out as authentic. But a lot of times PSA now, if a card is shorter than it's supposed to be, they won't put a numeric grade on it. I had it happen recently with me with a Wilt Chamberlain Legends autograph. Every one of those cards is cut short, and that's why you see so few in PSA holders. Ones that you were graded 5 or 10 years ago are still in the holders, but a lot of those cards wouldn't be accepted by PSA now because the card is literally cut short most of the time. And so most of the time, I think it's like it didn't meet a minimum, right? So if it was going to grade an 8 or a 9, or if it was going to grade a 7, and you said it needs to have an 8, then it would get authentic. Or if it's too short, or something else like that. That's typically what's going on there. PSA 7. I think you're talking about the LeBron. Exactly right. I think you remember the Ohtani. Yes, Superfractor, absolute grail that I wish I bought. Dude, I love that card. That Ohtani is one of the coolest cards we've ever seen. And you think about what it sold for compared to like what some of the bigger name cards go for. It's kind of shocking. Guys, this is the second time it just got straight down to 10 seconds left. If you're waiting to put in a bid, we're there. I think we're going to finish up here in the next 15 minutes. I really do. Ben says, just take your bad grade like a man. I kind of agree with that. I posted my Kobe credentials. In fact, I'll show it to you guys. I posted this on a video on my Instagram. Sorry. So happy to finally have this card. It's graded authentic. I love the card. It's so cool. And somebody posted, he's kind of a jerk about it. He's like, that card would only be a 3. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. It would have been cool if they would have graded it a 3. And he's like, no, you wouldn't think that's cool. And I was like, I actually don't care. I don't care what the card what the grade of the card is on a card like that. If it's authentic or a 3, it doesn't make any difference to me. Some people will pay more for the grade. Some people will pay more for it to say authentic. I don't care. I just wanted to own the card. So that's my take. Leaves less to the imagination. That's true. All Brady's. I just wanted to see what they had. Okay, yeah, I can do that. That's totally fine. Let's do it. We're going to look at all Tom Brady's, guys. Appreciate the question. There are 13 Brady's up, man. 13. Contenders rookie, the flawless that we hit earlier. Contenders PSA 8. SPI authentic. Oh, that flawless is sweet with the dual patch. This year is for this Tom Brady is short printed. So most cards that were ruby red were out of 15, but Brady's out of 5. I love this card. This card's gotten killed because this is the 2002 Super Bowl. One second, let me do this. Open image. This card's gotten killed because it's been listed so many times. But I think people are crazy. This is from 2002, guys. Like talking about his 3rd year in the league, right? Numbered out of 150, and then look at this authentic Super Bowl game used football. Like it's so sweet. It's such a cool card. Think about like if Jordan had something like that. Like it would be so collected, but because we've seen so many of these, like we've seen like, I don't know, 10 or 15 of them sell in the last couple of years, people don't think about it the way they used to. I love that card though. The equipment 1/1 is really cool. It's an NFL Shield. It is game worn. Another Contenders. I love this card. Numbered out of 50. It's graded in 8.5. Man, that's so much less than it was once upon a time. But yeah, I love that card. The Ultimate Collection autograph. Sweet patch autograph. I saw this one in person. The Hall foil on this one is fantastic. Serial numbered out of 2. Just a beautiful card. This longevity is interesting because it's one of the rarest Brady rookie cards. You know, you see that's out of 30. It's only at 11 grand. This is sort of like a lesson on how important brand is. Like Leaf rookies and stars, it doesn't hit the same way that other brands really do. I think down to 6 seconds again, guys. I'm telling you, we're at the end here. This isn't it. We're really close. 2, 1. Back to 54. And then this card's interesting because it's an iconic image, but you can see this is the Roy promotion. The back of this is like a white card with sort of it's like you have to enter in your information. If he was to win Rookie of the Year, you'd get a big set. I like it because it's rare, right? And as Jeremy pointed out earlier, like I'm totally a rare card guy. Aesthetically, it is not in the same world as any of the other ones because this big bronze or gold thing on the front is kind of an eyesore. But like, I think as time goes on, people are going to want to own all of the variations of this card. And this is one of the rarest, if not the rarest. So I kind of like that card too. So there's all of your Brady's. All right. Jay Monaco says, PMGs of retired players in current sets is kind of weak. PMGs of retired players in current sets. Yeah, I don't like that either. When here we are under 10 seconds again, guys. This might be it. Whenever we have like a player has a canon, right? Like cards of them that really matter. 0 updating. I think we're done. I think we're done. Let's see if the price. Oh, flip, we're not done. We're not done. We're never going to be done. No, we're going to be done real soon. Real soon. I thought we were there, but we weren't. I don't like I want active. I want cards of players when they're active. The only thing that's not true for that is if a card didn't exist for a player when they were active, right? Like even then though, I think I'm with you, Jay Monaco. Okay. CC, oh wow, a lot more comments. CC says, for low serial numbered cards, do you prefer an authentic grade with auto grade or an actual low? I would rather have the numbers on everything, but I don't really care. I really don't. Like my Wilt Chamberlain I was telling you about, my Kobe that's right here, like it's great. It's everything I want. Down under 10 seconds again, guys. We're trying to get there. Hey there, I'm a widow whose husband collected vintage baseball cards. Do you know what the best place would be? There's a lot of things here to hit. Now's not probably the time, but please send a message to the show. Send me a message on my Instagram, which is @thereal27guy. I'm happy to help you like that. But vintage baseball is really interesting because it could be worth a ton or it could be worthless, depending on what you mean by vintage. Busby, you can search by name. And yes, this is 100% true. I think most of them are like that, Newt. I think 2007 Jordan Exquisite 3 cards with auto box is selling low. I totally agree. It's just a reminder that first year stuff does so much better than subsequent years. We're under 10 seconds again, guys. It really is trying to get that. I want that rookie Thomas Newman. Which card are you talking about? Longevity is an awesome card. I totally agree. Diamond Card Collector. I think it's a fantastic card. It's hit 0 again. It's hitting updating. I'm going to keep going. Yeah, don't matter. Full uni. Gimme, please. Closed. LaMelo Ball is the one that got the bid. Oh, we're back bidding again. Oh, man. Pump fake. Sorry, I'm way behind, guys. I live in Seattle. Yeah, I'm in Salt Lake, so it's getting late here, but it's not, it's not east what it is for you guys on East Coast. What do you guys have as far as questions go? Is there anything you want me to hit? It was fun hitting the Brady's. That was a blast. I can hit anything that you want to, but before I do that, actually, let me clear Brady out. I'll go hit Premier. You'll see it says 364. That's because it includes the TCG stuff too. Diamond card. I'm dying here. It's 2 a.m. You're a champ. Dude, I love doing this stuff, man. I still can't believe this is my job. Are you kidding me? Like, it's pretty crazy, right? People are always like, you sure you made the right decision? And I'm like, I was doing financial statements, right? I was working in the world of private equity nonstop. Now I'm talking about cards for a living. Like, it's pretty awesome. Okay. I tried to search nothing here. I think I would know how to use this. I'm still getting used to the new site too, though. Man, LeBron 220, guys. Whew. 220. This is a rare show. I don't talk about what I like and what I don't like. I will say this is another benefit to me not being able to bid. I love looking through the stuff and being like, I'll tell you what I like, I'll tell you what I don't like, because I can't bid. I am not allowed to. And it was a hard stop. Like when I was going through negotiations, like they were very clear. You cannot bid on cards here. You cannot. I was like, what if I do this? What if I do that? There was no way around it. So it is what it is. Down to 27 seconds. Now we got another one. What's the bid on? Oh, it was the Anthony Edwards. LeBron James is getting a bid too. Bid's still just coming in, guys. Man, a lot of cards over 100 grand again, guys. How many cards do we have over 100,000 bucks right now? 1, 2, 3 rows. 13. Is that over 100? That's so close. I think that's just under 100. It's like $99,000 or $98,000. So there's 13 cards that are over $100,000 in this auction right now. Still pretty strong. Rodman's done at 67.5. Man, I thought that had a chance to get to 6. I really did. Okay, let's see what else we got. Guess I can't work for PWCC. Yep. When I took the job, Jesse told me, he's like, I'm surprised you took it. I didn't think you'd be able to deal with that. Jay Monaco says, Daniel Busby says, Jay Monaco, yeah, I know, but I was just trying to give Adam content to have something to talk about. Hang in there. Diamond Hobby is still alive. We'll be here forever. Adam, can you share data around what type of card are at auction or players volume? Wait, can you share data around what type of card are at auction or players volume, etc.? We have a lot of that stuff internally that I think we can post at some point. We'll post some of that, but I think you probably mean like, how often we're seeing certain players or whatever. Like we have some very high level data that's really interesting that we haven't made public yet that we may in the near future. So keep an eye out on that. I think that's what you're looking at. 34 seconds. What do you guys think? Is it going to reset again or are we done? For example, what percentage of baseball versus football or say Trout or Jordan valuable info? I thought about doing that for Premier. Jeremy used to do it for Premier where he would say, hey, there's 37 Jordans, 28 Kobe's, 15 LeBrons. And, he'd break down like by sport, just do like a basic Excel thing. So we thought about doing some of those things, but right now we're not, we're not doing any of those types of things. Are we done? No, we got another bid. 32 grand, $32,000 bid on this Lewis Hamilton patch autograph. I can send a signed jersey in for weekly, correct? Yeah, for sure. get stuff into your vault. And after you get into your vault, you can load it up onto the weekly, whatever you want. Man, guys, the weekly auction is crushing it right now. Like every time I look at the weekly, I'm finding 20 cards, and I'm like, shouldn't this be in Premier? I think the minimums on Premier have made it so that people want to put things in weekly, and the weekly's performing exceptionally well too. Another bid on the Anthony Edwards. Man, Anthony Edwards was balling last night. Kid's like 22 years old. He's got a good team around him too. You know, he does. Like, they're playing the Nuggets. They're going to get beat because the Nuggets are good. But, like, there's a chance Minnesota, if they'd been healthy, would have been a top 4 team this year. All right. By the way, Jack, about the signed jersey in for weekly, if you guys ever have any questions, like, this isn't my job, but, like, if you ever want to DM me at the Real 27 guy and say, hey, I've got questions on how to do this or that, I'm always happy to help you. It's not my job, but I know that sometimes things can be confusing. I've got 80% of my collection at the vault. I love it. I think it's fantastic, and I would totally recommend using it. I started using the vault prior to working here, you know, and I did a big long podcast about why I did that. My collection just grew in value to the point that I didn't feel safe about having my cards in my home anymore. And so, you know, you may feel more comfortable with those types of things. I've got like my kids and my wife, and everything's here, right? I didn't like the idea that I could be putting them in danger. And so even though we've got a safe, I just sort of thought about like the worst things that could happen. And I thought one day, I was like, I've got to send this stuff away. And that's where the vault has been so huge. Another big on the LeBron case. Sorry, I lost you guys there for a second. I'm back. Let's go through these real quick. I can send. They have some deep socials with that info on weekly. Who comes with comes up with the card descriptions? With the whole team. It's like 5 people who work on the card descriptions, maybe more than that. And you know they put they have a lot of pride, right? They write some exceptional, like some very unique and very awesome descriptions. I personally love our descriptions. I know there's some people who wish they were shorter or whatever, but I love the context and the differentiators, and so I know not everybody feels that way, but there's something so funny about holding out hope that you're about to win your basketball grail, then boom, hockey and F1 get bid on. I know, man. I totally get it. Hopefully you win at Sports Cards. Paul Santos, I'm up at 2 a.m. in New Jersey eating a bowl of cereal and watching the show. Loving it. Keep up the good work. Paul, I love you, dude. Thanks for the comment. D-Value Investor, it's sad the vault went to 3%. It's crazy I sent it to Alt to just send it to myself. Laggy Larry. I love it, Thomas Newman. That's great. I don't know why this is going like this. Jordan Reichert. I wondered if I'd see you, and I wondered if you were looking at the Nowitzki. Is that yours, or is that one that you thought about bidding on? That's a huge card. I'm gonna go find it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on. Better get out of some of this stuff. Get out of some of these images. I don't know if that's slowing down at all, but so I clicked on it. Dang it. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Oh, come on. What are we doing? Are we done? We might be done. I think we might be done. April Premier Auction has completed. We did it. Jordan Reichert. We didn't even really get to look at the cards. Is it over? It's over. Whenever you see this, I guess this is our new thing. Whenever you see this trophy pop up, I love it. See completed listings. We did it. It's 12:04 here. It means that this extended went for, gosh, can't even do the math. Was it 4.5 hours? It's crazy. 99 grand on this Jordan. All right, guys. All right. Sports Cards says he got his grail. I want to hear everything that you guys won. Post it in here. I want to hear it. If you don't want to post it, I get it, but I'd love to see what you guys want. I'd love for you guys to post it. Okay, while you guys do that, I'm going to come back up here real quick. We're just going to hit the highest things. We're going to hit the first, maybe the first 2 pages. We'll go fast. Dude, Ben Diamond, you got both of them. The green, did the green end at 11.5? Man. Deep Value Investor, Gold Mookie Auto. I think there were multiple Mookies up this. Or no. I said that wrong. The Gold Mookie, it's one of those. It's nice. The surface on that one, I think is that newer? Maybe it's older. The surface on that one, I saw that one in hand. That one's really super nice. Ben Diamond, 11.5 on that card, man. A PMG green LeBron for 11.5. Again, once upon a time, that was 50 plus. That is a buy, dude. You guys hit some awesome cards. Okay, let's go through these real quick. So, Deep Value Investor says you got the red Machado, the Lindor Super. Not the Machado Super. The red Machado, sweet. Has a sweet autograph on it. The Lindor Super. I don't know baseball well enough to know, but like, I obviously recognize that name, and it's his best card. Right? It's his best card. It's awesome. Let's see. We talked Ben Diamond. Huge congrats, man. Absolutely huge congrats. Both the LeBron PMGs. People do not realize even the red is super, super rare. They're out of 50 that year. So the first 10 are green. I'm telling you something you already know. The next 40 are red. LeBron has one NBA licensed PMG. That's it. You own 2 of the 50 now. 10% of the greens and 2.5% of the reds. That's awesome. And yeah, I know that aesthetically they're not anything like some of the other PMGs. I get it. But dude, the brand is the brand. It's a huge card. Gold Mookie Auto for Deep Value. We already talked about that one. Awesome. One of my favorite cards in the whole auction. We didn't even talk about it during the show. The Carmelo out of 15. Did some content around this one. The same card of LeBron James back in 2021. It sold for $5.2 million. And I get it. Carmelo is not LeBron. He's not anywhere near, but they're inseparably connected. Both part of that 03 exquisite. What did that sell for? Tell us what that sold for in the chat. I love that card. I think it's a great one. And it's one that, again, you just never see move. And Diamond Card Collector, you got the worm. I know a couple guys that were really hot after that one. I'm impressed you stuck in there and you grabbed it. Tell me when the next time is that as big a Dennis Rodman card comes to open auction. We may never see it again in our lifetimes. He's so collected. His collectors never let go of his main stuff. It's only the second Dennis Rodman standalone card in the history of the Premier Auction in 2 years. His big stuff does not sell ever. Even his PMG red, you rarely see change hands. There's 90 of that card. You got the 1 of 1. Oh, man, I'm so jealous. All right, let's keep going. Nick Leach got the Brady Shield. I love that card, man. I love that card because, so it's Topps product, right? It's not the best known Topps product. And I think that helps you out there because if it's like some really well-known, like Flawless or, modern sort of Panini big set that has all the marketing and branding around it, or even like a set like Exquisite or something like that, I think you're paying 5 to 10 times the price for that card, even though it's not autographed. Like, I think that's a great grab and one that really stood out to me. The red Machado, Lindor Super, we already talked about. M. Monty says sold. What do you mean you sold? Tell me more what you mean there. Jared, still in here. Monty says sold me on the Griffey. I'm glad to hear it, man. What did that sell for? Post what that sold for in here. One of the best Griffeys out there, man. Congratulations. Ben says, thanks, Adam. PC only. I actually like them. And that's how I am too, man. I only buy stuff that I intend to keep. I only move it when I have something else that's nicer that I have to get. Good for you. Newt, you were here for forever, dude. was a blast. Thank you. So much fun. Deep Value Investor got the Carmelo. Okay, yeah, got the Carmelo sick card. 10? That's just way too cheap. I just think that's way too cheap, man. Congratulations. I've decided when the playoffs start to start being a fan of LeBron. It's not every day we see a LeBron play. Amen, Daniel Busby, dude. Why I stayed up? I can't believe you got that card. I know a couple months ago you got a big one. You got the Brady 10. I love that card. The Rodman card stopped me in my tracks, and that doesn't happen to me a lot. That card and the Jordan Shoe Time were my two favorite cards in this auction. They were, and I know there's gonna be some sad people who bowed out to you. Congratulations. Boom. Congrats, Diamond. Congrats. Agree. You too, brother. Appreciate you. I want the bonds of that Griffey. Oh, you want the bonds of the essential credentials. Yeah, that's a sweet card. Sweet, sweet card. Griffey for 19.2. I mean, you think about what the credential or what the PMG sold for. Gosh, that seems like a deal. Again, aesthetically, I love that set. Deep Value, I love doing it, man. I'll wake up tomorrow and train wreck, but it was a blast. Can we see the Rodman? Yeah, let's go look at that Rodman. I posted it on my social, I think 3 different times. Oh, it's going to be gone now. Let's see. So how do I get there? Oh, that's right. We're going to go through the highest. Sorry, and then I stopped. My bad. So 264 on LeBron, 222 for the Black Lotus. A huge number there. Luka rallied a lot, guys. 210. We were talking about it selling for 90, being 10%. 210, still a lot of money. Still a lot less than the 900 that it sold for, but that's still a big sale, right? Luka's not just like falling off a cliff. He's still, again, way less. That's still a lot of money for Luka. PSA 10 Jordan almost gets to 200,000. The beautiful Mahomes, one of the nicest RPAs in existence, 144, 138 on the Kobe's a big number. Record-setting sell on the Rock, 124. The gold, the true gold of Mahomes. The question I would always ask is, which of these two cards would you rather have? Today, this one took the prism, but it shows you, the best patch, auto, NT, same rarity, still in the same ballpark. The prism is interesting. The mantle did close for over 100,000. At the beginning, we were joking about the difference between the mantle and the Black Lotus. The Lotus sold for double. Think about that for a second, guys. Pretty crazy. Mahomes for 114, 108 on Mahomes 1 of 1. I like seeing this card. We didn't talk about this one at all, but it's a 1 of 1 rookie card. Very, very cool. Lots of foil. Over $100,000 for a hockey modern card is a big deal on this McDavid. Joe Burrow went for over 100 grand. Jordan almost got to 100 grand. So did Soto. 96 is a really solid number on the UD cubed, that I've called UD3 for my entire life. Durant with 90, 87 for Pop 3 Steph, 84 for the Time Twister Power 9 big time card in the world of Magic. Getting close to the 6 figures, that's a big sale for that. Tatum never moved once it got to 84. 81 on the Luka. 81 on the white letter mantle that is better than the yellow letters. Don't listen to Jeremy. Just kidding. I love Jeremy, but I love that card. Here's the Rodman. Oh gosh, I keep hitting open link. Open image. Okay. It's the Rodman. Okay, so I'm gonna forgive me for the soliloquy that I'm about to drop on you guys. I know I'll lose some of you in the process. But when you think about Dennis Rodman, you think about a guy who's diving for balls, right? He was never some spectacular scorer. I think he had years where he averaged 4 or 5 points a game. He was frankly not a very good offensive player in a lot of ways. But he's still ranked as a top 10 to 15 power forward of all time because he was an elite hustle guy. And the reason that he was such a good rebounder was because he was an elite hustle guy. This is how you think about Dennis Rodman. He has some of the best poses in all of basketball cards, and his elite collectors just never let go of his best stuff. They never do. This card's a 1 of 1. It's a 1 of 1 that was graded back in, I think it was 2000 or 2001. Look at this slab. It is forever old. Check it out on the back. It was graded prior to Fleer going bankrupt. And why that is so crucial is that as some 1 of 1s have popped up that sort of came from the bankruptcy, you'll have a situation where you have 2 1 of 1s. The Brady Flair masterpiece is one of these. Well, if one of the cards was graded prior to the bankruptcy, that basically secures the fact that that card was pack inserted. This card was graded within a couple of years of it coming out of the pack. It is the original pack inserted Rodman masterpiece, one of the very first masterpieces ever made. In the second year, the masterpieces were a thing. And unlike the first year, it actually has something different on the front, which is this beautiful color that goes with it. It is stunning in person. It is a top 5 Rodman card of all time. I probably would put it number 4 of all time ahead of the 97 Ultra. I probably couldn't put it ahead of the PMG Green. I probably couldn't put it ahead of the Essential Credentials out of 5. But I tell you what, there's one of these. There's 5 of those and 10 of those. This is a huge card. And just huge congratulations, man. I would go on and on about this one. And I have. And I know you love that Brady masterpiece too. I do too. I talked about that card for like 7 minutes on the video when we had that one go live. I love that card. But this Rodman right here it's in the conversation for the best Rodman card in the world. And when you're talking about somebody who's as highly collected as him, that is a big deal. Okay, let's go back. Page 2. We'll do at least page 2 real quick. Big number on the flawless Luka. We're talking about how he's decreasing in value. This is a card that game used RPA 69,000, 66,000 on the Charizard Shadowless 10. Man, that's a big number. 66 grand on a case of 2017. I didn't even know this was up, guys. Gosh, Kobe Eminence factory sealed case, 66 grand. Wow. I had 2 cases of 2014 Eminence that I kept for a few years and then let go. Seeing that price makes me wonder. The original Eminence stuff, I'm going to be accused of hyping this because I have more of it than probably anybody, but it's doing pretty well right now. Time Walk, 63 grand, 60 grand for a Luka that's a PSA 9, 60,000 on the Kobe is a big. I don't know if that's a record setter, but it might be. Probably not. Wait. Lost camera again. Why is it losing? I don't know why, but sometimes I'm losing access to the camera. I don't know what's happening. The Jordan autograph that we love so much, 60,000, almost 60 grand for the duel from LeBron's rookie year. Ja still selling huge, still a big number for Ja. Watch out for them in the playoffs, guys. The Lakers don't have an easy road. 60,000 almost for the Luka 1 of 1, big time red refractor for the Lewis Hamilton 56. We saw a big jump on the Pikachu over 50 grand, 51 for the LeBron, 51 for the LeBron SP Authentic that I love so much. 51 for the Shohei, other favorite card in the auction. Man, it jumped a lot, darn it. 51.6. I would really love one of these cards. If anyone has one, you want to point in my direction, please do. 50,000 for the McDavid, 48 for the really sweet patch of Giannis. 2 colors, but lots of layers. Still 48 grand for a Zion. 47. This is, oh man, that's a solid buy. This is the out of 25, the hollow. I was telling you guys, the hollow on this just makes a world of difference. This is the out of 25, perfect autograph, 3-color patch, BGS 9. 45 for LeBron, 45 for KD. Let's do one more page just because we're having fun. Let me make sure there's no other comments here. Let's see. Can we see the Rodman? Some cards seem crazy cheap for a Premier auction. It's how every auction is, man. Some stuff goes way higher and some stuff goes way lower. Matt says it's 3:40 p.m. here. Hopefully they wrap up soon. I need my afternoon nap. Well, we are wrapped up other than the show. Adam, in hand, what's nicer, Credentials or PMG? Which PMG? In my opinion, the one that's the most popular is the least appealing in person. I know a lot of other people would say I'm crazy for that. They talk about like the surface and I love some of the unique features, but my best card is a PMG championship card. I own a Jordan from 97, and I think that card's nicer than the other PMGs are. And so I would say that compared to an Essential Credentials is really close. I still would go Essential Credentials even over that, but I think it's close. I think the Essential Credentials are way nicer than the reds and the greens. I've always felt that way. So I have a lot of Essential Credentials in my collection. The Brady Flair Masterpiece 2. I would have loved to see that Rodman put Draymond in his place. I would have loved to see those two guys play against each other. Draymond is this generation's Rodman. He is. And Draymond's the first ballot Hall of Famer. He's awesome. Can't stand it, but he's awesome. Kobe Flair. Yeah, let's get back to that one in a second. I think we'll hit it on this page, actually. Thomas Newman, I seen that you post that you made about the fake serial number credentials. Why is it so hard to fake that? It's hard to create something that's so small perfectly. And when we say it's hard, like lots of aftermarket serial numbers have come out and people can almost always tell. It's just really hard to get fonts and spacing and everything just right. And so, yeah, the comment you're talking about is the ones that we found that were off. But honestly, that's something that's held the basketball credentials down, I think, a little bit, is that we've seen enough of the sheets. I have a sheet of the nows, right? Or sorry, the futures. So I have it's got Kobe on it, it's got Jordan on it. And if all I did was cut it into the individual cards, it would be worth way more than it is. And that's dumb that that's the way that it is, but even unnumbered. But I think people are more worried about than they probably that exist. Go look at the population reports, look at when they're graded. There's still not a lot of them ever being graded, other than when Beckett really mistakenly graded a whole sheet worth at the same time. For the most part, you're not seeing those be graded. And so that gives you some assurance. Okay, let's see. We're almost there. I need to go look at the Kobe. I'll do that in a second. Diamond Card Collector. Deep Value says, I didn't go after that SP LeBron because I don't want the nicest house in the neighborhood. Nicest house in the neighborhood. The SP, the game used patch or the SP Authentic out of 50? Let me know what you mean there. Love the Durant. White refractor. It looks almost identical to the regular, especially in this image, but you get it in hand. You can see it's different. It's one of his best cards. It's amazing to me that the chrome white sells for more than the gold of finest and things like that, but it does. 44 for the Magic, the Orb, the black label, 43. People love the black label. 43 for this MJ is a huge number. 43 for the Steph without an autograph. But man, it is a Steph logo, man. It is, and it's a beautiful card. Dual logo, man, right here. 43. 40. There's your Kobe. 40 grand. 40 on an Ultimate. Man, the Ultimate's all the way back down to 40. BGS 952. I remember that selling for $25,000 at the 2019 National. It's not too far away from that. Scotty Barnes seeing some love, almost $40,000. Rookie of the Year, his best card along with his Logo Man autos. Really an interesting play. Question is who he'll be, but he's kind of had a down year, but I like that buy a lot. 38 for Lewis Hamilton. Almost 40 for the dual. I like this card because it's actually playing days Jordan. People don't like to see him with the Wizards. I kind of like to see it because he was playing with them at that time. 37 grand for Tom Brady in a BGS 9. Man, the grade still really matters on these. 36 for the Flawless. 36 for the Flawless. Those both stayed where they were. Kobe and MJ sell for less than LeBron and MJ, but not that much less. 36. This Giannis used to be mine. I used to have that card. I think this exact copy was mine. I've owned 4 of the 34 of those, believe it or not. Kind of crazy. Edwards, 35. Yes, I think this was way too little. 35 for the box. It's just too cool. 3 Jordan autographs, 1 on a box. It's just huge with that sweet patch. Seems like a good deal to me. 34 for the Jordan autograph and the authentic holder. 34 for the 500 volts. High voltage 500 volts. What's this? Shivon Dragon 33. The OPC Mario Lemieux for 34. And this dual. I love this dual. I love it. It looks almost like the card was signed in person. You don't see like both players on a single image very often, where then the autograph. It's kind of an innovative way that SP did this, or the Upper Deck did this back in 2014. Guys, most of you who are still here are insane human beings. I don't understand why you made it this long, but I love that you did. And I had so much fun with you guys. This was fantastic. Deep Value out of 50 is a great card. It's just a great card. There's only 3 on-card LeBron rookie cards, right? And that one, there's the 500 regular SPs. It just doesn't touch that one, the holofoil. I'd rather have that than 5 of the ones that are out of 500. I'm totally serious. I really would. Good night to you. Good night to everyone. We're going to close this here. I've been on with you for 4 hours and 53 minutes. And it's been a blast. I've absolutely loved it. Thank you guys for hanging on to the very end. And thank you for the comments. The comments today were just fantastic. Diamond Card Collector, you are the best, man. Congrats on your ad. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. And I have a pretty decent 90s collection myself. I see that and I go, dude, just a huge card. Lap hockey card flips. Dude, congrats to you. Good job on all the hockey stuff tonight. CC, great comments, man. Appreciate you guys so much. I'm going to press end broadcast. If you want to go listen to all 4 hours and 55 minutes, tomorrow it'll be on Jeremy's podcast and his YouTube. And until next time, happy collecting.